Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the riddles inside Goblet of Fire, Chapter 22, The Unexpected Task.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed.
I gotta tell you, as per always, we gotta talk about the chapter art just a little bit. We've got Ron here depicted in sort of like a swirl of what is Fleur Delacour's long villa stranded hair.
Crazy long hair, much longer than you might have expected.
Maybe. It's like we got a little bit of like a Rapunzel situation going on.
We do, unless it I guess it kind of disappears behind his neck, and then it's like her aura like sweeping off her or something.
I think that's probably I do think that's probably more or less what they're going for. However, this depiction of Ron is just so not how I picture Ron.
He looks like he's smelling fresh bread or something.
Fresh, yeah. Like if you've seen Ratatouille and she like cracks the bread and she's like,
you can hear good bread.
Yeah. It seems like that's what Ron is currently experiencing. So apparently, for some reason, maybe this is like our amortentia smell, where it's like, what do Jay and Ben imagine the smell of pure beauty to be like?
Based on
bread.
Do you think that's what he's experiencing? There's like some sort of amortentia. It kind of does look like that. Like he's just like, the best aroma I've ever smelled. Like to me, yeah, you're right. What do you think Ron is smelling in this picture? Because to me, it looks like fresh baked bread.
Fresh baked bread. Yeah. So that's maybe it's just a question for all the Griffin dorks out there.
Yeah. When you look at this image of Ron, what do you think he's smelling?
What are you seeing? What are you seeing?
Yeah.
However, it does kind of go back to something we've talked about in previous chapters, especially inside of Goblet of Fire. There's a definite like crossover when it comes to the effects of the Imperious Curse and whatever Vila magic is.
Yeah.
And I know I've said it multiple times, but I definitely think it's like no mistake that both spells and like creatures are introduced inside of the same story and have like largely the same effect, and they don't seem to impact Harry in the same way that they definitely impact Ron.
Definitely impacting Ron here. You'd think they did practice throwing off the Imperious Curse on here, so you'd think maybe he'd be a little more aware of it, but I guess not.
Maybe that's like one of those things where it's like he's just completely off his guard. Maybe that's like part of what makes like the Vilas so powerful.
He's not practicing constant vigilance.
No, definitely not. Mm-hmm. No, almost the exact opposite. The other kind of interesting thing that I think about the unexpected task is that one of the common trivia questions that we get asked, whether it's in the Jay versus Ben's or in like our live shows or something, is what date each of the various like first, second, third tasks take place on.
Okay, yeah.
And I always find these to be just incredibly difficult because I always roughly know November, February, and then also like, and then I would say that like probably June. Because it's like the end of the year. But here's the fun fact for you is that all three of them take place on the 24th.
Is that it?
It's
November 24th, February 24th, and June 24th.
Yep.
June 24th.
June 24th.
They are there for like so late in the year.
They truly are. Yeah. I mean, their summer break is really just the month of June,
July and August.
Or July and August, rather.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So I was like, okay, that's very interesting. And then the additional thing that I find to be even more interesting is that the unexpected task, of course, is the process of getting a date to the Yule Ball, which takes place not on the 24th, but the 25th.
Yeah. Indeed.
Yeah.
So it almost seems like it should be the 24th. They're like, it's on Christmas. So hope you didn't have plans with like any other important people, like your family on this day.
I know.
Yeah.
It even feels like having it on Christmas Eve would have been so perfect because it goes till midnight. So then you would have had all like 4 tasks on the 24th. On the 24th.
Right. I you know what? It says like everyone just signs up to stay at Hogwarts, but to me it's almost surprising that people don't because it's at night. So it seems reasonable to me that you could have still gone home for break and then just like come back to school for the dance or something.
I guess that's entirely possible.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole mode of transportation and the fact that like you have most likely Scottish students who are already in the Highlands traveling to London to get on the Hogwarts Express to return to the Highlands.
Yeah.
It's like,
This seems like a situation where you like open the flu powder for like an hour.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or like at least over in Hogsmeade or something.
Right.
Actually, for that matter, Hogsmeade is like one of the only. No, it's the only all
Magic Village
in Britain, and it's like that's like one of those where it's like, and none of the students live there.
I know, right? No one lives there.
Right.
Very surprising.
Yeah, it's like, well,
I guess they do. Maybe we just don't know.
I get that's a good point. Like it never really like comes up that like Seamus is going home across the lawn or something like that. Yeah, it's like, okay, yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, that could be a thing. I mean, it just reminds me of like when we were growing up. We lived in like a rather suburban neighborhood, and I think that my grade alone in our neighborhood of like 120 houses had like 17 kids.
Yeah, there was a lot of people in your grade in our neighborhood.
Yes, it's a neighborhood specifically built, I feel like, for people raising high school, middle school aged students.
Yeah, for sure. I know. I feel like there were people in my year, I suppose, around, but it was like maybe 5 or 6 of us.
Not as many. I definitely had like a thick concentration.
You did. I feel like there was like 6. Yeah, I think there was like 6 or 7 of us, and like, but also everyone was like kind of in different social circles.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Anyway, so not just a little aside there about us.
Not that it matters at all.
Right.
Anyway, let's get into the chapter itself. So this one, I had to kind of adjust our first sentence tradition.
Yeah.
You could do it a couple ways.
Okay.
So first, like technically, what it would be is Potter. And then the dragons arrived because it is Potter exclamation point.
Right. But it's McGonagall talking, so it's like Potter.
Yeah, Potter. And then the dragons arrived,
right? Yeah.
Which makes it look like look out. But I think it reads fun. It's still the same. It's like Potter, Weasley, will you pay attention? And then the dragons arrived.
Yeah. It's like there's something urgent coming, and the urgent thing is dragons.
Yes. You read it like, will you pay attention? Because a dragon is on its way.
Yes.
In fact, here they are.
Yeah. So we are past the first task at this point in time. We are into the unexpected task. So now we're in like the last few weeks of the year. So that's pretty much what the boys are currently dealing with. They're in transfiguration class. It was the end of the lesson. They had finished their work. The guinea fowl they had been trying to change into guinea pigs had been shut away in a large cage on Professor McGonagall's desk. Neville still had feathers.
In case you were wondering.
Yeah. It's like, by the way, let's just toss a little slight in against Neville.
Neville just catching strays over here. Like he's like, what did I do?
I wasn't even in this page.
He's in parentheses. It's
right.
Like, he's still only barely. It's like, you know what? We weren't going to include Neville on this page, but we wanted you to know that he wasn't good at this.
He wasn't good at this. Yeah. This is not his bag.
Yeah.
But anyway, the reason that Harry and Ron are being shouted at is not because dragons are coming, but because they were having a sword fight with a couple of Fred and George's fake wands at the back of the class. Ron is holding a tin parrot and Harry a rubber haddock.
It does not feel like a fair fight, if I'm being honest.
You think the tin parrot's going to win?
I do think the tin parrot's going to win. Someone has a metal sword and someone has a rubber sword.
Yeah. What is a haddock?
Like a fish.
Like a fish?
Right? Yeah.
You think I would know that.
Yeah, you would. You'd think that, fish man.
The old fishmonger here.
The old fishmonger.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, the tin parrot to me is sort of like I'm just imagining Fred and George like sitting there trying to think like, okay, like what else can we have the wands turn into? And, like a rubber chicken or whatever feels like, okay, like easy to come up with that. Like,
they're like, okay, we did rubber chicken, right? I think we know they have like rubber mouse, right? That's one of them.
Yep. I think so.
Like rubber chicken is one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, no.
So weird.
A rubber haddock. So we got rubber chicken, rubber haddock, and mice.
And rubber mouse. And then they were like, you know what? Let's throw them a curveball. Tin parrot.
I like to think that's like the collectible one.
Oh, that's the collectible. Oh, you think it's collectible?
It's like, yeah. So it's like, you never know what you're going to get.
Never know what you're going to get. Yeah. Trick wand. Which one did you get? You maybe got the rare one. Maybe this one's been at a solid gold. You won't know.
You
got to keep coming back and buying more. Because do the trick wands, you think they go back into wand form, or is it just like, that's it?
I have no idea. Because in that case, it literally just is a booster pack.
Right.
It's like, I will get a random object roughly 14 inches ish at max in length.
Right.
And I will wave my stick. It will become something. And that's
best case scenario. I trick someone else into waving the stick.
right. I don't even get the best case scenario where somebody else does it.
Yeah, and they think it's their wand for it. This is the other thing is that like if you're selling trick wands, this would be like if you're a wizard, it sounds like their wands are so unique to them. Like the odds of you picking up one that's not yours and being like, oh yeah, this was mine, you know?
Right.
It reminds me so much of like the little pranks you get like at the, you know, the dollar store or something or like a fake can of nuts. And it's like, oh, look at this can of nuts. Oh dear. Whoops,
Right.
Snakes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like who is it really the most fun for?
Yeah.
The fake can, the very generic looking fake can of nuts.
Yeah.
Hey, do you want some peanuts? And you know, the thing is that tons of people must want peanuts.
Tons of people must want peanuts, and they usually consume them from screw-on cans. Anyway,
Like, what a treat the inventor of that must have thought peanuts were.
maybe that's how they used to come. Who knows?
Maybe.
Yeah,
Okay.
he was ready to go. I think it's funny that she's like one irritated at them and then like also treating them like they're being completely unreasonable because like we finished the lesson, everything's put away, we copied the homework down, we're basically just waiting for the bell. What's the problem?
I know.
Yeah.
It's a very good point. Yeah. I mean, it feels like the kind of thing where McGonagall is just not really open to a whole lot of just foolish wand waving.
No tomfoolery in this class.
Yeah, no.
You'd think she'd just be happy Harry's alive, you know?
That's the truth.
Yeah.
That's the truth. You know, I think I'm going to come back to it here in just a minute, but McGonagall is looking after Harry. There's no doubt about it.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll continue though. Let's see here.
Oh yeah, next page. Ron's parrot's beak had severed it moments before. So there you go. Harry's haddock drooped.
It does seem like the kind of thing where you could almost imagine like the cartoonified version of this where like their weaponry is in fine form and they're like back there like clinking away, and then when they get called on, like both of them literally just like sag for no reason.
Right, yes.
As if like the objects got sad, they got caught having fun.
That feels pretty on par with like the Wizarding World.
Yeah,
The objects feel bad.
Maybe what we need next after the HBO series is like the animated Harry Potter series.
Just keep doing it. Just keep doing all 7 books.
Right.
And just do different mediums.
Yeah, exactly.
great. Yeah.
Exactly. It's a great formula for a story.
Exactly.
We'll love it.
People you can just keep comparing them, you know. People can find new ways to get mad about the same thing over and over.
Exactly.
And that'll be great.
We all love this, right? Right?
Everyone can't wait. This is the thing. I feel like so much. Now I'm going to take a quick tangent here to talk about the HBO series, where I feel like so much of the criticism I keep seeing is like, no one asked for this. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I feel like literally everyone was like, you know what would be great is if they did Harry Potter, but like as a TV show, so you could like spend more time with it.
I was gonna say,
You know,
it's like if you think nobody asked for it, then you just haven't been as close to the fandom as we have.
Right. I think like maybe what you mean is like it's too soon, or like it would have been great if they did that instead. But like people have absolutely asked for this.
Yes. I mean, that being said, I completely understand the sentiment of people who are like, I would love a Founder series, a Marauder series, a
new thing.
A new thing, yeah. To like add to the existing canon.
Yes.
Because everything they've added so far otherwise is The Cursed Child, which great show in person, kind of a terrible read. And then
doesn't feel canon.
Right. And then the 3 Fantastic Beasts out of 5 series, which just left a whole bunch of mysteries on the table that we have no way of solving.
Yes.
It's sort of like, okay, every time we try to expand this universe, we don't make it very far, which maybe that's what the people at HBO were thinking too.
Yeah, they were like, you know what worked? The regular story.
The regular story.
Yeah, let's do that one.
Hedwig's theme. People love that.
Anyway, the Yule Ball is approaching, a traditional part of the Triwizard Tournament, and an opportunity for us to socialize with our foreign guests. Now, the ball will open only open to 4th years and above, which to me, okay, so this is just the worst if you are a 3rd year student.
Yes.
Yeah, because the Triwizard Tournament is supposed to happen every 5 years. Right?
Yes. Yep.
Every
Correct.
5 years. So if you're a 3rd year student, that means you can't go to this one, and 5 years later you'll have graduated and you couldn't go to either of them.
Right.
Now, I mean, that said, the next one probably would take place at Beauxbaton or Durmstrang, because I assume they just sort of rotate which school is hosting it.
Yeah. You have to imagine.
Yeah. Which also makes you then wonder, though, was the ball open to the Beaubaton students and Durmstrang students who were left behind?
It's a great question. I'm inclined to think not.
Mm-hmm.
However, it might make more sense for the 800 barrels of Madame Rosmerta's oak matured mead.
No, Dumbledore is so ready.
He's like, someone will have a drink with me.
This is it. I've got y'all in one room now.
I can't. There's no way I get through this evening.
If I spend this much, people are going to understand. They're going to be like, we got to drink. We got to have a few of these because we spent a lot on this.
We went way heavy on the beverage fund.
Yeah.
That's not even counting what we're giving to
to the horses.
To the horses.
Oh man. So anyway, yeah, it's just unfortunate if you're in the third year, fourth year wise. But then this is an interesting line. I think it says, or no, so Lavender Brown let out a shrill giggle, provided Patel nudged her hard in the ribs. They both looked around at Harry. So immediately they're like, there's a dance. Both Lavender and Parvati like whip around and they're like, Harry. That to me seems like both of them have talked about like, isn't Harry cute? You know, like they have talked about him.
Poor Ron.
I know.
Poor Ron.
Poor Ron.
It's like he's even going to go on to date Lavender. And what we know, at least from this chapter, is that at the opportunity for a dance that involves dates, she looked at Harry first.
Yep.
She's going to end up going with Seamus.
Yeah.
And then eventually date him.
Yeah.
So out of a class of 5 same age boys.
Yeah.
I mean, not to say that Lavender couldn't obviously date up or down, but the most obvious age appropriate boys in her own house.
Yeah.
Rana's third choice.
Rana's third.
Yeah.
But who she dates probably the most successfully anyway.
That's a good point. Yep.
I guess.
Let's see. Then we get the reminder about the dress robes that will be worn from Professor McGonagall. So up until now, we haven't known why we need
the dress robes.
Yeah.
Which almost also seems a bit unfair because it's sort of like, it feels like they should have told everyone about the Yule Ball way in advance.
Or yes, exactly. Like it's very surprising. Not to mention it's like one of those things that I can imagine that only 4th years and above were required to get the dress robes.
Yeah.
But you can imagine like what happens if a 3rd year gets asked.
I know, now they got to get dress robes.
And then it's like, well, now all of a sudden I don't have dress robes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We need more time on this thing.
How do we prepare for these things?
Yeah.
The ball will start at 8:00 on Christmas Day, finishing at midnight in the Great Hall. So that's what tells us that it is, of course, obviously on the 25th, start to finish. Let's see here.
I love this slide. It says, the Yule Ball is, of course, a chance for us all to let our hair down, she said in a disapproving tone, to which I was like, oh, come on, McGonagall, like, have a little fun. You used to play Quidditch.
Right. I mean, I feel like McGonagall seems like she like there's like a layer of her that could be fun.
Yeah.
You know, at specific times when she's not like, doing her duties of teaching and such.
Yeah, she's got to have fun sometimes.
Although she does have a bit of like a tragic backstory when you go through and like reread everything that she's kind of like been through per her article on Pottermore.
Yeah, that's true.
She had like her one true love, Dougal McGregor,
or I can never remember if it's Gregor McDougal, but I think it is Dougal.
Yeah, I think it's Dougal McGregor.
Dougal McGregor.
And he is a Muggle man, but I believe that Minerva's own mother like gave up her magic in order to be with Minerva's father,
Reverend McGonagall. Yes, and I think it like kind of like devastated her mother to have like given up this aspect of herself. Mm-hmm. And then I want to say, like, did Dougal McGregor like back away because he didn't want like the same thing to happen to her? There's like something like noble about it. There is something like that. And then she goes on to, does she marry her like boss at the ministry?
Yeah, so she ends up, I feel like we're piecing it together from like memory right now, but I believe what happens is that like in her late 20s, she's working at the ministry and she has like a superior at work who has like favored her. And I think that she declines the advance because she's still sad about not ending up with Dougal McGregor. And then it's not until like way
years
later.
Yeah, like maybe when he's not her boss anymore. Urquhart, is that his name?
Oh, that sounds right.
Oh, it does. Yeah.
Anyway, so they end up getting married for like a few years, and then he passes away.
Then he gets sick and dies. Yeah.
And then she moves back in at the castle full time. So I can see a world where she's just been through so much that at this point in her life, she's like, I've got no time for romance.
I ain't got time for this.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
What a like people are like, I signed up for the this podcast so that I could listen to two experts talk about it. Listening to you guys, like, is it? No, could it be?
That's what happened. That's what happened. Is that yes? McGonagall fell in love with the Muggle man. It didn't work out because her own mother was a witch and she hid it from her husband, and it was devastating. And then so that she didn't get married to Dougal, she married her former boss from the ministry, and then he died, and then she started working at Hogwarts. So,
right. There you go.
If you want to read more about it, it's on the Pottermore archives on Wizarding World.
We'll link it below.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. Anyway, maybe that's the reason that she's a little high strung. That's what we're going for.
Yes, perhaps.
But anyway, yeah. So the next line is, but that does not mean, Professor McGonagall went on, that we'll be relaxing the standards of behavior we expect from Hogwarts students. I will be most seriously displeased if a Gryffindor student embarrasses the school in any way.
Ron.
Yeah.
Don't have a big huffy jealous scene about the champion from Durmstrang or something. Definitely don't do that.
It would be exactly counter to the entire point of the opportunity to socialize with our foreign guests.
Completely missing the point. Don't think so, Ron. Don't think so.
So the bell rings. McGonagall pulls Harry aside and basically letting him know that the champions and their partners, to which Harry's like, what partners?
Yeah.
Professor McGonagall's
Say
like,
what now?
Professor McGonagall was like, seriously, how thick are you?
Yeah. Looked suspiciously at him as though he was trying to be funny. But also it's like he's never been to a school dance before.
No, I know. Yeah. This is like the first time that we're gonna have school sanctioned dating happening at all.
Yeah.
But this is the point that I think is very interesting, that like Harry's basically like, I don't dance, and McGonagall's like, yes, you do.
No, incorrect, sir.
And he's like, he doubles down and he goes, I'm not dancing. And she says, it is traditional. You are a Hogwarts champion and you will do what is expected of you as a representative of the school. So make sure you get yourself a partner, Potter. And so this was like the line where I was like, okay, McGonagall, I think, has got like, we always talk about Harry's father figures. You've got, Hagrid, Sirius Black, Albus Dumbledore, probably Lupin in there a little bit.
Yeah, more than Sirius, some would say.
Yeah. And then he's got like his then he got like the mother figure, which is probably Molly Weasley. If I'm being more wide open about it. But then here's McGonagall over here.
McGonagall.
She, day one, is like, hey, you're going to be on the Quidditch team. Day 4, which I mean, day 4 is year 4.
Yeah.
She's like, you need to learn to start dating.
Yeah.
Now. Get yourself a date.
Get yourself a date. You do need one. It is expected of you.
It is expected of you.
Yeah.
You heard me, Potter.
Oh, dear. So in a very final sort of way. Oh, man. What did I write here? Would he have... because the question is, if Harry wasn't a champion, would he have still gone about finding a date for this? Like, would he have even cared to go?
It's a really good question. It's a really good question because, like, I mean, Harry, I think, to his credit, for the most part, like, as much as like Draco gives him a hard time for his fame, that Harry really had no hand in creating or cultivating in any way, shape, or form. Like, Harry doesn't like being the center of attention.
Right.
He's not exactly a social butterfly.
Right.
So it is curious to know, but it's a cool, fun event. So maybe if you don't have all the pressure of being the champion and having to lead the event off,
right,
maybe then it's just much more fun to just find somebody you could go with for fun.
Yeah, right. For fun. Yeah. I think there's no way he doesn't go, because obviously he's going to stay at the castle anyway.
Right.
He's not going back to like Privet Drive or anything.
I don't understand how they don't come up with Ginny and Hermione very quickly. I mean, they're literally their eventual partners, which I am going to assert means that there is already some amount of pre-established like something.
Well, I mean, even in this chapter, it's going to be clear that Hermione, at the very least, has like considered Ron as a romantic partner.
Right. And Ginny is definitely up.
Ginny's clearly, yes, considering Harry. I do love that, like the whole scene at the end of this chapter where the table gets like turned and flipped and kicked around, and it's like on every single person loses the upper hand.
Yes.
Like, over and over. It is very fun. But so now Harry has to find himself a dance partner. And I love when he's comparing it to fighting the dragon. He's like, now that he'd done the ladder and was facing the prospect of asking a girl to the ball, he thought he'd rather have another round with the dragon. Then, like, it can be scary to try and ask someone to one of these things.
Dude, that's exactly what I wrote. I was like, this is so teenage relatable. Like,
Yes.
I think that I would have been reading this book around the time I would have been in like 8th or 9th grade, maybe. And so, yeah, like the prospect of like asking a date to homecoming, especially like because there is that sort of like weird layer of like, who do you go with? And like, it's like, I don't know, like going in and finding somebody and like stopping them in the hallway between classes and being like,
Instant Messenger, Ben.
well, I mean, yeah, Instant Messenger, I guess, was there. And now probably like Snapchat or texting or.
Now there's like, like promposals and stuff.
Well, this is also
that
true.
Stuff, which I invented, by the way, in case you didn't know that.
Right. Yes. Jay did, in fact, ask his now wife.
My now wife.
To prom
with a promposal. And as far like no one told me about promposal. That word wasn't around.
Right. You just did it.
I just did it
all on your own.
Did it all on my own. Prom ? I wrote it on her car. It was great. She said yes.
Did you sign it, Jay?
I did not. No, because I'd been drawing pictures on her car window all week, so she knew it was me.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah,
that's good.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Really really just affecting massive change.
Yeah.
The world over.
I do what I can, you know?
Yeah.
You're welcome for the promposals out there, or maybe not if it's like a lot of pressure now.
Right. Well, I could also see that. But yeah, I do remember relating to Harry in such a massive way because this is very difficult. Let's see here. Harry had never known so many people to put their names down to stay at Hogwarts over Christmas. He, of course, always did because the alternative was usually going back to Privet Drive, but he had always been very much in the minority before now. This year, however, everyone in the 4th year and above seemed to be staying, and they all seemed to be obsessed with the coming ball, or at least all the girls were.
The girls were.
Yeah.
And suddenly it's like all of a sudden you're noticing every girl in the school.
Right. Yes. It was amazing how many girls Hogwarts suddenly seemed to hold, to which, if my math is correct, it's about 140.
Yeah.
140 girls. And that would be including 1st, 2nd, and 3rd year girls.
Right. Which of course, yeah.
Are probably a little bit too on the young side. So maybe closer to 100 potential girls who could go.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Harry doesn't seem that interested in going with anyone. Well, I was going to say not older than him, but obviously he does ask out Cho. So never mind that.
That's a good point. That's a good point. But the other thing that I think is really kind of funny about Harry is like just how kind of oblivious he is, because it's like, he's really nervous about it, but he's clearly getting a lot of attention. Like, yes, he would be like kind of a get.
Absolutely. Harry would be a get.
Yeah.
Yeah. For that matter, though, Seamus is going to later, like, I think he's going to like complain to like Harry and Ron is like, still don't see how you two ended up with the best looking girls in the year or something.
Yes.
And like, Seamus, you asked Lavender while Parvati was still available.
Right.
Like, what are you talking about?
I know exactly what you mean. I mean, it's a weird line where it's also like maybe surprising that, that they also just, Seamus aside, wouldn't have just like had dates already. And then even Seamus's comment, it's like, Harry's the school champion and Harry Potter.
Right.
Like,
and Ron's his best friend.
Right.
It's
like, I think all of it makes sense.
It all makes plenty of sense. And I don't know what you're put out about, because if you think Parvati's that much better looking than Lavender, then you like, if that's your reasoning, which is dumb reasoning.
Right.
But if that's your reasoning, then you could have asked her.
Right. Yes. It was on the table, man. You're what doesn't make sense,
Seamus. Actually, what it really speaks to is a certain amount of lack of self-esteem on Seamus's part.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, let's see here. Now they're trying to figure out how to pull somebody aside, because they do seem to travel in packs.
Oh my gosh. Harry's true greatest adversary in this series. Like, screw Voldemort. Harry's real worst enemy is crowds, Ben. He cannot handle them. He's like, people are walking in crowds. I cannot solve this.
I don't know what to do.
Like, giant chess set, winged keys, 3-headed dogs. I got through that. walking with her friends. Pretty hard. Cedric, how am I going to tell him about the dragon? I know. I'll rip his bag with magic.
Yeah.
It's like
Right.
the idea of just being like, hey, Cedric.
Right. Yes. As if it would be like very unusual for Harry to be talking to one of the other champions.
I know.
I feel like every single time Fleur Delacour is brought up, she's talking to Cedric,
Yeah, basically.
including in this chapter.
In this chapter, turn on the old charm.
That's exactly it.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you're right though. He seems to struggle. Maybe there's something to that though. Like maybe a lot of like what we're supposed to understand about Harry, or even what makes him so relatable, is that like he's always capable at standing up to the really important stuff, but then he like can't overcome the fact that he is still a 14-year-old.
Sure.
He's still experiencing like the everyday plights.
Yes.
You know, like, and those are difficult no matter what.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Growing up is hard.
Growing up is hard.
Why do they have to move in packs? And then, so this is like Ron asks him, got any idea who you're going to try? Harry didn't answer. I am curious if he ever answers him about like eventually, like he reveals that he asked Cho, but like, did he tell Ron ahead of time that he wanted to ask Cho?
Another barrier that I feel like, I mean, this takes me back to like sleepovers when I was a kid, but like communicating who you liked, not even to the person, but to your friends,
anyone. Yeah.
It's massively vulnerable because it was like all of a sudden you had to be at the mercy of whether or not the other person thought you had a shot. And like, that was like then like one of those things where it was like, you didn't want to be discouraged because you're already panicking on the inside. The last thing in the world you want is for your best bud to be like, no, that's not going to happen.
Not going to happen. Or to like disapprove of them for you.
Or that.
Yes.
Yep. Kind of an unusual choice.
Right.
In fact, I remember that there was a girl that was in my high school that one of my like lunch buddies had like a crush on. And I was always like, man, really? Like, she can be a little, poignant, let's say, and they're married and have kids and everything. I mean, clearly he knew,
he knew,
he was right. Obviously.
He was right. Yeah.
But I was like, I remember when he first brought it up, I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. But I was wrong.
But you were wrong because now they're married. Yeah.
So now they're married. Good for them.
Good for them. Hooray. Yay. So happy for them, whoever they are, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good stuff. Good times. What are we talking about here? Harry Potter, right?
That's right. Yes.
Yes. So Harry wants to ask Cho, but she was a year older. She's very pretty and a very good Quidditch player and very popular. But like also minus being a year older, all of those things are true about you two. Right?
No, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know about being very pretty, but he is a very good Quidditch player and popular and, all the rest.
And
a school champion.
Yeah. And he defeated Voldemort.
Yeah. So there's that.
More than once.
Right.
Yeah. No, it's a very good point. And it's like, I also think it's kind of interesting because like it makes you wonder a little bit whether or not like Seekers aren't kind of like the stereotypical quarterbacks.
It kind of seems like it.
Yeah.
I mean, like all of the celebrated characters are Seekers, and then like also Ron plays keeper for a while.
Right. Like, I can't remember if it was a comment on a past episode or if something we were discussing in office or what, but like literally of the 4 champions, 3 of them are Seekers. And then of their dates, 1 of them is a Seeker.
Right.
So you've got, Crumb, Cedric, and Harry are all Seekers.
Right.
And then Cedric asks Cho.
Right.
So it's like, amongst that group of 8, the amount of people who are represented by this very specific position, of which there is only 1 per team.
Yeah.
It's pretty thick density.
It is. It definitely is. So those are only most of the time the only other characters from the other Quidditch teams is who their Seeker is.
Right.
Yeah. Or Marcus Flint. Yeah.
Or Marcus
Flint.
Yeah.
But Ron, however, seems to be very aware of what we just said about Harry. He's like, Harry, you're a school champion. You just beat a Hungarian horntail. People are going to be queuing up to go out with you, which is absolutely true. And also just good looking out by Ron, I think.
Right. Yes. Yeah. I like that it says, in tribute to their recently repaired friendship, Ron had kept the bitterness in his voice to a bare minimum.
Yeah.
Because I could see a world where like Harry perceives it as if they are both dealing with the exact same plight, and Ron is like, I might have it a little harder than you, pal.
I might, what? And then, but I do love that, like, it's moreover to Harry's amazement, Ron turned out to be quite right.
Yes.
Always the tone of surprise, you know?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Exactly.
That's a good reference.
Yeah.
Yeah. A curly-haired third-year Hufflepuff girl to whom Harry had never spoken in his life asked him to go to the ball with her the very next day. Harry was so taken aback that he said no before he even stopped to consider the matter.
Oh, man. What bravery by this young Hufflepuff girl.
No kidding. It's like she doesn't even have like an in otherwise. And she's going, I mean, this is the equivalent of like Ron asking Fleur.
This is basically it.
You know,
yeah.
it's like, whoa, okay.
Yeah.
Shooting for the moon there.
She just asked Harry Potter to the ball.
Actually, this is another one that I remember. The first time I was ever asked to dance was at 4-H camp when I was like a wee lad.
Yeah, same.
And
same.
I remember the girl's name was Danielle. and she asked me, and I was like, I did the exact same thing. Like I was so shocked that I think I was out there like dancing with my buddies, like just bopping around.
You know, bopping around like you do.
As you do. I don't think I danced for the rest of the night and only like sort of like kept trying to like steal glances with this girl from like across the room.
Right.
Because now I was like hyper focused on her. I was like, wow, like I should, why didn't I say yes? Would it be weird to go over and ask her now?
Right. Yeah.
Like, she already asked you.
Oh no.
Yeah. Anyway, so
did you dance with her?
I did not.
Oh, you did not.
I totally chickened out. Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah. That's all right. That's all right. We survived.
That's okay. All right.
And by we, I mean, I'm sure Danielle's doing well.
Sure, yeah, wherever she is now.
This podcast's carp girl.
Yeah. Oh no. Danielle from 4-H.
Yeah.
The next person asked him, it says 2 more girls asked him a second year, and to his horror, a 5th year who looked as though she might knock him out if he refused. And I'm like, to his horror, you're going to ask a 5th year.
I know. I mean, this is definitely like one of those where it's like, what are we supposed to be envisioning this 5th year to be like? Because it's almost describing her as like being like, I mean, Harry describes her as being a foot taller than him. And it's
I know.
All right.
This is a tall girl. I mean, Harry's not short. If he's, you know, like if this girl is a foot taller than him, she is proper tall.
She's proper tall.
She is proper tall. And then I'm like, it doesn't say she's a Slytherin, but I feel like she's Slytherin coded, whoever she is.
Ooh.
You know?
Wow. Harry has like Draco's over there like making all these jokes, and there's like one person over there who's like,
It's like
not funny.
not funny. Not funny.
Yeah.
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 I'm gonna go ask that Harry Potter boy.
I'm gonna go ask him. I'm gonna go ask him.
Oh man.
Yeah, this has backfired. Now she starts laughing at all Malfoy's jokes.
Yeah. Now she's like, you know what? That Malfoy guy was right.
Right. Yeah.
That guy's the worst. Yeah, but even then, Rod, like, to his horror, Rod says she was quite good looking after he'd stopped laughing. This is the thing, it's like, I don't know why it's always so funny to everyone, too. It's just like, someone asks you out, like it's a bad thing.
That's exactly, but even that though, I mean, it's so on point. It's exactly how it goes.
It is exactly how it goes.
Everybody is just scared out of their wits. I think that's what's really happening. So when you watch somebody else be uncomfortable, it makes you feel better because you're sort of like, I'm not alone.
Yes, exactly.
You're not laughing at them. You're almost like laughing at yourself, but like not in a mean way. You're just, I don't know. Yeah. Something just registers internally. Oh, let's see here.
Yeah, so then next Harry has the interesting thought that Harry doubted very much if any of the girls who had asked to be his partner so far would have wanted to go to the ball with him if he hadn't been a school champion. Then he wondered if this would bother him if Cho asked him, which I feel like this is an oddly mature thought for him.
It really is.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, you're definitely bringing into a lot of external optics to take into account like are these people only interested in me because of my fame, my position?
Right.
And then like, if that's the reason that Cho said yes, would I be like upset about it? Or would that just sort of be like, well, okay.
Well, all right. Yeah. You know what? Maybe there are some perks here.
Right. Right.
But the thing about this particular thing is that even if he wasn't the school champion, he would still just be his regular famous self.
Also
so I feel
true.
like he kind of has to contend with this almost no matter what.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's probably not escaping it anyway.
Yeah. This will be a romantic problem for him no matter who he dates, more or less.
Right. It does say that on the whole, Harry had to admit that even with the embarrassing prospect of the opening ball before him, life had definitely improved since he had gotten through the first task.
Yay.
He's not attracting nearly as much unpleasantness in the corridors anymore, which he suspected had a lot to do with Cedric. And that was like one of those where I was like, what a good dude Cedric is. Like, I can just imagine him like standing, I mean, because he's a prefect, like he's like an authoritarian figure amongst House Hufflepuff, which I can imagine just being like such a jovial bunch of comrades.
Right.
Can you just picture him like in the common room, like standing in the circle, being like, everybody gather around, take a knee.
Gather around.
Good to see you. Hannah, how are you? Good. Ernie, how are you? Like, so he's like, he knows everybody by name.
Of course.
Yeah. Asking about like their pets and families and stuff. He's like, now listen, guys, I understand that, Harry showing up inside of this tournament, that was a big surprise for all of us. I mean, not the least of which me included. However, guys, I think it is time that we show him our support. We do the right Hufflepuff thing and we make sure he feels supported out there just as much as you guys support me. And they're all like, yeah, Cedric.
All right, Cedric.
High fives
all around. But you know what? It's interesting that that's how you read this one, because when I read this, it says he had an idea Cedric might have told the Hufflepuffs to leave Harry alone in gratitude for Harry's tip-off about the dragons, which to me means like, well, before that, he was kind of okay with it. It's like, okay, now that I got the dragon tip-off, let's all lay off Harry. Before that, he was just like, yeah, I guess people are, I guess I'm kind of everyone's favorite.
Are they? I'm not upset about the fact that everybody's backing me.
Not really, whatever. There seem to be fewer support Cedric Diggory badges around too. And then we have Draco doing his regular trick of still quoting Rita Skeeter's article, because like Draco, I'll tell you what, when someone throws him a bone, he finishes it,
Oh yeah.
He's like, I'm not letting go of this ever. I will beat this joke to death. I will complain about being attacked by a hippogriff for an entire year. Right. I will make jokes about the Dementors forever. That's how I do it. And you know what? There was an article about Harry in the paper like 3 months ago. Harry, I have not forgotten.
He's basically all I've thought about since it came out.
Yeah. But he was getting fewer and fewer laughs out. It's like, I don't even think that has anything to do with Harry's performance against the Horntail. I just feel like at this point, the joke is over.
It's really not that funny.
Draco, we need new material, man.
Right,
come on.
Right. Yeah. Well, so anyway, maybe that's what's actually going on. Maybe Lucius Malfoy is bribing Rita Skeeter to write slanderous things about Harry, specifically so that his son has
new jokes,
some new material.
That's it. That's of course it.
Yeah. I mean, he basically bent the arm of an entire department of magic all of last year to destroy a hippogriff.
Yeah, unsuccessfully.
Yeah.
Then they head down to Care of Magical Creatures, where to their very great relief, Hagrid had given up on direct contact with the Scroots, which is almost surprising. But finally, I guess he's learning.
He's finally starting to realize that maybe these things are just a little bit too dangerous. So it just says they are merely sheltering behind his cabin today, sitting at a trestle table and preparing a fresh selection of food to which to tempt the Scroots. And this is where you start to feel like maybe like criticisms of Hagrid's teaching are warranted a little bit, because it's sort of like, it sounds like they're just basically back there cutting up dragon liver.
Oh, is that all they're doing?
I mean, I think so. Yeah. I mean, it's like they're kind of not really doing anything.
Yeah, I guess not.
Like his whole year is just a big research project on Scroots. Fantastic Scroots and how to tame them.
Well, this says preparing a fresh selection of food. So I think it's like, maybe to me, it sounds like they're trying like a fresh new variety of foods to try and like feed to them.
Sure. Yeah. But I mean, like it still feels like not instructional, more experimental to me.
Yeah, well, absolutely. It's experimental. Yeah. It's very much like a lab kind of class, isn't it?
Right.
But then they ask him about how the interview with Rita Skeeter went, and he says, well, I told her we've been friends since I went to fetch you from the Dursleys. And then they're like, he seems like, she was upset with how the interview went because he wasn't saying horrible things about her, and Harry's like, oh, of course she did. She can't keep writing about tragic little hero I am. It'll get boring. And I'm like, will it get boring? Because you just fought a dragon. Like, dragon fights aren't boring. And like, not to that end, it's like, why does she have to write about Harry at all? Like the rest of the Triwizard Tournament is happening, and that's also of interest. Crumb is in the tournament.
Yes, I know. Yeah, it's like international Quidditch sensation Victor Crumb. It's like there's plenty of just other things to talk about. It's like she's like shoehorned herself into. I mean, this is like where it goes back to the Lucius Malfoy thing. It's like It's like there's other stuff to discuss here.
Right, like she has got absolute tunnel vision on Harry, or is at least being paid to have it, possibly.
Yeah. She wants a new angle, Hagrid, said Ron wisely as he shelled salamander eggs. You were supposed to say Harry's a mad delinquent. And
but he's not,
said Hagrid, looking genuinely shocked.
I know, so pure Hagrid.
I know, it's like he's too good to recognize that somebody else could potentially have ill intent.
Yeah.
It's like, he's like, why would somebody do that? That seems ridiculous.
I can't even fathom a reason for it.
Right. And then I love Harry being like, they should have interviewed Snape. Potter's been crossing lines ever since he first arrived at the school.
I am frankly surprised that she has not interviewed Snape.
It does feel like exactly Harry's luck for that to happen.
Yeah. Actually, I guess I can't. I say that, but I can't also imagine Snape agreeing to do an interview.
Oh, that's a fair point as well.
Yeah.
So maybe she has been bothering Snape, and he's like, no, I'm not doing it.
He's like, I would never do an interview with a newspaper. I don't care about press clippings like Harry Potter, the worst student who ever attended this school. Write that down.
I was going to say, was that on the record or no? Oh man. But no, I love that Harry is interpreting or suggesting what Snape might say, which is that Potter has been crossing lines ever since he first arrived at that school. And then Hagrid's like, said that, did he? Well, you might have bent a few rules, Harry, but you're all right, really, aren't you?
Yeah.
And it's like, yes, Hagrid, 100%. He's all right.
He's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so they ask Hagrid if he's coming to the ball, and he tries to play it cool. It's like, thought I might look on it. Yeah. To which I just crossed out entirely and wrote the real subtext, which is, yes, I can't wait.
I've got a date and everything.
Should be a good do, I reckon. It's like, oh yeah, he is so excited. This is his chance. He can't wait to go to this thing.
This is the moment. Then he does ask, he says, who are you taking? And Harry's like, no one yet. And Hagrid doesn't pursue the subject at all. So it's like, I wonder if Hagrid's just sort of dealing with like his own internals, on this particular subject. He's like because it's like they will both have plenty reason to be there.
Yeah.
And they may, due to their statures, may be limited in some capacity to potential dance partners themselves. So it's like maybe Hagrid's like not sure whether or not to be like, well, maybe I'll just like see what happens when we get there, or like do you more formally ask should we go together?
Well, because you have to imagine like, does the staff bring a date to a school dance?
That's a good point.
Like if you were like chaperoning homecoming, you wouldn't be like, I gotta get a date though.
That's a good point. Yeah. That's a very good point.
Right.
So maybe that's more it. Just hoping to run into each other while they're there.
Yeah. But here we go. Here we get the rumors about the Yule Ball. They're flying everywhere. For instance, that Dumbledore had bought 800 barrels of mulled mead from Radamo's Murta. Harry thinks this is complete rumor, but to me, I'm like, oh no, Harry, this is the most believable thing here. This is Dumbledore's chance.
Right.
He is like, okay, we are all going to be here. We're going to be in the same place. It is a scheduled party that I am in charge of hosting, and I am bringing the mead.
It's like there will be cups of it literally everywhere. If you are talking to me, then by definition, we are having a drink together.
It is going to be great. I'm going to order pork chops and drink mead with other people and not by myself in my office. It is going to be the best night of the year. Let's go.
That's right.
800 barrels, Rosmerta. There will be no avoiding it. Like it's more than students you have at the school.
Yes, I know. And I mean, roughly speaking here, I think I've maybe given this math before, but I think a typical like beer keg that you might purchase for like a college party yields 160 12-ounce pours,
right?
Approximately.
Yeah.
And that is regarded as a half barrel. So that means that a full barrel is 320 pours of fluid. And this would be 800 barrels.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what's 800 times 320 for
like 24,000 or something?
Yeah, let's see here. So 800 times 320 is 256,000.
Oh, I missed a zero.
Yes. Yeah. So if in fact this was correct, and let's quick math here. So if there's about 280 students at Hogwarts, because it's 40 students per year, and assuming just for easy math that years 1, 2, and 3 don't go, and all of 4, 5, 6, and 7 do go.
Right.
Then that means we're shy 120 students, which would bring us from 280 down to
160.
160.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly correct. And then add back 24 students for 12 from Beaubaton and
So
Durmstrang.
184.
184.
Yeah.
And then we'll say plus 16 for staff. So we'll
Okay.
say, we'll make it around 200 people attending the party.
Okay.
That means that each person has drink tickets to the tune of 1,280 for the evening.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's, I believe it goes from 8 to midnight.
8 to midnight. So 4 hours with which to consume your beverages and spend your drink tickets.
That means that every hour you'd be drinking 320 beverages.
Of mead.
Yes.
That's assuming you want mead.
That's assuming you want mead.
Yeah.
Yes. So then if we divide that by 60, it means that every minute you're drinking 5.3 beverages.
Can you imagine? Every minute you're drinking 5 drinks. Oh man.
It's too many
It's
drinks.
too many. It's too many. So maybe 800 is a bit high.
Maybe.
Yeah, assuming that barrels and kegs are comparable. Although to me, it sounds like if you were to ask me, barrels would be bigger than kegs.
Yeah. I mean,
right.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. I mean, unless we're dealing with like a little like tabletop barrel or something. I mean, it seems like sometimes in like old timey fantasy looking environments, they'll have like a keg that's like table mounted or something.
I mean, even if he had 800 tabletop barrels,
It's
that
way
would
too many.
still be way too many.
Especially because the other thing too is that most of these students are underage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, what counts as underage? I mean, they're allowed to drink the butterbeer and stuff.
It's good. Jay, I have no.
Who's to say?
We have exited the area of the story that we have hard evidence around.
Well, look, all we know is that Dumbledore's trying to have a drink with somebody, and this is his chance. Maybe.
I love it.
It did seem to be fact that he had booked the Weird Sisters.
Yes.
So that's fun. That's true. I feel like this is mentioned just to bring up the Wizarding Wireless Network, which is like a very long setup for Celestina Warbeck to show up on the radio at Christmas later on, but then also for Potter Watch to exist at all.
Yeah. So the Wizarding Wireless Network, I also think, is just an interesting little piece of trivia there. It's like, what is the radio network to which you may listen to popular musical groups in the Wizarding world?
Wizards must think that Muggles are super into radio. They're like, you guys got wireless here? Or and they're like, radio? You mean radio? I know what that means. I studied it in Muggle studies. You're talking about the radio, and it's like, I'm talking about the internet.
Yeah.
It's like way better than magic in so many ways. But also worse in many ways too.
Also worse in many ways. Yeah. Depends on the day or the context.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So then some of the professors like Flitwick are basically just they understand that the students are just completely preoccupied with everything else that's going on. So they were just like allowed to play games in lessons in Flitwick's class, which also does remind me of like being in like band class, like the day before break. And it was just like, we're definitely just watching a movie today.
Yeah, right. Come on now.
But he spent most of it talking to Harry about his perfect summoning charm, to which I just can't imagine there was that much to discuss.
I know, right?
It's like, wow, the way that you achieved perfection on that kind of baseline charm. I mean, goodness gracious, we could go on about it for an hour.
I mean, he had them read 3 books about it, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a good point. It's a good point. Maybe it's highly complex, but then just also like highly used, so you just get really good at it.
I guess so.
Yeah,
Maybe it's one of those.
That's what I would think.
Right.
However, not all the other teachers were so generous, and it says not all the other teachers. Then it goes on to list mostly every other teacher that Harry has.
Right.
Including Professor Binns, who, for example, is plowing on through his notes on Goblin rebellions.
As ever. There must be nothing but Goblin rebellions in wizard history.
It is always Goblin rebellions.
Always.
Like literally, I mean, this is like going back to his summer homework over like before year 3.
Yeah.
This is what Florian Fortescue is helping Harry with over a year back.
Goblin rebellions.
And it's still Goblin rebellions.
Still there.
But it was amazing how he could make even bloody and vicious goblin riots sound as boring as Percy's Cauldron Bottom report.
Like, but at the same rate, though, like that makes you a bad teacher.
It absolutely
It's
does.
like, why is Dumbledore allowing this? This is poor. It's like Dumbledore, who of all people knows the power of like knowing history and like trying not to let it repeat itself and stuff like that. Like, Like, why is he letting Binns continue to do this?
A good teacher is somebody who can make the subject matter important to you regardless.
Yes.
Yeah. So then Professor McGonagall and Moody were still making them work to the last second of their classes too. And Snape, of course, would no sooner let them play games in class than adopt Harry. Staring nastily around at all of them, he informed them that they would be testing their potion antidotes during the
Poison antidotes.
Oh, poison antidotes. I'm so sorry. During the last lesson of the term. So, you know, that's always great when you discover that you're going to have a test on the last day.
Again, this is also, though, like, how long are they studying antidotes for? Because this is what Slughorn is teaching them about in year 6, and Snape has been spending all year teaching them antidotes.
I know.
You know?
I mean, it does seem like the kind of thing that would be rather vital, but I just can't imagine how many different ways. Like, it seems like once we get to Half-Blood Prince, we get like a much more concrete explanation of what like these antidotes would be, and it seems like while each one would be different, it seems like they would be like applicable in every direction.
Right. It seems like you can. It's like what they do in Half-Blood Prince is like there's a way to cast spells on the potion to figure out what the ingredients are and how much was used, and then there's like a counterpoint to each ingredient, and then you have to assemble the counterpoints and brew them or whatever.
Right, and it like neutralizes it.
Yeah, and it like neutralizes. So you just put all the opposites in there. But like one of the things that Harry is going to forget to put in his antidote thing in this chapter is the Bezoar, which if you'll recall is the thing that just acts as an antidote by itself.
Right.
Which makes it sound like whatever antidotes they're concocting in his 4th year here are so complicated that the Bezoar is just a part of it.
Right, yes. But in even advanced potion making, the book that Snape himself has marked up, he's just crossed out how to do antidotes and just says, just shove a Bezoar down their throat.
Yes. So the other explanation there could be then that Snape is making them do all this, and it's just like, just put a Bezoar in there. That's actually doing all the work. The rest of it is just busy work. Ha 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 ha.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. It's like, yeah, that's all the heavy lifting right there. What's everything else doing? Who knows?
Yeah. Nothing. Apparently. Who's to say?
Yeah.
Anyway. So Ron goes complaining about it, says, evil he is, bringing a test on us the last day, ruining last bit of turn with the whole thing. And I love Hermione just like, you're not exactly straining yourself though, are you? And so he's like building a castle of cards. Like I could like just hear this situation. I could like watch it happen. And like,
yes. Even Harry's like, it's Christmas, Hermione, as he was rereading Flying with the Cannons for the 10th time.
For the 10th time?
How much could there be to read about a team that is not good?
I know, Flying with the Cannons. I mean, good for him, I guess, for reading. You'd think that to me just means that Harry himself is a pretty big Cannons fan at this point.
I mean, it seems like he would.
It has to be.
Or he just has a limited library of books to choose from.
I mean, I guess so, but he's at a school with a giant library.
That's a good point.
Certainly there's other things he could pick out from there to read.
Like how to breathe underwater.
Or what do screechy sounds mean or whatever. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. Anyway, but he's also sitting in an armchair near the fire, which just sounds really cozy.
It does sound very cozy. And Hermione is, of course, like, I think you could be doing something constructive, Harry. Figuring out what that egg is, or to asking someone out. That would also be pretty productive.
Right. Yes. But Harry, as per always, and this is another piece of like just very relatable high school student thing, is that there were still 2.5 months to go until he needed to know what the screechy wailing meant after all. And Hermione's like, but it might take weeks to work it out. And it's like, I totally get this from Harry's perspective. Like if I had like an essay that was due 3 months from now, there's no way in the world I'm working on it until
right now.
2 months and probably 28 days from now.
Exactly. I'll be working on that then. Also, she says it might take weeks to work out or like one bath. So
right. We got a brief interchange here with Fred and George, which mostly just seems like a good way to bring the ball back into conversation because they're asking if they can borrow Pigwidgeon from Ron, which is just another also like gentle nudge that they've kind of got like their own subplot.
Happening over there.
Right. And then anyway, but they end up not being able to use Pigwidgeon. So then the twins are asking like, so do you guys have dates for the ball yet? Nope, said Ron. Well, you better hurry up, mate, or all the good ones will be gone. And then who are you going with, said Ron. Angelina, said Fred promptly without a trace of embarrassment.
I love Fred's confidence here.
Oh, I know. This is so the Weasley twins the whole way through. A little side note though about Angelina is that she does go on to marry George in time. So just a little note there. But what, said Ron, taken aback. You already asked her? Good point, said Fred. He turned his head and called across the common room, Oi, Angelina. And Angelina's like, what? And he's like, do you want to come to the ball with me? And then she's like, all right, then.
Gives him the appraising look like, you, huh? All right, yeah.
All right, I'm in.
I'm in, yeah.
Yep. There you go. Piece of cake.
I know. Dude, I wish I ever had this level of confidence, that Fred has at this moment.
It's an interesting one, though, because it's like, I can't tell if this would be like me being like overly like mushy or not, but like the informal way in which he asks also suggests like an informal nature to the to the pairing.
Yeah.
Whereas I think I would be like, well, if I'm going to like go on like, like to the dance with them, like I want it to be like meaningful, it's like, I think that probably it's like too much in the back of my head, but probably when you're 14, it doesn't need to be meaningful. It's like, just go have fun.
Right.
Just have, go find somebody who will like, just be like a fun date.
Yeah. Which is exactly what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. They just have a blast. Yeah. But then we have Ron saying, we should get the move on, He's right. We don't want to end up with a pair of trolls. Like, come on, Ron. Oh, boy. And then he's like, I'd rather go alone than say with Eloise Midgen, who poor Eloise gets dragged under the bus again here for her acne.
Eloise Midgen is only ever brought up for negative things.
Yes.
I don't think we ever have a reason to interact with her that doesn't have something to do with her acne, which is not the legacy that anybody is really aiming for.
I know. I'm surprised she doesn't like end up at like the DA meetings or something.
I know, it is a little bit surprising.
Yeah,
it is a little bit surprising. But let's see here. Ron goes on to say that her nose is off center, but it seems like in this particular moment, would you agree with the sentiment that as of right now, Hermione has not been asked by Crumb yet?
Maybe.
Because Ron says, we don't want to end up with a pair of trolls. Hermione let out a sputter of indignation. Like, a pair of what? Excuse me? Like, all I can think here is that, like, they're sitting there being like, who could we go with? We don't want to go with a couple of trolls. And Hermione's like, idiot.
I'm right here.
Like, ask me. Right now.
Yeah. You just watched your brother do it.
You know what I actually think is most likely?
What?
I think that she wants to go with Ron. Crumb has already asked her, and she told him, I'll have to think about it.
Oh. And then this happens. And she's like, all right.
I'm going with Crumb. Yeah.
I bet you're right.
I think that's the backstory that we don't have.
Yeah.
But what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. He's like, well, I'll show you, Ron. Because we know Hermione is not she is one to be a bit petty in this exact way.
She's not immune to also being a high schooler still dealing with romantic emotions for the first time.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say that. Let's see here. I hate this line though. So basically, you're going to take the best looking girl who will have you, even if she's completely horrible. Yeah, that sounds about right, said Ron.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, Ron.
To that end, it is hard to believe that Harry and Ron haven't considered Lavender and Parvati yet either, though. Also
true.
Like who are they? Like who? Because Ron, it sounds like, because he's going to come up with this plan in a couple of pages where he's like, Harry, we've just got to grit our teeth and do it. We're going to have dates by the end of the day. Agreed? And they're like, agreed. Shake on it or whatever.
Right, yeah. I imagine they spit in their hands, then shake hands.
Exactly. So it's a spit shake,
Yeah.
Seals the deal. But then he sort of get like sucked into like Flora's magic and kind of asks her, and it just sounds like it kind of overcomes. Like, I don't think Ron sit out and he's like, I'm pretty much asking Flora. I can't believe I just agreed to do this with Harry.
Right.
I don't think he planned to ask Flora. So who do you think Ron was gonna ask?
It's a good question.
Right?
It's a good question. Yeah, I have no idea.
Exactly.
I have no idea. You're right, though, because it does seem like largely what happens is that Ron has intention to do something, and then Fleur's like Vila magic basically takes that intention and directs it at herself.
Right. Yes. So I don't think Ron was ever thought he had a chance of going with her or intended to ask her out at all.
It would seem like for someone who's this hesitant, it would seem shocking for him to be like, I'm going to shoot for the moon.
Yeah, shoot for the moon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe she'll say yes. Maybe. But in any case, we'll get to that in a second here. We get to hear the Hogwarts staff is trying to make the castle look as nice as possible. The usual 12 Christmas trees were in the Great Hall, bedecked with everything from luminous holly berries to real hooting golden owls. Don't forget, those are all definitely dragged in manually by Hagrid, who in my headcanon is he made sure he went out of his way to make sure he dragged each of them right in front of the Beauxbaton carriage.
Oh, I absolutely think so. I bet that like this year they're particularly large specimens.
Really
as
big
well.
trees. Yeah.
He really he went like all out.
Are you seeing this tree? No big deal. I can carry like 12 of these trees, probably all at once if I had to. You know?
Do you think he was also wearing nothing but his shirt sleeves?
Probably, yes. Hagrid's out there in a tank top in the snow. No, not a tank top.
No,
it's just the sleeves.
It's just the sleeves.
Bare-chested sleeves.
Yes.
Dragging Christmas trees by the Beauxbaton carriage.
We once upon a time were making a joke about this because Hagrid, I think, is burying his face in his shirt sleeves. And our interpretation of it was Hagrid basically like torso shirtless, only wearing sleeves. And so we asked Isabel, who is the like on staff graphic designer, to make us a pin design for basically Hot Hagrid.
Hot Hagrid.
So that design does exist.
It does exist.
We haven't done anything with it, but let us know if you want to see it.
If you want that pin, let us know.
Yeah.
We can make it happen. But let's see who is. So all the statues have been, or the suits of armor are singing in the halls. So they're singing like "O Come All Ye Faithful," which is what is Sirius singing in Order of the Phoenix?
It's like "God bless ye, merry hippogriffs."
Okay. I was like, wait.
I thought the same thing. Is it a different song or is it the same song?
That's a different song.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not good at these types of things.
No, that's okay. Yeah. Okay. I was wondering. I was like, is it the same one? No, but it's not. "O Come All Ye Faithful." So Christian song anyway, I guess, which is interesting. You know?
Yeah, it's a good point.
They all celebrate. Like there's definitely like a Christian aspect to the school because they celebrate Easter and Christmas and stuff like that. But I'm surprised there's never like chapel or something at this school. You know,
like an
service? Actual service. You know,
Yeah,
it seems like the school would offer that.
It does feel that way.
Yeah. Or maybe they do, and it's just like, I'm not going to church.
It's Sunday.
It's
I'm
Sunday.
flying,
Yeah,
man.
I'm flying. Oh man.
Let's see.
What does church have to do with me?
Oh, Harry.
Oh, Harry. Anyway, so Harry still hadn't asked Cho to the ball. He and Ron were getting very nervous now. Though, as Harry pointed out, Ron would look much less stupid than he would without a partner, which I guess that's true. I suppose it's always Moaning Myrtle, to which Moaning Myrtle would genuinely love that.
Oh, she would. Mm-hmm. She would. Can you imagine getting to walk in,
Yeah, float in with the champion.
Arm and Ghost Storm with one Harry James Potter.
I know. That'd be hilarious. Take that, Olive Hornby.
Right.
Who's going to the Yule ball with school champion?
Myrtle's like, look who's aging better.
Look who's aging better.
I basically still look 14.
I look 14. I look amazing.
Right. Yeah. Although hilariously, I'm fairly certain that the woman who plays Moaning Myrtle is actually like 34.
I know. Yeah.
At the time of filming.
Right.
So anyway, so that joke doesn't work perfectly.
Yeah. But here's Ron. He says, Harry, we've just got to grit our teeth and do it. Friday morning, the tone suggested they were planning the storming of an impregnable fortress. When we get back to the common room tonight, we'll both have partners. Agreed?
That
was the spit.
The spit shake.
Yeah, that was the spit shake.
Nice. The sound effect was perfect.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Harry responds with his character-defining
Okay.
Okay. Like, I guess I'm agreeing to that.
Right.
You've already spit in your hand.
Guess I'll do it too.
Guess we're doing that now.
Yep.
But then every time he glimpsed Cho that day during break, then lunchtime, and once on the way to History of Magic, she was surrounded by friends. Crowds again. No.
There's nothing he can do about it.
No, yeah.
Even in the bathroom, she seemed to have an escort of 4 or 5 girls. Well, she is very popular after all.
So popular.
He found it hard to concentrate on Snape's potion test. This is where we find out that he consequently forgot to add the key ingredient, a Bezoar, which is the key ingredient because it's the main thing doing anything.
Yep.
Literally just an antidote by itself.
And what he tells them about in their first day in class.
Yes, he does. Yeah. A nice little throwback there. So finally, though, afterwards, he finally runs upstairs. He's looking for Cho, asks her for a private word, to which he's then like giggling should be made illegal. Harry thought furiously as all the girls around Cho started doing it. She didn't laugh, though. She said, okay, and followed him out of earshots of her classmates.
Yay, good for you, Harry. You managed to separate her from a crowd.
Yeah. This is one where I feel like the usage of the word okay. Like if you're texting with somebody and you're like, hey, hey, do you want to do something? And they're like, okay. It's kind of like, you don't want to do it, do you? But like Jim Dale's delivery delivers Cho saying this as like, okay.
Yeah.
Like as if like,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. It's very positive okay.
It's very positive. Okay.
Yeah, it's not okay, period. It's okay, comma.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Harry, leads off with, again,
Just a singular I wish I kept my counter going.
I know.
We're really starting to stack them up here. Then he goes, and when I was a kid, I thought this was like one of the funniest things ever.
It remains.
I mean, he finally is like, he's trying to muster up the courage, and he just says, "You won't go bowl me."
Yeah. Won't go bowl me. The way it's spelled out, WANGOBALLWIME, all one word.
Wango ball wam.
Wango ball wam. Oh my gosh. I hope he said it like that. Wango ball wam. And she's like, sorry, what?
Do you want to go to the ball with me?
Yeah.
Said Harry. Why did he have to go red now? Why?
Why?
Oh, said Joe, and she went red too. Oh, Harry, I'm really sorry. And she truly looked it. I've already said I'll go with someone else. Oh, said Harry. It was odd. For a moment before, his insides had been writhing like snakes, but suddenly he didn't seem to have any insides at all. Been there, man. Been there.
Oh, it was like you were so nervous, and now you're just like, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Now I don't even have emotions.
It's like, I'm sure I'm going to feel this much more severely later.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry, she said again. That's okay, said Harry. They stood there looking at each other, and then Joe said, well. Yeah, said Harry. Well, bye, said Joe. Yeah. She was still very red. She walked away. Harry called after her before he could stop himself. This part.
This part.
Who are you going with? Oh, Cedric, she said. Cedric Diggory.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Jim. I'm glad you said Diggory because I wasn't going to know who you meant.
Yeah, you definitely mean that second year from Hufflepuff, right?
Right.
Like,
yeah.
Like not like the really advanced version from Hufflepuff.
Right. Yeah.
The school champion.
School champion.
So
Yeah.
handsome and good at everything.
Cedric Diggory. Cedric. Never heard of him. Who's that? Who's that?
Can you imagine Harry just being incredibly petty?
Yeah. Exactly. Just like, who are you going with? Cedric Diggory. Sorry, who?
Does he go to this
Did he do
school?
anything? Did he like defeat a dark wizard or something? Sorry, that was me. Never mind.
I'm always getting those confused.
Cedric. I do remember him. He had the easiest dragon. Right. Okay. Yeah.
Right. Yes.
I had the horntail. I don't know if you saw. I don't know if you remember. I'm just gonna say. I'll just put it out there. It's not too late to turn him down. Okay.
If you recall, he took a cheap shot last year in Quidditch.
Took a cheap shot. People are saying he won. There were 100 Dementors on the field. Okay, like you saw it.
When I'm in a game, I always win.
I'm in a game. You remember when I played against you? I mean, I remember because I was like, wow, Joe looks amazing today.
Right.
But,
right. Yes. But I did win. And you'll recall.
But yes, you'll recall. I remember you being pretty impressed. That's how I remember it.
Anyway, see you later.
Anyway, sure. Let me know when you've told Cedric the change of plans, and I'll see you later. Bye, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a much different Harry Potter.
It would be.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So then Harry's replaying in his head, though. Cedric Diggory.
I'm starting to quite like Cedric.
Yeah, I read it more as like he had been starting to quite like Cedric.
Prepared to overlook the fact that he had once beaten him at Quidditch, sort of, and was handsome and popular and nearly everyone's favorite champion.
Yeah, now we suddenly realize that Cedric was in fact a useless pretty boy who didn't have enough brains to fill an egg cup.
Well, what do you know? And then, Ben, this is exciting. Fairy lights. The password has changed.
Finally.
We are past Balderdash.
Wow. Longest standing password in Gryffindor history.
I know.
As far as we know.
I know. Like literally since the start of term. McGonagall, I feel like she just forgot. This is what happens when Percy's not there. You can imagine last year Percy was just like every weekend he was like showing up in her office during office hours and being like, well, as head boy, as the things I think we need to be taken care of, we need to change the password again. McGonagall, what do you think it should be? She's like, whatever, you choose. Well, it's actually says here in the rule book that you're supposed to choose it. So if you could choose the password now, that would be great. I'll inform the rest of the students. And this year she's just like, oh my God, Percy's not here. This is amazing. It's going to be Balderdash forever.
Well, reason number 1, it's a great sounding word. Reason number 2, please see reason number 1.
Exactly. Anyway, finally we've changed it. Fairy lights. There you go.
Yep, the password had been changed the previous day. Yes, indeed, dear. She trilled, straightening her new tinsel hairband and swung forward to admit him. So we get into the common room here, and we see Ron with a blind horror in his face.
Blind horror.
Why did I do it? He said, I don't know what made me do it. What? Said Harry. He just asked Fleur Delacour to go to the ball with him, said Ginny. She looked as though she was fighting back a smile.
Oh, man. So at this exact moment, Ginny has the upper hand in the situation and is just enjoying the Ron's torment and embarrassment having asked Fleur to the ball. And everything's going to keep changing here. Harry is, of course, immediately surprised. You what? I don't know what made me do it. What was I playing at? There were people all around. Like, it's just so much worse.
I've gone mad. Everyone watching.
Yeah.
I was just walking past her in the entrance hall. She was standing there talking to Diggory, and it sort of came over me. And I asked her.
Do you think she was trying to ask Cedric or was trying to get Cedric to ask her?
Possibly.
Yeah. It is surprising that they don't end up going together because it feels like she's been chatting him up the whole year.
It does. It absolutely feels like. I feel like when you go back to the weighing of the wands, they like walk in and she's like sort of like tossing her hair back and forth.
Yeah.
Around him. So I do think that that's exactly.
Oh, but you know what? We've already talked about this. Her charms don't work on her because he has such good character.
Exactly. Which is why he has Joe instead.
Joe instead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I do. I mean, I think it's exactly what's going on here. Is that like it's just basically taking like whatever intentions you have and like directing them inwardly. Like so at Fleur.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. But so this is when Harry speaks up Harry explains that she's part Vila. I bet she was turning on the old charm for Diggory and got a blast of it. That's why you were feeling it. But she was wasting her time. So Harry thinks that Fleur is trying to get Cedric to ask her or ask him because it says, but she was wasting her time. He's going with Cho Chang. And suddenly Ron is like, what's that now? Why do you know about that? Like he seems like he's figured out. So maybe he did tell him about Cho. I don't know. I asked her to go with me just now, Harry said dully. And she told me. And then Ginny immediately like flips from being in control of the situation to be like, what? Who's this? Who is Cho Chang? I hate her. She seems ugly. What? Huh? Who? What? Cho?
Where even is her nose position wise in the center of her face?
Right. Come on. Yeah. Come on. Yeah. Probably off center, like Eloise Midgen. Right, Ron? You got my back on this?
But like a no look pounded.
Exactly.
Dude, that would be a hilarious inclusion. I mean, it would be so un-Ginny like, but for the HBO series, for her to just be like, wow, she sounds like the worst.
Yeah. Just immediately hates Cho.
Yes.
Yeah. So I love how the situation immediately flips. This is bad. We're the only ones who haven't got any dates. Everyone, except Neville, which is not true because he's actually going with Ginny, but Ginny doesn't volunteer that information right now because of the present predicament. Yes. Yeah. Hey, guess who he asked? Hermione.
What? Said Harry, completely distracted by this startling news. Yeah, I know, said Ron. Some sort of color come back to his face as he started to laugh. So yeah, now Ron is starting to feel like a little bit better.
Yeah, now he's like, oh yeah, I just remembered that Hermione turned down Neville. So that's still worse than Fleur turning down me.
I'm comforted by his misfortune.
Yeah, exactly. I'm comforted by like her misfortune, but it almost sounds like he's describing Hermione's misfortune and having been the object of Neville's desire or something.
Right. Yeah. But Hermione told him that she was already going with someone. As if.
Oh boy.
She just didn't want to go with Neville. I mean, who would?
And then Ginny's sitting there like,
oh no. He's like, was this a bad move? Was this a bad move? Was this a bad move?
Don't, Ginny, don't laugh. She's like, what did I do? What have I done?
Oh boy.
Yeah. Because that says then Hermione comes in and this is the situation. I just love this whole conversation. Like, why weren't you two at dinner? Because they've just been turned down by girls they asked to the ball, said Ginny. So she immediately reclaims control of the situation.
Yeah, that shut Harry and Ron up.
Thanks a bunch, Ginny.
Yeah, Ron's back in the glooms now.
Yep.
All the good-looking ones taken, Ron, said Hermione loftily. Eloise Midgen's starting to look quite pretty now, is she? Well, I'm sure you'll find someone somewhere who will have you.
Yes.
But Ron was staring at Hermione as though he's suddenly seeing her through a whole new light.
I feel like this is the moment right there for Ron where he's just sort of like, wait a minute.
Yeah. Hermione, Neville's right. You are a girl.
Oh, well spotted.
Well, you can come with one of us.
Yeah, but probably Harry, right? Because he's the one who absolutely needs a date.
Right. Yes. Yeah. But even Ron does say here, we need partners. We're going to look really stupid if we haven't got anyone. And she says, I can't come with you because I'm already going with somebody. And then this is like one of those things where I feel like people do this in real life. But Ron says, no, you're not. You just said that to get rid of Neville. Oh. And it's like somebody who assumes that they know your actions better than you know your actions.
Right. Yes. Yeah. And I feel like if he just hadn't said that, maybe she would have told them. She's like, oh, did I? Her eyes flashed dangerously. Just because it's thinking, and this is where it feels like Hermione has already been thinking like maybe she could go with Ron. It's like, just because it's taken you 3 years to notice Ron doesn't mean no one else has spotted I'm a girl. So that makes it sound like she's sort of maybe like been waiting for Ron to catch up with her or something.
Yeah. Well, let's see here. So she storms off and Ron's like, she's lying. And then Ginny's like, she's not.
Yeah.
Like,
so Ginny knows.
Ginny knows. But at this point, Ginny's like, she hangs out with Harry all the time. She's going with Victor Crumb.
Right.
And I'm going with Neville.
Yeah. Right. Great. Cool.
Well sported.
Well, good. And then, it gets so much worse for Ginny here in a second, though. So Ron is trying to get it out of Ginny. She's like, I'm not telling you. It's her business. Yeah. Big secret to keep, though, because it feels like how is Ginny the only one who knows?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Is that this is the one person? Because it feels like if anyone knew, this would spread like wildfire.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. I'm not telling you it's her business. Right, said Ron, who looked extremely put out. This is getting stupid. Ginny, you can go with Harry, and I'll just... I can't.
And then Ginny's like, oh, what? Oh, my God. Hold on. No, let me write a note to Neville.
I can fix this.
I can fix this.
Yes.
I can fix this.
I can't, said Ginny, and she went scarlet too. Everyone is having a hard way to go. But this is the important thing to keep in mind is that like as much as it seems like anybody has it together when we're in high school, no one has it together while we're in high school, except for Fred.
Yeah, Fred's got it. Him and Angelina are just like, they're just like, yeah, school, what a laugh.
What could go wrong?
3
years later.
Wow.
Yeah, too soon.
Had to go there.
It's a dead joke.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a
dead Fred and dead said.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we got Dedrick, but then when you try to do it to Fred, it's just dead.
Yeah, it's just dead, or Fred,
or dread, Yeah, it fills me with dread.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. That one does sting me. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay, let's see here. But then she go on to basically say that she's going with Neville. I was not going to be able to go otherwise because I'm not in 4th year. She looked extremely miserable.
Now she's like, it must have been so exciting to be like, I'm going to get to go, to being like, oh my God, I could have gone with Harry.
Right, yeah.
If I just waited.
It was right there.
It was so close.
Yep. Yeah, but then Harry had just seen Parvati and Lavender come in through the portrait hole.
How did they not have dates?
I have no idea.
Well, Lavender does. So,
that's a good point. That's a good point. The time had come for drastic action. Wait here, he said to Ron.
Drastic.
I do like though that like this is probably the other piece of this though is that like Harry has gone through having to try and ask somebody the first time and he's so much more like even this time. It's just like, Parvati, will you go to the ball with me? And Parvati goes into a fit of giggles and Harry waited for them to subside, his fingers crossed inside of the pockets of its robes. Adorable.
Yep.
Yes. All right, then she said, finally blushing furiously, which we all know that she gave Harry a glance earlier of this same chapter.
I know this
she was hyping for this.
Very chapter.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. And then, thanks, said Harry in relief. Lavender, would you go with Ron?
Oh, plants the seed, doesn't he?
Plants the seed.
I
know. It's
this. Lavender must have been like, oh, I see. You chose you could have asked either of us right now, Harry.
Right. Yeah. So
I get it.
Right. So her love of Ron is actually holding something against Harry.
Exactly. Yeah. That also sounds like Lavender.
A little bit. Or high schoolers.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
But Lavender can't go with Ron because she's going with Seamus, and the pair of them giggled harder than ever. Oh, can you think of anyone who'd go with Ron? Oh, getting a little desperate now, aren't we?
Yeah. What about Hermione Granger, said Parvati. Everybody else has like figured this out for them.
Everyone else is like, no one asked Ron because we just assumed he was going with Hermione.
Yeah. She's going with someone else. Parvati looked astonished.
What?
Ooh, she said keenly. Harry shrugged. No idea. So what about Ron? Well, said Parvati slowly, I suppose my sister might. Padma, in Ravenclaw. I'll ask her if you like.
Let me know. This is just like, so Harry's like, the way Ron gets a date to this ball, is it by asking, and he doesn't actually try to ask anyone. He gets like magic blasted into asking Fleur, and otherwise Harry asks Parvati to ask Padma if she'll go with Ron.
Right. Yes, exactly. Yep. He went over to Ron, feeling that this ball might be a lot more trouble than it was worth, and hoping very much that Padma Patil's nose was dead center.
Oh man. So if Hermione had gone with just like a different Hogwarts student, like if Neville had just actually successfully asked Hermione to the ball, would Ron have had more fun with Padma, do you think? Like if Hermione showing up with Crumb is like one thing, but if Hermione had shown up with Neville, would he be like, okay, whatever, let's all just go have fun?
I think it would help.
I think it would help.
Yeah, because I feel like all of a sudden what's happening is like even in that moment that we just talked about, it seems like Ron is starting to like kind of like recognize for the first time, like, wait a second, why have I not really focused on this before?
Right.
And it's kind of like, okay, like a whole new light is forming. And then for Hermione to then like be coming with somebody who is of such prominence in the tournament, such prominence as like a professional Quidditch player, a famous person.
Yeah.
All of a sudden it would sort of be like, yeah. Okay. I was noticing her all of a sudden, and now it turns out that other people are noticing her.
Turns out
too.
I'm way behind. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yep. So I think that's probably what made it worse. But I think that he probably just wouldn't be jealous of Neville because it's
Yeah, I mean, even in this, he thought it was pretty laughable, even in this exact chapter.
Exactly. And I feel like we're laughing at Neville. Neville's obviously like a total gem of a human being.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, yeah, everybody would be lucky to be with Neville. So we're not actually trying to throw him any shade. The whole chapter is just full of cringe moments that I can't even tell if it's the writing that's cringe or if it's like my own personal past experiences where I've basically been every single one of these people in each of their shoes at some point in time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like you just remember what all that was like.
It's all just relatable. Anyway, do you have a review for us?
I do. This review is from Roanoke Game Master.
Whoa. Hey,
I know.
Roanoke, that's where we are.
They say greetings and salutation from Roanoke, Virginia resident, a longtime listener for Super Carlin Brothers and now Through the Griffin Door. It's always a pleasure to listen and theorize. Two things first. What if James Potter stayed as a ghost? Reason why is he knows his best friend, one he loves as a brother, would be blamed. He sacrifices his afterlife for his friend and son, and would a ghost passed on if they go through the veil? Okay, so basically just like what if James had stayed as a ghost?
Okay, good question. So I can sort of see the sentiment that they're coming from here, because I think the idea would be that James, like in his own version of like limbo or like, whatever his party looks like, as it were, to use Dumbledore's terms there, he would be maybe aware of the fact that it was Sirius's idea to suggest Peter to be their secret keeper. Like maybe that would leave a huge amount of like guilt on Sirius's shoulders, the ability to go back and offer solace.
Right. And like clear his name.
Yeah. Like that's like what real friends do.
Right. Because I guess as soon as Voldemort shows up, he would know that Peter had betrayed him.
Yes. Yep. Absolutely.
Right. And then I guess he would have to. I imagine like James would. Like at right away, it's not like Sirius is going to be blamed for anything.
I mean, it depends on how much time James has opportunity to contemplate, like
whether or not he's going to stay as a ghost or not.
Right. Or even just like, okay, so Peter betrayed me. Sirius is gonna kill him.
I know. He's like I'm sure he has enough faith in Sirius that he's like, well, Peter betrayed me and Sirius is going to figure it out, and that's going to be bad news for Peter. And I have enough faith in Sirius that I'm okay with that.
Right. Yeah. So if you could come back to be like, listen, here's what happened. Because I mean, that's the big secret that kind of like leaves everything in limbo for so long, is that nobody knows that Peter Pettigrew survives.
Right.
Or that Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper, because everybody just believed it to be Sirius.
Right.
And the only person who could unreveal that would be Peter.
Would be Peter.
Yeah.
Yes. Or I guess it doesn't sound like Sirius ever like even like tells anyone though.
Yeah.
You know, even when he's in Azkaban, he's not like, it wasn't me, it was Peter.
Well, and I mean, I think, yeah. And when it comes to Sirius's character, I feel like for him, to his credit, it's basically just like at this point in time, he's lost James and he's just like, nothing else matters. Like I don't even care about my own freedom at this point. Like, I mean, that's almost how you have to interpret it, because he's not pleading his own case. He's not even trying to regain any of his own freedom. I mean, he's not given a trial anyway, you know, so it's not like he had like an opportunity to really do such things.
Right. And I guess he believes Peter's dead too. So it's not like saying it was Peter, not me, doesn't mean any good, because
who's going to be able to ask him?
Yeah. They can't verify. There's no way to verify it.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
And it looks pretty bad for him. Yeah.
So is there a world where, assuming James could contextualize this all very quickly and however much time you might have to decide whether or not to come back as a ghost, would he do so in the name of his friendship with Sirius?
Right. Well, I don't think obviously he doesn't. So
obviously he doesn't. Yeah. Yeah. Would he consider it? I would say he probably would. I mean, like, you know, I could see like a world where the contemplation would come in. I mean, the friendship amongst the Marauders seems so absurdly ironclad.
I mean, it doesn't even seem out of bounds for me that the four of them could have at one point like considered like, oh, we'll all come back as ghosts. It'd be hilarious to haunt people together forever.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Then we get to be like best buds for the rest of time.
Exactly.
But I think that this probably speaks to like the kind of character, like it seems like the kind of character that is associated with ghosts is like, we try to use the Imperious Curse as an example, because I don't really want to be like overly like coming after the people that we know come back as ghosts, but we're basically suggesting that high strength of character is what allows you to be able to throw off the Imperious Curse. I would say in a similar context, the people who come back are people who have like a weaker sense of character.
Sure.
Like in general, like they all have such unfinished business, which I think is even like,
I mean, that's what ghosts typically are like associated with.
Right. It's like they want to come back to do something. But like Myrtle is pretty petty. It seems like Nearly Headless Nick can have like some like measures of self-importance.
Yeah.
The Bloody Baron basically, I think, didn't permit himself the right to die as like his own punishment for having killed the Great Lady, aka Helena Ravenclaw. Helena Ravenclaw, I think, you know, was somebody who just sort of like was so caught up in the fervor of who her mother was and the expectations placed upon her. Like they all sort of have their stuff.
Right.
You know, and I think that James is just such a whole and complete person.
Yeah. I feel like it would, if James stays back as a ghost, I feel like that could be bad news for like the rest of wizard kind in some ways, because then he'd be able to like, you know, be there to talk to Harry.
Right.
But like the whole point, that the whole way in which Harry survives Voldemort the first time and is able to become master of death is by truly accepting death. And like Lily literally dies to save Harry.
Right.
So if then her husband comes back as a ghost, it sort of like undercuts the entire message. Like if Harry has like this somewhat father figure he can talk to and who was his dad, like that he was absolutely going to listen to.
Yep.
Because it was his dad, then it's like it like kind of teaches him that this is an acceptable like path forward.
Yeah. And I think even in its own weird way, even though being a ghost is not the same thing as being like immortal, it's like a shade of it because you always will be. You know, I mean, we literally witnessed Nick's 500th
death day party.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, it's just like it's so counter to what every other theme about the story is supposed to be suggesting.
Yeah. It is very counter to it. And it's not that like, you know, to say that Harry might not have a good relationship with James or whatever, but it would also mean that like it would mean that it would be really difficult for Harry to fully accept death in the complete whole way that he ends up doing if his dad is a ghost, because he would kind of have to like disagree fundamentally with his own father's choice to do that.
Right.
And like not, You know, like it'd be very difficult for him to do that when he can say like, no, there is at least one good reason you might want to. And it's like, no, you can't really think that if you're going to fully, wholly accept death.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. In order to do the forest again, in order to walk into the woods with the intent to die. It's
right.
like
There's no caveats.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like, well, at the very least.
Yeah.
Like,
right. Yeah. Like, I mean, I guess it's possible because then you could because then this, and it's like, so I don't know. I suppose you could have like an interesting story where James is basically just constantly suffering, or his advice ends up like not being very good or leading Harry astray a lot of the time or something like that.
And it is interesting because James has never really also like we talk about a lot with like Draco, who's not really given like the redemption arc that we would like to see. But James, I feel like also it seems like in the beginning, he's so highly regarded, and the fact that everybody thinks Harry's like him is like this massive compliment that like there's no higher praise Harry could receive. And then it seems like the further we get into the story, the more you learn that like James maybe had like some scruples, you know, like wasn't necessarily like the best.
Right.
It seems like he was always getting better as he matured and grew older and was standing up for the right things. But you know, it is interesting because it's like even everything we're saying, it's still not exactly like James leaves the story with like the most shiny, glowing legacy of them all.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But either way, I still think it would be so contrary. But it's an interesting thought for sure, because it would be so fascinating if he could just basically pop in and be like, yeah, here's what happened.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, let me just clear everything up for everyone real quick. It was Peter Pettigrew. We made him the secret keeper.
Bad choice on our part. Bad choice. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, yep. There you go. Great question, as per always. But guys, yeah, otherwise we're going to have to tune into next week.
Yeah. Thank you so much for listening to this episode of the podcast. Make sure you leave us a review if you want to maybe have your question answered right here, or you can check out our Patreon, where you can listen to the Owlry, where we answer another question from a listener every single week. And so we've got like a big backlog you can go check out on there if you want.
Yeah, those are honestly just so much fun, because a lot of those concepts kind of like end up being like little earworms for us, and they kind of like eventually like might make their way into becoming videos for like the Super Carlin Brothers channel. So it's, if you ever wanted to like catch a glimpse as to like what theory crafting looks like in sort of like the room full of red yarn, so to speak, that's like our first pass oftentimes at like different theorizable concepts.
Yeah, and we have of course Gumpine the Owl deliver us the letter at the beginning of each episode of the Owlry, so you can get to see Gumpine in action.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly. But otherwise, that is going to do it for us for this week. Make sure you join us next week for Chapter 23, The Yule Ball, here on Through the Griffin Door. Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the riddles inside Goblet of Fire, Chapter 23, The Yule Ball.
The Yule Ball.
What a fun chapter.
What a fun chapter. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, what time in the world you're listening to this. There's festive holly in the air.
Indeed.
You know, it's really, it is too bad though that at the very least, as of recording this, it is April 25th, 2025.
It's about as far from Christmas as we can be.
Yeah. Although it is at least the 25th. We have that going for us.
Yeah, that's something.
Yeah. So that is something. So no, I'm very excited about the Yule Ball. I feel like there is something about this chapter that I think like when I think of Harry Potter, I think of the Yule Ball. Like I think it's like a very like I don't even know the best way to describe it. Like a very like romanticized like moment in the saga, which is fascinating because it is like not necessarily a terribly positive experience for like Harry
every character
or Ron.
Like, right. I suppose, is the Yule Ball like the exact halfway point through the series almost?
Oh, that's an interesting thought. I mean,
this is exactly 4.5 years in, right?
Yes.
Maybe not. Well, yeah, pretty close.
Pretty close. Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to think because Dead 4 would be the dead center, right? Of a 7-part series.
Right. Yes.
So yeah, we're in the middle of middle.
We're like in the middle of middle. I mean, if you look at the pages, we're certainly just past the middle, but like timeline wise, inside of like Harry's school experience, he'd been there for September, October, November, and now we're like at the end of December. And so he'll still be there for like 6 more months, I guess. So maybe like February is the dead center.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Okay.
Right. Yeah. The second task. Maybe the second task is the dead. Oh, even that makes sense. That it's like the very middle of the tournament is the middle of the whole story.
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's very interesting.
February 24th, that would be. As we know,
yes.
they all happen on the 24th.
They all happen on the 24th, except for the Yule Ball, which happens on the 25th.
Right.
Which is almost like one of those things where I'm like, it should have been on the 24th and then ended at Christmas.
Right.
But I think that for structure's sake, it's more fun to have them wake up and do presents and all that type of stuff rather than going through the whole Yule Ball, having all the negativity, ending with the Ron and Hermione screaming match in the common room, and then waking up the next morning.
Waking up on Christmas.
Yeah, to Dobby being like, "Good morning, sir."
Like right in your face. Yeah. Don't do that.
Come on. Anyway, as per always, we got to talk about the chapter art, which I think is kind of funny. I wrote it is a antlered statue.
It is. I mean,
of a 4-legged creature.
It is technically a reindeer, but I wrote stag right next to it.
I wrote statue.
Yeah,
get it? Like statue.
Statue. I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
It's a pun. It's a play on words.
It is.
Prongs. Rudolph. These are other notes that I've made on my page here.
Right.
Yeah. Missing from this particular chapter art though is like a tiny little beetle.
I said the exact same thing. I was like, there really needs to be just the tiniest little beetle somewhere. That would have been really great because even then you'd read the chapter and you'd be like, hey, there's the beetle.
Yes, yeah. It's like, wow,
yeah.
Odd that they chose to include that in the chapter art,
I know,
but whatever.
I doubt you'd be like, oh, I get it. It's Rita Skeeter.
Right.
Yeah.
It's even funny too, because on the shrubs that you see inside of the chapter art here, they've got like little flowering somethings in there. So you could have easily changed one of them, buds of some kind. I don't know what they are. But you could have easily changed one of them to a beetle and then it would be like extra covert. One of them is not a beetle, is it?
I know.
Are we like making this whole fuss? And
I'm
it's like
looking at like the top right between the 2 big roses. There's like a tiny circle. Could that be it? I don't think so. You almost need a magnifying glass if it is.
I know. I'm literally holding my page as if I think I'm like verging on needing like a pair of like readers.
I cannot get it any closer.
I can't hold the page.
I'm like, I feel like such an old man now. Hold on, is that the beetle right there?
Back in my day, we swore there was a beetle.
Used to be able to look at things up close like this.
Anyway,
I don't think the beetle's there, but I stand to be corrected, I suppose.
Most certainly, yes. This is going to be one of those where we get like 12,000 responses from people being like, guys, it's right there.
It's right there. It's not even the one we're looking at. It's like one of these other super obvious ones. No. Anyway, let's get into the chat. Well, actually, who do you suppose is this hiding behind there? Is that supposed to be Hagrid and Madame Maxime, or is that Harry and Ron?
You know, that's a good question. It doesn't feel like from a seismic standpoint that it could be Madame Maxine and
agree.
Hagrid.
It feels like they'd be a lot bigger.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go. But as we get through the chapter, we'll have to see if there's like any specific circumstance because it could also be like Fawcett and who else? Take points from
Fawcett and
Stebbins or Stebbins.
Stebbins. Yes,
it
is. It's Fawcett and Stebbins.
Could it be them?
Just being mean to people for no reason again.
It literally is like, all of the other professors, including McGonagall, is in there like dancing the night away, and Snape is outside blasting shrubs apart.
I know, like attacking the shrubs. Like, dude, chill.
Yeah, you need to like tone it down a notch.
You were being a little sus over there, man.
Right. Yeah. You didn't even have one of these to have a negative experience about that you're now like taking it out on.
I know it's not like this is drawing up bad memories from your own Yule Ball. As far as we know, you didn't have any school dances at all.
Exactly, as far as we know.
It's kind of surprising though when you think about it that there's not some sort of like annual school dance at the Hogwarts.
It does seem like that there would be like some kind of like or even like a Hogsmeade festivity or something like that,
like a festival,
right? Yeah, maybe those are the kinds of things like where Harry, like, because Harry always kind of like waxes poetic about his experience at Hogwarts as if like everything is wonderful. And it's like, dude, you nearly die every year.
Like all the time.
There's like constant threats. You've got like one of the biggest pain in the butt bullies constantly just like obsessed with you. Like lots of stuff is the foot, you know, like what is going so well that you're always like, Hogwarts is my home?
What's going on is that the Dursleys are that bad.
Are that bad? Yes, yes, indeed. It's like I would rather have my life at risk than live with the Dursleys.
Yeah.
I'm also joking, by the way. I completely understand why Hogwarts is wonderful, but it makes me think that possibly there's just a bunch of other like wonderful things happening where there's like no plot relevant things, and it's just sort of like,
so you just don't hear about it?
We just don't hear about it.
Right.
At all.
Yeah. It's like that day Harry went to a carnival at Hogsmeade. Yeah, like that happened, but it was just a happy day for him, and that's all. So
it's like people
not really relevant.
Right.
He didn't learn any vital information.
Yes. Yeah. People don't enjoy the story of happily ever after. That's why all stories end there. You know, we all enjoy the conflict that leads to.
I know, like every now and then there'll be just like a nice like singular paragraph here and there when it's like, Harry had a lovely afternoon at Hagrid's drinking tea and arguing about elf politics or whatever.
Right.
And it's like, yeah, Hogwarts is great. And it's like, that was one afternoon.
He got one of those this year. Anyway, do you want to do your first line?
Absolutely, Ben. Are you right? It's a pretty solid one, as it always is.
It worked. So far, it hasn't failed us yet.
It hasn't failed us yet. All right. So the chapter kicks off. Despite the very heavy load of homework that the fourth years had been given for the holidays, Harry was in no mood to work when term ended and spent the week leading up to Christmas enjoying himself as fully as possible along with everyone else. And then the dragons arrived. It was such a good week. This is exactly what we're talking about. It's like, I'm not doing work. I'm just it's a great week. Dragons. There they are.
Yeah. No, I've got to say though, that just kicking off into this, like I understand, you know, that like they're in their fourth year and there's like, you know, the NEWTs are going to be next year. OW Wells. I'm so sorry. OW Wells are next year. And like, obviously like these are students who have to be taking their coursework seriously, but I'm pretty sure in just the last chapter, we had like a whole thing about how like a bunch of the teachers like had given up on even trying to teach at all. And they were just letting them kind of like have fun and play games in class and, you know, watch The Princess Bride. That's what we used to do in band class.
I think that's what everyone used to do in band class or whatever class they had the day before our break.
Yes.
Just watched like portions of The Princess Bride, but never quite see the whole thing.
Exactly. Yeah. Then you eventually do it and you're like, wow, this movie really slaps.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Good.
But anyway, yeah, I think like it is surprising to me though, and I guess to be fair, it's also the case that like Snape wasn't budging on it and McGonagall was still being hard on him and blah blah blah. But it is surprising to me that going into such festivities and the holiday break that the teachers are like homework and a lot of it.
I know. Like this is like, you know, I'm just trying to imagine Flitwick being like, all right, everyone had fun today. Have a good break. Also, tons of homework. See ya.
You know, it almost even reminds me of Prisoner of Azkaban when Harry is like on summer break and he's trying to like, you know, do all of his essays and stuff for his summer work on the Goblin Rebellions that, you know, Florian Fortescue ends up helping him with when he's staying in, you know, Diagon Alley. And it's like, it's almost like you have to give Harry homework so that the Dursleys can be depriving Harry of his school books.
Right.
Because otherwise it's like Harry, like, would he really want his school books?
Right.
Throughout the course of the summer. So maybe homework is just
You'd think if you were Harry, the answer would be yes. It'd be like your school books would be such like a tangible touch point to your other life.
That's a very good point. That's the other thing too, though, is they always make it sound like Hermione is like this, like, you know, try hard for like reading all of her textbooks. And it's like, dude, if I found out, and I'm 35, if I found out next year that I had magical powers and that there was tomes of information, I would be spending every waking moment learning what else can I do.
Yes, exactly.
You know? Yeah,
I agree. You'd be like, okay, amazing. Let me learn everything.
Exactly. Exactly. Wow, look at this. We're like 10 minutes into the episode and we've made it one sentence in. So
yeah, I know. Beforehand, we were like, do you think we can keep it like to a reasonable length this time? And we're like, we'll see how it goes.
What happens is what happens.
What happens is what happens. Yeah. You know, we got things to say. I often find the first page gives us a lot to talk about, and then it kind of picks up from there.
That's right. Yeah. So we'll see how the chapter unfolds for us. But the people at home are like, I can see the status bar, and you guys are just getting warmed up.
Yeah. This is your longest episode yet, guys. You don't even know what's in store for yourself.
Anyway, so the next thing that we see going on is that Fred and George have also had great success with their canary creams. For the first couple of days of holidays, people kept bursting into feather all over the place. Before long, however, the Gryffindors had learned to treat food anyone else offered them with extreme caution in case it had a canary cream concealed in the center.
How big are the canary creams? Like, they must be pretty small.
I know.
Like, this feels like a joke you could see coming a mile away. It's like, you want to eat this? And you're like, no.
Yeah, it's like, I have a pastry for you.
Yeah.
I mean, even going back to Chamber of Secrets, there's a scene like where they leave the floating cupcakes for Crabbe and Goyle.
Yeah.
And Ron's all like, how thick can you get?
Yeah.
It's like, apparently the Gryffindors, all thick.
All thick. They're just like, maybe like if you're magical, you really like sweets appeal to you in a whole next level kind of way, which is why even though like even when they go to like Honeydukes and they look at all the different kinds of like amazing candy, and I like always love reading those lists and stuff. Some of them are just still like fudge. It's just like chocolate that. You know,
Yes.
it's like it's still just like a basic candy in like a fun shape or something.
No. It's the descriptor, Jay. It's,
Yeah.
If you told me I could buy a slab of chocolate,
Yeah.
I'd be like, I'll take one slab.
I'll take
please.
one slab.
I
Yeah.
mean, there is something real nice about the terminology of a slab.
There's no doubt about that.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, I love the idea that everyone just keeps poofing into birds around there. It does say that Harry made a mental note never to accept so much as a crisp, to which I added, or nut, from Fred and George. We know what they're loading up with over there.
That's right. They're like, just in case we need an impromptu party, we got crisps and peanuts available for us. Yeah.
Ben, before we get off the first page, because I know we have so many things to say, we should also mention that part of why we were thinking like maybe we should try and keep this one short, which obviously we haven't, is because today, as of recording this episode, is when tickets for Through the Griffin Door Midwest are on sale.
I know. Oh my gosh. How I can't believe like tour is back on, and literally it ticked over to 11 a.m. on my watch as I am saying this, like in real time.
In real time.
Which means that tickets for like most of the shows in the Midwest leg literally just
went on sale.
So anybody who is attending, you may have just bought tickets like as I'm speaking right now, which is just so much fun. But yes, we have a whole myriad of dates available. All of the information is available at SuperCarlinBrothers.com/events. You can get to all of the various ticket links from there. Once again, we're doing the VIP before every show. So if you want to come and take a photo and chat Harry Potter and do all those things with us, like it really, like I've said it so many times and I mean it, like tour has been the absolute like peak of my online content creating experience.
Yeah.
Like there is just nothing better than getting to like see these people go and have like the most rambunctious book club in these ridiculously cool venues that are so used to seeing like punk rock bands.
Yes, I know. We're
like,
always at these odd venues that are like, hey, do you think the people at the bar must be like, what is happening right now?
What is this?
I mean, what's happening is the greatest Harry Potter book tour ever.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a hootin' and hollering good time. We'll have links in all the obvious spots, so be sure to go and check those out. But we hope to see you guys in the Midwest.
Yeah, this is by high and away the most requested section of the country for us to come visit.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
We're going to have 8 shows in 10 days.
8 shows, 10 days.
Yeah. So we're going to be straight in the thick of it.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to be rocking on all cylinders. Plus there's like really exclusive merch that you can only get on tour and all sorts of like fun things. So be sure to check it out. We hope to see you there.
We'll keep you posted. Okay. Yeah. Page 2.
The
Yule Ball.
The Yule Ball.
All right. I love the description of how the Beauxbatons carriage looked. It says, the pale blue Beauxbaton carriage looked like a large chili frosted pumpkin. To which I'm like, what kind of blue pumpkins are you harvesting at wizard school?
I know. I mean, also, it's like pumpkins are not notoriously like snow-clad gourds.
No,
you know, they're usually melted on your front doorstep by the time the snow comes around. At least in our neck of the woods.
There's no doubt about that. I'm gonna be planting pumpkins tomorrow, Ben.
Look at you go!
I'm excited.
I'm so proud of you. Well, they will not be around by the time snow comes around.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But let's see here. Just remember, life is fleeting.
Life is fleeting.
No, I'm just kidding. But no, there is sort of this like very like wonderful sensation as to what it must be like to like stand on the grounds at Hogwarts and just look out at all of the beauty that surrounds you. Because it also says, next to the ice gingerbread house that was Hagrid's cabin, while the Durmstrang's portholes were glazed with ice, the rigging white with frost.
That sounds miserable to be inside of.
That actually does sound really terrible. Yeah, I think that probably all of the extremely cold water underneath the ship is just permeating up through the bottom.
Like, I mean, you'd think magically they can keep warm, but then like Crumb is going to say some stuff later that makes me think like, even though you could do it, they're just sort of not.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That only Fleur Delacour seemed to be able to find anything to complain about. And we talked about this earlier in the book. This is when she's talking about, it is too heavy, this Hogwarts food. But don't forget that Fleur Delacour got up, made a giant search for the Great Hall to find the bouillabaisse. Carried the entire giant vat of it back to the Ravenclaw table. And bouillabaisse, not a light dish.
Yeah. So put that in your pot and skillet.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, just trying to complain. We're on to you, Fleur.
Yeah, here's the thing though, is that like I feel like she is a character who goes on to be kind of great in time. Like I know that there's like a degree of maybe jealousy from like Hermione and Ginny in time to come, because I feel like Fleur has a very soft spot for Harry ever since like he rescues Gabrielle in the second task. And but like I mean, and then Hermione, I think Ron is still sort of like got like the doe eyes around her, but like she ends up marrying Bill. They end up being like key members in the fight against Voldemort. Like she ends up, providing them haven at Shell Cottage. Like it's funny that she is so described as being so negative so early on. It is too heavy. You do such a good
Fleur. I pride myself on my beautiful French girl accent.
That's exactly it. Yes. You must be part Vila.
I guess you know.
Right.
I get that all the time.
Right. And so right on cue though, we have Hermione once again being a bit sour, despite the fact that she is fundamentally at this point in the story beginning to better understand the point of everything.
Yes.
Which is like the international aspect of cooperation and those types of things. But, there's a tragedy. Hermione snapped as Fleur went out and saw she really thinks a lot of herself, that one, doesn't she?
Like Hermione says that, but here we go. In Fleur's defense, she is part Vila. She is magically beautiful, like in a supernatural way, and school champion. So like, yes.
Yeah. I mean, it goes back to like when they were like, Harry, since when are you like the top one in the school? It's like Harry has saved the school at least twice.
I know.
He's school champion. He fought off Dementors. Like, he's the one who took down Voldemort. I mean, I understand that they're talking about like grades and all that, but then at the same rate, it's not like his best friend isn't the top one at the school.
I know, right? Yes, exactly. So yeah, it's a poorly placed insult for sure.
It is indeed. It is indeed. Everybody has such narrow perspectives.
They do.
Especially when jealousy is involved.
Oh, absolutely. And Hermione's dealing with a bit of that herself because Ron keeps trying to scare who she's going to the ball with out of her unsuccessfully. She says, I'm not telling you, you'll just make fun of me. And I'm like, part of me wonders, like, what if she just told them? Like, how would they react? Like immediately, if Ron wasn't shocked by it on the night of, if she was just like, okay, fine, I'm going with Victor Crumb.
Right. Like, I mean, I think you would see like out of like a cartoon show, Harry and Ron's jaws just literally like comically drop to the floor.
I know.
And it would be like, what?
I know. I feel like if she had told him ahead of time, Ron would have been like impressed. And like if instead of like hyper jealous that all of a sudden it was like
thrust upon him.
Thrust upon him is the word I was looking for. Yes.
Yeah. He is definitely a little like jump scared by what is to come. And what we'll see is that like literally when she enters with Crumb, Harry will describe her as a pretty girl he had never seen before.
I know. So she has a full transformation.
Yes, indeed. Let's see here. So then what do we have? Then of course, as per always, Malfoy must have invented his own extendable ears because he's always within nearby distance.
I know.
And he's like, you're joking, Weasley. You're not telling me someone's asked that to the ball, not the long molded mudblood.
Malfoy revealing he doesn't know which teeth are which.
Yes. Yeah. The long. It's like, have you seen that Hermione Granger? Remarkably long teeth in the backs.
Yeah. That would have been such a worse section of teeth to start growing.
That would be.
Yeah.
It would be. But I also feel like that little line is included there just to kind of give you that like teensy little reminder about the fact that like her teeth have historically been larger than average.
Yes.
Because that, of course, is no longer the case.
Indeed. Yeah, that's honestly what this transition is here for, because this is where Harry and Ron are going to be like, hey, wait a minute.
Yes, exactly. Exactly right. I do love that Hermione, she must have like a little bit of lightning on her own shoulders at this point in time, because she claps back at Malfoy rather beautifully.
Absolutely.
She's just like, oh, hello, Professor Moody. And then Malfoy just goes pale and jumps backwards, and she's like, a twitchy little ferret, aren't you, Malfoy?
I know. Like got him.
Yeah, she has complete control of this exchange.
Yeah.
Like, she is not ruffled.
Like,
at all.
I am not to be. You when you find out who I'm going with, you are going to be literally shocked silent. So,
Yes.
So shut up, dude.
Shut up. Oh, man.
Yep.
But yeah, then of course the boys recognize Hermione, said Ron, looking sideways at her, suddenly frowning. Your teeth. What about them? She said. And it's like, oh, Hermione, you know.
Oh, she's being so coy.
She really is.
Yeah.
It's like, well, they're different. I've just noticed. And it really is funny, because I feel like ever since Ron has discovered that Hermione has a date, it does seem like he is like instantly more dialed in.
Yeah.
On like, not only is he like obsessed like with who she's going with, which normally would be like the type of thing that I could imagine Ron would just be like, who cares?
Right.
You know, like, what's the matter?
Right.
But now it's sort of like, I don't even think he knows why he's so preoccupied.
I think
he just is.
I know. That's real. I mean, this whole chapter, he's really not going to like his heart's like 3 steps ahead of his brain here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. And so then we get the explanation from Hermione that she smiles mischievously. And I sort of love that, because that's Hermione's also not one to be out there sort of like bending rules or
it's
sort
kind of
like,
exciting, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
You did like her little like eye to the side thing. Let's see here. But basically, yes, she says, when I went up to Madame Pomfrey to get them shrunk, she held up a mirror, told me to stop when they were back to how they normally were, and I just let her carry on a bit.
Yeah. Oh, see, I think it's hilarious that she's saying this like moments after she just said she really thinks a lot of herself, that one, doesn't she? Like, oh, who's being vain now?
Right.
Oh, I don't care. Who would care about something like the size of your teeth? Well,
yeah. Hermione's like, it's like telling Madame Pomfrey. It's like, and also, I promise this is how they were before the spell, but usually when I smile at people, there's an actual sparkle that comes out of them.
Actual sparkle,
Could you make sure the sparkle is returned?
Yes, I'm known as glitter teeth around the school.
Yes. Oh, man. So anyway, then basically she's talking about how she doesn't think mom and dad will be too pleased because they are, of course, dentists, but
they wanted me to carry on with my braces. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine anything more embarrassing for a Muggle-born student
than to show up with braces?
To show up with braces to wizard school?
Yep.
They'd just be like, what on earth are those?
It's like you're trying to sew your teeth together.
You're trying to sew your teeth straight. What do you mean? That's the general idea.
Oh, man.
There's nothing wrong with having braces, for the record.
Of course not.
But
No,
for sure, wizard students would not understand them.
Precisely that. But then Pigwidgeon is back, to which I don't know how we haven't talked about this nearly as much as we should. But I feel like owls very conveniently interrupt important conversations all the time.
All the time.
You know, it's like a literary way of like changing the subject by having the like something arrive.
I mean, that's exactly what Malfoy just did. It's just like, oh, change subject. And it's like, oh, let's talk about the teeth.
Exactly.
And we're done talking about teeth. Owl.
Owl. Yes. Yeah. Malfoy is more of a plot device than a character when it comes down to it.
Yeah. Sometimes.
Yeah. Okay, let's see here. So then what do we have next, Jay?
So Pigwidgeon arrives and people are passing him, pointing and laughing, which like what a bunch of mean students yelling at the owl, or just making fun of the owl. And then where are they right now? They're leaving the entrance hall, right? Or the Great Hall?
Yes.
And like Pigwidgeon shows up like just in the middle of the hallway. Is that what's happening?
I think that's what's happening.
Okay.
Yeah. Just zooming around like a little guy.
Yeah. Pigwidgeon hooted happily, his head protruding out of Ron's fist. The third year's girls all looked very shocked. I don't know what they're looking shocked at. But at the same rate, I actually think Ron is correct at being kind of upset with the way Pigwidgeon is asking, because this is a letter from Sirius, so the showboating is a real issue, because if like the letter is like interrupted or other people are looking over, it could be a big deal for Sirius.
That is a good point.
Yeah.
That is a good point. Yeah, it's like the kind of thing you do need to keep at least a little bit covert. So maybe at least a little bit in this particular situation, Ron is kind of like, hey, not now. This is it's kind of doing that like
Right.
like that gesture of like cut.
Yeah. Right. Don't draw attention to yourself.
Right. Yeah. Then we get one of the infamous lines where it says, he pulled Sirius's reply off Pigwidgeon's leg. Harry pocketed it. And they hurried back to Gryffindor Tower to read it. Okay, I have to make a correction here because I think the last time I brought this up, I said that this was a Jim Dale-ism. But the backstory between the phrasing of pocketed it is that it's actually Stephen Fry who narrated like the British version of the audiobook for the Harry Potter series, struggled, I think, in book 1 saying the words pocketed it, and then from then on it ended up being included in every single book as like a little
an inside joke.
a little inside joke. But it's Stephen Fry, not Jim Dale.
There we go.
So I needed to make that correction. So anyway, then we get the letter.
Yeah, then we get the letter, which as usual with Sirius doesn't say almost anything at the end of the day. It's like it's good that we get it, but he doesn't say much. And even his first sentence, congratulations on getting past the horntail. Period.
Right.
Like no exclamation point. Sirius, come on.
For real, especially because when you go back and reread the scene where Harry wrote this particular letter, it specifically says that it was a little bit heavier than usual because Harry couldn't resist from giving Sirius a blow by blow of like series of events. So,
and especially since Sirius sent him the firebolt.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. So from Harry's perspective, here's what happened. He wrote a letter that was like, Sirius, guess what? I got past the dragon. Here's how it all went down. I used a summoning charm. I used the firebolt. I was in the air. I ducked left. I went right. I swooped. He shot. Flames! And then Sirius's response is, congratulations on getting past the horntail.
Period.
That's it.
Not exciting.
Yeah. It's like, Sirius, where's your old self, man?
Come on, man. Have a little barking laugh at this situation here. Then instead it's, whoever put your name in the Goblet of Fire shouldn't be feeling too happy right now. Exclamation point.
There it is.
There it is.
Yes, we got there eventually. I was going to suggest a conjunctivitis curse as a dragon's eyes are its weakest point. That's what Crumb did, Hermione whispered.
Do you think that she recognized that in the moment, or that she's already been talking to him? And she's like, he has been telling her about how he did it.
Here's I wrote she was watching, winky face.
Winky face. I just said already been chatting. Question mark.
Question mark.
Question mark exclamation point.
we did have the theory that there's a decent possibility that Hermione had been asked by Crumb earlier and she hadn't given him an answer yet until the situation arose. I don't know what the right tense is there. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But I do think that there's a chance that as much as she is claiming to be frustrated, I think maybe she was starting to recognize some of, yeah. Don't get complacent though, Harry. You've only done one task. Whoever put you in for the tournament's got plenty more opportunity if they're trying to hurt you. Keep your eyes open, particularly when the person we discussed is around, and concentrate on keeping yourself out of trouble. Keep in touch. I want to hear about anything unusual.
So see, there's no information in here at all.
Yeah.
All it says is, congratulations getting past the horntail. Otherwise, keep doing what I said.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
And, I mean, to be fair, Harry's response is, he sounds exactly like Moody. Constant vigilance. You'd think I walk around with my eyes shut, banging off the walls.
Yeah. I mean, maybe not with your eyes shut, but you're banging around, getting into some nonsense.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. It sounds exactly like Moody, though. That's another line. The more I'm reading this and like the more it keeps coming up, it's like Sirius is the character that continues to double down on Moody's trustworthiness.
Yes.
And now it's like Harry doing it on his behalf. He's like, he sounds like Moody. And it's like, you, the reader, just spent an entire book doubting, like mistrusting Sirius and like not knowing and thinking he was a bad guy when he was a good guy. So now you're like, oh no, anything Sirius says, that's like, you got to take it seriously. And
Yes.
it's the same trick, but in reverse.
We're doing exactly what was happening like with Ron, where Ron didn't talk to Harry for like 3 weeks leading up to the first task. And then afterwards, he's like all pro Harry on everything all the time and always.
Yes.
Yeah. But we, the readers, are falling victim to the exact same trap.
Right. Yes, we are. But he's right, Harry said, Hermione. You have still got 2 tasks to do. You really ought to have a look at that egg, and start working out what it means. To which, Hermione is completely correct about this. Harry has definitely reached the point where he's just been ignoring it. This is like what he should actually be doing during the break, you'd think.
Oh, is working
on the egg?
Yes, absolutely.
I feel like he should be excused a certain amount of homework,
I mean, he is
work on this.
Yeah, the champions are excused of end of year exams. It does seem like the nature of that would almost be like you're going to end up doing more work than the rest of the students anyway.
Right.
Like you're going to have like that, as much as that sounds like a perk, it's because you're going to have to work your butt off in order to get through this.
Yeah.
But either way, Harry decides instead to go with Ron's suggestion of playing a game of chess.
Yes.
And he argues to Hermione that he won't even be able to hear the egg over this lot.
I know.
Referring to everybody in the.
But then Hermione actually has a rare concession. It says, "Oh, I suppose not."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh, did Hermione just give up on the spot?" So unlike her.
She's just daydreaming about how she's everything to come.
Everything to crumb.
Nice.
There we go. I do love that Ron continues to win at chess.
Okay, I was curious about this though. Do you think there's any symbolism to the phrase? Because it says, let's see here. She watched a chess match which culminated in an exciting checkmate of Ron's involving a couple of recklessly brave pawns and a very violent bishop. So the kind of interesting thing here is that like as much as wizard chess is giving the commands and watching them sort of like do battle or possibly even like argue with the decisions that you're asking of them, to make, like, no, sacrifice him, not me. It's like the recklessly brave pawns. I was almost like, is that like Peter and Barty Crouch Jr. and the very violent bishop is like the Voldemort?
Let's see, which culminated in an exciting checkmate of Ron's involving a couple of recklessly brave pawns and a very violent bishop.
Or am I just thinking too much about it?
No, I mean, it could be, I suppose. I was like, I thought I saw where you were going, and I was like, I guess the recklessly brave pawns and the violent bishop are all on the same side, but otherwise it almost seems like the brave pawns might be like Cedric and Harry, and the violent bishop could be Moody. Because you'd think of a bishop as being like typically like a nice person.
Yes.
Hopefully, and then, but it's a very violent bishop.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point indeed. Yep. So possible symbolism there. I think there could be something to be drawn out of whatever.
Out of the checkmate. Ron being a seer and all.
That's exactly
right. Yeah.
Naturally.
But anyway, we're going to have a little page break here. And then Harry awoke very suddenly on Christmas Day, and then the dragons arrived.
I was so hoping you were going to do it. That's perfect. Oh, man. Wondering what had caused his abrupt return to consciousness, he opened his eyes and saw something with very large, round, green eyes staring back at him in the darkness. So close they were almost nose to nose.
Boy, anyone who has kids knows exactly this sensation.
It happened to me literally last night.
Wow. Yeah.
Yes. Daddy.
Yeah.
I have to go potty.
Yeah. Just wake up when there's someone just way too close to your face.
You walked past the bathroom to get to me.
Yeah.
Dobby, Harry yelled, screaming away from the elf so fast he almost fell out of bed. Don't do that.
'Tis a bit rude.
Yes. Same thing I say to my daughter when she does this exact thing. Dobby is sorry, sir, squeaked Dobby, anxiously jumping back with his long fingers over his mouth. Dobby is only wanting to wish Harry Potter a Merry Christmas and to bring him a present, sir.
He's like, Harry Potter did say Dobby could come give him sometimes. You said that. You gave me permission to be here.
Right.
And I am taking it.
Right, yes.
Yeah. Come on, Harry. Then Harry kind of recovers quickly. He's like, it's okay. Just like poke me or something.
Yeah. Let's just go about this in a different way.
Yeah.
We need better protocols for all the future occasions when this will probably happen.
Right.
And then I love Seamus being like, someone attacking you, Harry.
Yeah. Not very concerned, is he?
Yeah.
Despite the fact that someone did attack Ron last year.
True.
Yeah.
But
You guys
then,
should be a little more wary of this. That's not constant vigilance.
not even at all. And then Harry's like, no, it's just Dobby, as if Seamus knows who Dobby is.
I know.
Okay, go back to sleep. Presents.
Presents. I know, right? Seamus spotting the large pile at the foot of his bed. Do you think he got one from Lav in there because they're going to the Yule Ball together?
Maybe.
Probably. Maybe.
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 Oh gosh, what does Ron's chain say? Like, my sweetheart.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe Seamus is getting his own little.
It'd be so funny if it just like vaguely mentioned Seamus opening like a gold heart thing, and then it's like Lavender re-gifted it to Ron or something,
or like Lavender has like a move.
Yeah, this is her move. She's like, I know
exactly what it won't.
Yeah.
Oh man. Anyway, but then Dobby is now standing nervously next to Harry's bed, still looking worried that he had upset Harry. There was a bauble tied to the loop on top of his tea cozy.
Aw.
Can Dobby give Harry Potter his present? He squeaked tentatively. Course you can, said Harry. And then he says, which I have officially started highlighting and circling for every occasion when Harry says,
Classic Harry. What a character trait.
I know, he's a big guy.
He's a big guy.
You know, actually, that's really funny because at the end, in the third task,
it is. Oh my gosh. We keep joking about how much he says and but it's a clue from the Sphinx.
It's a setup.
It is a setup.
My gosh.
You are right.
I can't believe that.
That is because it's the final sound of Spider.
Yes. Yep.
Oh, I cannot.
Oh my gosh. I'm trying to find the riddle in real time, but oh my gosh.
Wow, you're totally right. That's almost definitely what's happening. Because it's like this book where he starts being all all the time, like can't find the right word.
Yep. And finally give me a sound often heard during the search for a hard to find word.
Oh my gosh, he's been doing it the whole time.
I am so
that's an amazing little. We've been doing an counter without even realizing the significance of it.
That's amazing.
Wow. Okay.
Okay. Yep. So in the third task, the answer to the riddle is spider, and so man,
that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's us realizing this in real time.
I've also even already made a middle of middle reference in this episode as well, which is one of the other clues.
Wait, what was your middle of middle reference?
Because we're in the middle of the middle.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Right. So book 4 is the middle of.
Yeah. Middle of middle.
Yeah.
Now we just need a spy here in this chapter and we'll be great.
I know. Well, yeah, it'll be perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
Which I guess we will run into Snape eventually. But
right.
Anyway, so Harry says, of course you can give it. I've got something for you too. Something you did not have to say.
It's true.
It was a lie. To which I'm also like, how dare you, Harry?
Yeah, to Dobby.
To Dobby?
For shame.
I know.
Yeah, it's okay though. Pulls out a particularly knobbly rolled up pair of socks. They were his oldest and foulest mustard yellow, which is a little piece of trivia there.
Yeah.
Trivia rather, not trivia. But sorry, I forgot to wrap them. But Dobby was utterly delighted. Socks are Dobby's favorite clothes, sir.
So it says that Harry, like the reason they're so knobbly is because Harry had been using them to cushion his sneakoscope. I feel like this would have been a great opportunity for the sneakoscope to like start spinning immediately.
Yes, I totally agree, because that was sort of the thing that was happening all of last year, and we were led to believe that the sneakoscope just simply didn't work. Because it I think Bill says that they're like just sort of like cheap toys that they sell to tourists.
Gift shop toy or something. Yeah,
exactly. But the reality is that the sneakoscope is working the whole time because Scabbers is actively there,
right,
and like part of a plot. So it would be kind of interesting if like he pulled it out and it started whirring because of Moody, and Harry was almost like, now that's unusual,
right?
Yeah.
Or, because do you think you would retroactively realize that it was Scabbers that causing it to go off?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a fair question. It almost seems like that should like ping through the back of his mind in this particular moment, considering it's been like a year and a half since this has happened.
Yeah. In any case, Dobby is enamored with the socks. They're his favorite clothes, but he points out that Harry made a mistake. They gave him two that are the same. And I love Ron. Doesn't miss a beat. He says, no, Harry, how come you didn't spot that?
Tell you what, Dobby, here you go. Take these two. You can mix them up properly. And here's your sweater.
And then suddenly Dobby is just under an avalanche of presents and does not know how to handle himself.
Yes. Dobby, no, sir, must be a great wizard, for he is Harry Potter's greatest friend. But Dobby did not know that he was also generous of spirit, as noble as selfless. They're only socks.
Looked rather pleased all of a sudden. I like this elf. This guy is good.
I know. Yeah, Ron is like, we can keep him around.
We can keep him around.
This is working for me. He'd also just opened Harry's present, a Chudley Cannon hat. Cool. He jammed it onto his head.
How do you imagine this hat to look? Like a snapback or something?
I have always wondered about this because like part of me always pictures like something with like muffs on it, you know, sort of like an over ear situation that you might wear like pushing like a dog sled.
I always kind of imagine it to be like in like more like a Cat in the Hat kind of vein. Like maybe not so like tall and striped, but kind of like a giant leprechaun's hat, but orange.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Like big and goofy.
And so you think Ron opens that and it's like, cool.
Well, that's what I've always. Like, it's so funny because it's like Ron's response doesn't match to me what like he would think of as a cool hat.
Yeah.
But what kind of hat could Ron get where he'd be like, cool?
Now this is nice. Well, he's even going to be upset later because he's going to get like all the Niffler.
Shouldn't have gotten me that hat.
He shouldn't have got me that hat.
Which makes it sound like it was an expensive hat.
It
what
does.
Kind of expensive Chudley Cannon's hat has Harry purchased for Ron?
Hard to say. Yeah.
Hard to say.
Although now I feel like we should come up with a design for some kind of something that's just like Ron wearing like an oversized like orange cowboy hat.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know,
what do you guys picture the Chudley Cannon hat to look like?
Yeah.
Maybe it's just like a big cannon. You know, like it's just like a voom.
Like it's almost something like if you go to like a Green Bay Packers game, they wear like cheese heads.
They wear the cheese heads, but it's like a cannon head.
It's like a cannon
but
head.
Because it's wizarded, you can actually like light it and it like booms and stuff.
Oh,
now it's way better. It is cool.
Now I'm really starting to like the sound of that.
Yeah. Okay.
As per always, it clashed horribly with his hair, which almost everything seems to.
Yeah.
Dobby now handed Harry a small package, which turned out to be
socks. Yep. Dobby must go now, sir. We is already making Christmas dinner in the kitchens, which very long day, especially when you find out that what's for lunch is 100 turkeys.
Yes.
Yeah. 100.
It's quite a many.
It is
to go with their 800 barrels of
mead.
Mead.
That's right.
People are like, oh man, Dumbledore, you cannot plan events in the future. You overbuy.
Overbuy, also overseat, I'm pretty sure. I want to say there's going to be 1,200 seats in the Great Hall later for what, roughly 300 people?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's too many.
It's too many.
Yeah. Let's see here. Harry's other presents were much more satisfactory than Dobby's odd socks, to which I'm like, throwing shade.
Well,
man.
Hey, come on. Hey, yeah, come on.
I mean, who has elfish socks?
Who has elf-made socks? Exactly.
In Lord of the Rings, it feels like this. I mean, these socks would keep you safe from danger.
Oh, I know. Yeah, remember when Frodo gets stabbed and he's got on the mithril?
Yeah.
That's elfin made, right?
Precisely.
Exactly. As far as I'm concerned, Harry's feet cannot be hurt now.
That's what I feel the same exact way.
Yeah.
If only Achilles had those. See what I did there?
I did.
It's an ankle joke.
It's an ankle joke. Yes.
People love a good ankle joke.
You know who's an elf? Legolas. You know who shoots Achilles' ankle? Paris, played by Orlando Bloom, aka Legolas. Wow, did it. Boom.
Yes, full circle. We made it.
And Troy, the movie Troy.
In Troy.
Yeah.
Nice.
Starring Brad Pitt also.
Pretty cool movie.
Yeah.
Anyway, the Dursleys sent Harry this year a single tissue, which once again, a little piece of trivia there.
Why we even send it?
It really is like one of those things where it's like, you're going out of your way to be rude.
How'd they get it there? Muggle mail? Do you think it came in an envelope?
It's like, what are you doing?
Certainly they didn't use an owl.
Right. I just imagine Petunia walking into the kitchen one morning and she's like, Vernon, what are you doing? And he's like,
sending the boy a tissue.
It seems a little unnecessary, doesn't it?
Right.
What are you sending Dudley? 38. Counted them myself.
38 tissues.
38 tissues.
Pretty lousy Christmas there at the Dursley house.
Yeah.
Then we get Hermione got him at Quidditch teams of Britain and Ireland. This is another little Hermione moment, if you ask me, because if you remember the last chapter, Harry had clearly been wearing out his copy of Flying with the Cannons, apparently having read it 10 times. I'm not saying that Hermione noticed how much Harry loved Quidditch books about the same team, but she was like, maybe I'll give him some other teams to read about.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then Ron, a bulging bag of dung bombs,
Yep.
to which I don't really think we see Ron or Harry use that many dung bombs.
I know, yeah. Whatever.
Sirius, a handy penknife with attachments to unlock any lock and undo any knot.
This knife does come up later on in Order of the Phoenix when they are breaking into Umbridge's office.
Yes.
Which he has magically locked from Alohomora, but Sirius's knife works on it. But then when they get to the Ministry of Magic, he tries to use it on the Department of Mysteries doors, and it melts.
And it melts, yep.
So when it says any lock, it doesn't mean any lock.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. It's also kind of like an interesting trend of like gifts from Sirius being very important to like subsequent books, because like the firebolt he gave him in book 3, but comes in super handy in book 4. The knife pen he gives him in book 4, which he uses in book 5, and then in
he gives him the mirror in 5 too.
and then in 5 he'll give him the mirror that he'll end up using in book 7.
Yes. Yeah. So all of Sirius's gifts are much better usually than everyone else's.
Yes.
If only he could have told him how to use the mirror.
If only.
Golly, it's so annoying.
Mrs. Weasley has the usual sweater, green with a picture of a dragon on it. Just another little piece of trivia there. Harry supposed that Charlie had told her all about the horntail.
Right.
And it's
that
like
Charlie had to tell her that, because Rita Skeeter certainly didn't write an article about the task itself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes. And then he also receives a large quantity of homemade mince pies.
Yeah.
Which I had to look up mince pies because I was just really curious about, like, I was like, how many, like, usually when I think of a pie, I think of a single large, like, pastry kind of
Yeah.
thing. They are quite small.
They're like hand pies.
They're like hand
With
pies.
meat, right?
Well, minced meat, I believe, is like a collection of like dried like fruits, raisins, and stuff like that. Like, I don't think they actually contain like meat.
Oh.
Like meat.
Okay.
I think that like what you see inside maybe like resembles meat, but is otherwise like a fruit pie.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not an expert on British baking, but anyway, I did look some version of this up and was trying to understand it so that I could be informed.
Yeah.
And that's as far as I got.
Okay.
Then we make it to lunch, which, as you already mentioned, contained at least 100 turkeys.
At least. Probably more.
Yeah. At least 101. Yeah. Let's see here. A large pile of cribbages, wizarding crackers.
Oh, cribbages.
Yes.
The wizarding cracker people.
Yes. To which, again, I was like, man, this page is just full of trivia. We could literally do a J versus Ben, chapter 23, page 410 quiz.
Yeah, right.
And I would probably miss most of them.
Probably miss most of them. But so if you're keeping track down in the kitchens, they had to cook at least 100 turkeys and then everything for the Yule Ball.
Some amount of pork chops.
Some amount of pork chops, but as Harry points out, it's a more complicated system of ordering food.
That's indeed, yes. That's
Yeah.
right. That's right. Let's see here. What else we got? We go out and have our annual snowball fight.
No, not just the snowball fight, Ben. They go out in the afternoon. I'm imagining 3 at the latest.
Yeah.
For this, they joined in. The Weasleys joined in, and at 5 o'clock, Hermione says she's going upstairs to get ready for the ball, which is at 8, and they don't decide to head up until 7. So at minimum, this is a 4-hour snowball fight.
Dude, I don't know if you've ever spent that much time in the snow before, but you would be exhausted.
Yeah.
Moving around the snow is so tiring.
Yeah.
You're wearing heavy clothes. Everything is slippy. It's cold. You're hucking snow.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, goodness gracious. Yeah. These guys are, I mean, probably the reason they don't want to dance is because they're just plumb pooped.
I know, Ron's like, Padma's like, you could ask me to dance, and you're like, you wouldn't believe how tired I am, actually. I have been outside all day. All day.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was, you know what though? I hit Fred in the face a couple of times.
But as Hermione is leaving, Ron does yell off in the distance, "Who are you going with?" But she just waved and disappeared up the stone steps of the castle.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Then we make it back to the Gryffindor common room where the fat lady was sitting in her frame with her friend Violet from downstairs. The same Violet who would have been in the chamber just outside of the Great Hall.
Yes.
That
Next to Slughorn's painting.
next to Slughorn's painting.
Yeah.
Who spilled the tea on the fact that Harry was going to be allowed to participate.
Indeed.
We do know that there is in fact a new password, which is fairy lights, but she responds with just an excellent spoonerism, which ends up being Larry fights.
Larry fights.
That's the one. She giggled when they gave the password and swung forward to let them inside.
It is crazy to me that the paintings can eat other paintings of chocolate liqueurs and actually get drunk.
It is rather remarkable. It's like, does that mean that those chocolates are just gone now?
Perhaps they were, are they gone? Were they painted with alcohol?
Do paintings poop?
Yeah. Is there any limit to how much they can drink?
I have no
or
idea.
eat?
Yeah.
Right? If they eat the banana in the painting, does the banana come back, or is it like that? This painting no longer has a banana in it.
It's gone.
Yeah.
The ever important painting of a banana.
It's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or like, could somebody go eat the pear that you tickle to get into the kitchen?
Exactly right. Does someone have to keep repainting the bowl of fruit to feed the paintings?
That would be amazing if there was literally just like a whole legion of painters that worked at Hogwarts to go around and refill all the food
Right.
that the other paintings are consuming.
That'd be so weird.
It would be.
Yeah.
It would be.
But it does seem like the alcohol has an effect on them. So there's something to it, unless it's all just like a placebo or something.
Right. Either way, Harry, Ron, Seamus, Dean, and Neville all changed into their dress robes up in their dormitory, all of them looking very self-conscious. And this honestly is rather on point. Like I remember back in 6th grade, we would do like an annual winter concert for band.
Yeah.
And I remember that this was like an occasion where you would have to like kind of get dressed up. And I remember like arriving and it was like you were wearing like, you know, a necktie for the first time for me, for the first time in my life. And I remember being like, I look ridiculous. And it's like probably to literally anyone else, it'd be like, oh, you look quite nice. But like to me, I was like,
look at my handsome little boy.
Yeah, I was like, this is humiliating.
This is humiliating. I can't believe I'm having to do this. People are going to see me like this right now.
Right
oh
now.
my.
Yeah. But yeah, poor Ron. His robes look more like a dress than anything else. But he does use the severing charm on the rough end cuffs, which makes it lace free.
Lace free, but now you have frayed sleeves.
The poor guy. I
Not
mean,
sure which one's worse, really.
Yeah, this seems like the best possible case thing he could have done is just fully lean into it.
He has to lean into it.
Yeah.
That's his only way. That's his only way forward, really.
I can't help but wonder what Fred and George are wearing. Like, are they just like somehow wearing like nice outfits?
I imagine they are. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't imagine they wouldn't just lean into it, though.
They definitely would just lean into it. 1000%.
They could pull it off.
Yeah. They've got the personality for it.
Ron cannot.
Here is where we get the line, and I think we maybe gave this to Seamus last chapter, but it actually belongs to Dean.
Yes, you're right. We were like making fun of Seamus for being like, you asked someone else.
Yes. But it says, I still can't work out how you two got the best looking girls in the year, muttered Dean. And
Who is Dean going with?
We don't know.
We don't know.
One of the other two unnamed Gryffindor girls.
I suppose so.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Millicent Bulstrode.
Millicent Bulstrode.
Who's not going with Crabbe or Goyle.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Because they're going solo, or as I like to see it, together.
You know?
Yeah. Everybody loves a good
grab and coil.
Grab and coil.
Everyone's favorite Harry Potter ship.
That's right. I do love Ron's response though. Animal magnetism.
Animal magnetism. He says gloom. It's like he's like in such a bad mood, but he's still like not missing a beat. He's like, I don't know how you two got the best looking girls in the grade. And he's just like, animal magnetism. Count that as a joke. I'm not having fun, but you heard it right. Okay.
It's like that was hilarious.
That was hilarious.
Yes.
You guys heard it. Yeah.
It was hilarious, Ron. Good job. Well done. Let's see here. Then they make it downstairs, and Parvati is waiting for Harry at the foot of the stairs. She looked very pretty indeed in robes of shocking pink. And then we get another one of Harry's famous ers as he is complimenting her. He says, "You look nice.
Look nice." Another there it is, right there.
They're just like screaming off the page at me now. I can't believe I didn't see it before.
I know. Now I think it's interesting that she is described as very pretty in robes of shocking pink, because when we meet Pansy Parkinson downstairs, she's also going to be wearing a pink dress, but it's going to be suggested that she's like looking like very frilly and like not so good.
Yeah, exactly right.
She says that Padma's going to meet you in the entrance hall. right now, which I think is kind of funny. It's like, has Ron not even spoken words to Padma yet, like at all? Because it seems like maybe the two of them would have worked out where they're going to meet.
That's a good point.
Stuff, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like he meets her for the dance, and that is them meeting for the first time.
I think
basically.
that there might be a degree of that going on.
Yeah.
Yep, for sure. But then Ron responds, right, looking around. Where's Hermione?
Where's Hermione?
It's like, give it up, man.
Yeah. It's too late. It's too late.
It's too late.
Yeah, Parvati shrugs. Shall we go down then, Harry? Okay. I think that's how Jim Dale reads it. He's got like a real like, okay.
I feel like sometimes he adds whimsy that I don't. He's like putting tone in Harry's mouth.
Right. Yeah.
It's like, did he say it that way?
Did he say it that way?
Are we sure about that? Anyway, but then we get downstairs. Padma's looking just as pretty as Parvati in robes of bright turquoise.
Bright turquoise.
Yeah.
She doesn't look too enthusiastic about having Ron as a partner. Poor Ron, man.
I know. It's like he's having a rough way to go.
Yeah. I can only imagine Padma was like, oh, Harry Potter's best friend? Okay. And then Ron shows up in his frayed dress robes. And she's like, oh, no.
Oh, dear.
What have I agreed to?
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
This was supposed to be, well, okay. All right, well.
Should have gone with Dean Thomas. Should have gone with Dean. Yeah.
We're going to make the best of this, I guess.
Yep.
Let's see here. So then we see Fleur Delacour walk past, which causes Ron to sort of like hide behind Harry. She is wearing robes of silver gray satin and accompanied by the Ravenclaw Quidditch captain, Roger Davies. I have a lot to say about this. And
Okay.
I'll try to keep it as brief as I possibly can.
Yeah.
But I believe that what has happened here is Fleur, as we know, has basically been chatting up Cedric the whole book.
Fleur.
Yeah. So, I mean, you go back to like the moment when they were both selected as champions, the weighing of the wands, like literally the moment that Ron is like walking through like the common area looking for someone he could potentially ask to the Yule Ball. I don't believe that he is even intending to ask Fleur.
I don't think so.
It's like, I don't even like in the movies, it almost seems like maybe like he's like more like fixate
Well, because she's not a Vila in the movies.
Exactly.
So his asking of her feels more intentional, whereas in the book it's like he got blasted by some Vila magic and like couldn't control himself.
Exactly. And as it kind of goes back to like a few conversations past, but we sort of have this belief that like Vila magic operates very similar to the Imperious Curse. And the way in which you can resist the Imperious Curse is to have excellent strength of character, which we of course know that Harry has. And Ron maybe struggles with a little bit more because he also struggles more with the Imperious Curse. But then I would argue that if there was somebody else that we know has great strength of character, it's Cedric.
Right.
So Cedric is not susceptible to Fleur's efforts. And Harry even supposes that Ron got caught up in like the blast that she was attempting to direct at Cedric. So I think the idea here that is kind of funny is that Fleur will end up asking Roger Davies to go to the ball, which is also interesting because what we'll learn in Order of the Phoenix is that Roger Davies had also asked out Cho, who is Cedric's date.
Right.
So it's like
he won't ask out Cho until after Cedric dies.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
she says he asked me out a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's that.
I did go confirm that, but it does seem like Roger Davies is like, it seems to me, on your same line here, that Fleur has clearly asked Roger Davies to go with her, or at least turn the charm on for her, so he would ask her because Roger Davies would be like another older Quidditch captain who Cedric might see as like a romantic rival or something.
Yes.
Because in fact, they do also both date Cho Chang.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep. So anyway, it all fits together, but I really do think that Fleur's real goal was to go with Cedric.
Absolutely.
And that Roger really just can't believe his luck at this point in time.
Right.
He's like, what happened?
And that maybe if Ron had just stuck around for like 3 more seconds, Fleur, who's been the most beautiful woman in every single room she's ever stepped in her life, has just been somehow rejected.
Right. So maybe there's a world where like in this moment to save face, she just turns and looks at Ron and is like, yes, I will go with you. And Ron's like, what?
Yeah.
Because he runs away. She doesn't actually say no.
She doesn't actually say no. Ron claims she looked at me like I was a sea slug or something. But I think what's happening is that Fleur is like trying to get Cedric to ask her and it's not working. And she's like, doesn't know how to handle it.
Yes.
Yes. And then to make matters worse, Ron runs up and asks her to the dance and then flees.
Yes.
Like, that would be even worse. Like, how bad would you feel if someone came up to you and was like, would you like to go to the ball with me? And then ran?
I know. I would
be
be like
oh, wow. that was so mean.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, I was really excited for like 1 second there.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Anyway, so that's our backstory to the Roger Davies incident, in case anybody was curious. Once again, Ron is looking for Hermione, but at this moment, a large group of Slytherins come up the steps from the dungeon in the common room. Malfoy was in front, in black velvet with a high collar, which in Harry's opinion made him look like a vicar.
A vicar.
Once again, a piece of trivia that I think you could totally ask about. The Yule Ball could just be its own quiz.
That's fun.
What it comes
Then
down
we have
to.
Pansy Parkinson in very frilly robes of pale pink, was clutching Malfoy's arms. So it doesn't give her like the same treatment as like Parvati or Padma so far.
It definitely goes to show that you can use the way in which you describe colors to make somebody sound flattering or unflattering, but it probably would apply to everything, because pale pink, for all intents and purposes, is effectively blush, which is like one of the more like neutral and universally like beloved and worn colors.
Yeah.
So it's like pale pink is like a perfectly acceptable color, but the usage of like pale
and frilly
makes it sound like in some measure of less than.
Right, it does.
But I bet she looks fine.
I'm sure she does.
Yeah.
Yep. Then we get an update on Crumb, who was at the front of the party, accompanied by a pretty girl in blue robes, which is Hermione, who Harry didn't know. Yeah.
Your best friend.
Your best friend. Amazing that he doesn't recognize her. But then it is time to head into the ball. So Parvati and Harry break off from Ron and Padma. They're like, see ya in there. I hate the description of Professor McGonagall, who was wearing dress robes and red tartan, and had arranged a rather ugly wreath of thistles around the brim of her hat. Just like, whose opinion is it that it's rather ugly?
You know what? I think it looks fine, McGonagall.
I know.
I'm personally huge fan.
Do we know this is Harry's opinion, or is this like the narrator's opinion?
I think it's the narrator. I think the narrator may have been like slighted by McGonagall somewhere in the past.
Yeah, I know.
It's like it's like this is my opportunity to get a little jab in.
Yeah. It was let's be honest, it was a rather ugly hat. Okay.
Yeah.
We were all thinking it.
You know what, guys? We here at Through the Griffin Door are not here to slander one Minerva McGonagall.
Not at all.
She's a saint. We love her.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know what? I think that the hat looked good. Yeah.
I think so too.
Yeah,
I think so too.
Okay.
Yeah. Good for you, McGonagall. Way to put yourself out there.
Yeah, way to get dressed up. Not like Snape, who I think is just wearing his like regular teacher robes.
Bat robes
around. Yeah. I love the description of Roger Davies, who looks like he just doesn't even know what's happening. He looks so stunned by his good luck and fortune of having Fleur for a partner that he could hardly take his eyes off her. It's just like, he's just like, wow.
But is it not the case that if Ron had stood there for 3 more seconds, that he could also be the one who is just stunned by his good fortune?
I know. I mean, Ron, this is the thing. If Ron was going with Fleur, like, do you think he would care at all that Hermione had gone with Crumb?
Ooh.
I don't think he would. I think in his mind, he would have just won the night. He would have been like, yeah, you went with Crumb, but I went with Fleur, and that's even better.
Here's my other thought too, is that like it would be such main character energy for it to be the case that there is these 4 champions, and that like Harry, Ron, and Hermione would be involved in like the start of feast festivities as like 3 4th-year students.
Right.
Because Harry is just himself a champion. Hermione is with Crumb and Ron was with Fleur. Like it would feel like one of those things where it's like, of course, the main 3 characters somehow found their way into the center of attention.
Right.
So I almost prefer the fact that Ron doesn't go with Fleur, but I also feel like he was right there.
It was right there. It was so close. Meanwhile, Harry has gotten a little bit closer to Crumb's date and realizes, boom, it was Hermione, period.
Yeah, but she didn't look like Hermione at all.
Mm-mm.
She had done something with her hair. It was no longer bushy, but sleek and shiny, twisted up into an elegant knot on the back of her head. She was wearing robes of a floaty periwinkle blue material, and she was holding herself differently somehow. Or maybe it was merely the absence of the 20 or so books she usually had slung over her back. This is interesting though, because I actually think to credit fashion, I think this happens. Absolutely. Like, I think that when you feel confident in the clothes that you're wearing, I think it can literally change your entire body language.
Absolutely it can.
Yeah.
And clearly Hermione spent 3 hours getting ready. I think she said, does she use the the Sleek Easy hair potion?
Does she?
Right?
Oh, yeah.
I think she does.
I think she does, yeah. Because she's literally using what Harry's sourced his own personal fortune from to make herself look beautiful.
Yeah, to make herself look beautiful. She says it take like way too long, to which I'm like, like magical potion doesn't just immediately work on your hair.
It does seem like that would work. Yeah.
It does seem like it would work, but at the same rate, if you need, it's like it almost seems like there's something magical about hair itself sometimes.
Well, there's no doubt. Like, I mean, Petunia tries to cut off Harry's and it just like literally grows back the next day.
Right.
And there's like nothing you can do to it to like make it sit tidy. And it seems like James has this same like frock of hair himself.
Right.
Like, it's like so constantly like windswept and ruffled. And I mean, it seems like he carries it in like a much like cooler way than Harry seems to.
But he would know that his dad invented the grandfather invented the Sleek Easy hair potion. Like certainly like it seems like it doesn't work very well even on him.
Also true.
You know?
Also true.
And like Hermione is like, you'd think if she just has curly hair, she could like put it on and be like, yeah, it works. Right. But it's like, no, you have to put a lot on. You need a potion. You can't even like cast a spell to make your hair like straight.
Interesting.
You know?
Yeah.
And like, you know, unicorn hair is used in wands. They use hairs in the polyjuice potion.
This is
like,
all very true.
Yeah.
That's very interesting observations. Yeah. Like there's such a like an essence associated with like magical hair.
Right. It's like the magic growing right out of your body.
Yeah. That's a tagline.
There you go.
Take the magic growing right out of your body.
Exactly.
Oh, man. Let's see here. The reduction of the size of her front teeth was even more noticeable than ever. Harry couldn't understand how he hadn't spotted it before. Hi, Harry, she said. Hi, Parvati. And I think that Parvati at this point in time is just flat out jealous.
I know. Yeah. Parvati was gazing at Hermione in unflattering disbelief.
Yes. Now it's her turn. So again, if you make like an anime of the Harry Potter series, at this point in time, I think we've had multiple characters do a total jaw drop situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I would love to see. I can picture it in my mind's eye.
Yeah, just
Parvati's like very like meme eyes reaction to.
Yes. Yeah, like comically large.
Yeah.
Like yes.
Yeah.
Pansy Parkinson gaped as she walked by with Malfoy, and even he didn't seem to be able to find an insult to throw at her.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I feel like that line right there, that's like the catalyst for just so many fan fictions.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like, wow, underneath it all, it's like, wow, you do think she's pretty. Wow.
You know what I think is funny is I think people get so frustrated with our Hermione shipping, but so many people ship Draco and Hermione.
Oh,
and
I know.
I'm like, guys, that has to be worse,
that's
right?
so much worse, right? That seems very toxic.
Yes. But either which way, I still only say in jest, because you know it's all in good fun.
Ron, however, walked right past Hermione without looking at her. To which, to me, it's like not that he's ignoring her, it's that he has not recognized that it's her yet.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, that would be my interpretation as well. Yep. Let's see here. So then they make their way to the round table at the top of the hall where the judges were sitting. The walls of the hall had all been covered in sparkling silver frost with hundreds of garlands of mistletoe and ivy crossing the starry black ceiling. It sounds beautiful.
It does.
Yeah.
The house tables had vanished and said there were 100 smaller lantern-lit ones, each seating about a dozen people. So that's 1,200 seats if you're keeping track.
Okay, I have a curiosity here because I think I also spotted this particular problem, and I believe that there is an outside chance that the rest of the schools are invited to the ball.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense.
Yes.
That like if the other Beauxbaton and Durmstrang students were allowed to come for this event.
Yes, because I believe that there's going to be a line when Parvati and Padma are sitting with the boys from Beauxbaton.
Yeah.
I believe it's going to say that they have like attracted like an entire crowd.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's hard to imagine there, at least on the basis of students who were permitted to attend on the basis of putting their names in the Goblet of Fire was a dozen. And so it's like, for there to be a crowd when we know at least one of them is female, if not more, because we have Fleur, who is the champion. And then I think there's 3 other girls who are like crying because their names didn't come out.
Right. So at most, there's 8 boys from Beauxbaton there. Right.
Yes. And that would be assuming that it's not like a 6-6 situation. And that would be assuming that all 8 boys from Beauxbaton are surrounding
just Parvati and Padma.
Exactly.
And not out dancing with any other girls.
Exactly.
Yeah. Which seems unlikely because probably they came with dates too.
Also seems likely.
Yeah.
So I think that would be my best bet.
I think that is a really good point, and I do think you're right. That makes sense to me because otherwise it's like, what fun is it for Beauxbaton and Durmstrang for the students who didn't get to come?
Also true.
You know, like they should be involved in some capacity.
Right.
Right. That would definitely open up the lines of the purpose of the tournament to like make more connections.
Exactly.
If you bring way more students. So, okay, I will give you that. That 1,200 seats seems to indicate that there are more Beauxbaton and Durmstrang students in attendance than are usually at the school for just the tournament.
Exactly.
Okay.
Even though we never get that exact phrasing for any reason. But let's see here.
So now Ron is starting to notice, as Ron was watching Hermione pass with narrowed eyes, Padma was looking sulky. So Ron is starting to be like, wait a minute.
I know who that is. I know who
be.
she's going with.
Padma was looking sulky. Come on, Ron. I mean, you got to be a little bit better day, dear man. I know.
Yeah, this is not Ron's top moment.
Not his best night for sure. Dumbledore smiled happily as the champions approached the top table, but Karkaroff wore an expression remarkably like Ron's as he watched Crumb and Hermione draw nearer. This to me is surprising. Like, why is Karkaroff like upset with Hermione? Like, is it because she's a Hogwarts student? Is it because she's Muggle-born and like underneath it all he is still have some Death Eater like traits or whatever? You know, I don't understand what his beef is with Hermione.
I agree with you. Yeah, like I don't know exactly what's going on. It seems like he's also like really, really secretive about like the location of Durmstrang as they like start talking, which makes it sound like he's being secretive of like the like trying to like protect his school and its like secrecy. But it could also be the case that if like Durmstrang is so well hidden, it's actually like his own safe haven because he is like effectively on the run from the Death Eaters.
That's true.
So
that may be like literally he needs Durmstrang to be a secret because he doesn't want the Death Eaters to find him.
Correct.
Ooh, that's a good point. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, but either way, I don't know what beef he specifically has with Hermione other than that. Because at this point, at one point, like Crumb is telling her about the school, but like so far, nothing has happened. Yeah.
That's a good point. Let's see here. Then we also kind of get like the lowdown of everybody else who was in attendance, all of like the bigwigs, if you will. So we've got Ludo Bagman, Madame Maxine. Mr. Crouch, though, is not there.
Yeah.
And the fifth seat at the table is going to be occupied by the one, the only Weatherby Weasley.
You wonder what happened. Where's Penelope? You know, do you think they broke up?
Must have.
You don't think he's allowed to bring a date to this fancy event?
I'm not sure. Maybe even she finally was like, okay, you're just a little bit too big for your britches.
We never really get any update on Penelope Clearwater.
But not nearly enough.
You know, she has a pretty rough go of it, all things considered. I mean, she gets attacked by a basilisk. She dates Percy, and then she just disappears.
To where? No one knows.
To where no one knows. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see here. The Percy, who was wearing brand new navy blue dress robes, an expression of such smugness that Harry thought it ought to be fined.
Oh, the Percy, like compared to Ron, Percy actually has very nice dress robes.
I know. Well, I mean, he has like his own like job.
Yeah, he has a real job and stuff, you know. Yeah. Not his own house, but his own job.
Right.
Yeah.
I've been promoted.
Yes. That's how Molly says it about Arthur.
Oh, right.
He's been promoted.
Right. Yes. I'm now Mr. Crouch's personal assistant, and I'm here representing him.
Yes, you were clearly the most qualified person, having worked there for 4 months or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, I'm afraid Mr. Crouch is not well at all. Hasn't been right since the World Cup. Hardly surprising. Overwork. He's not as young as he once was, though still quite brilliant, of course. His mind remains great as it ever was, but the World Cup was a fiasco for the whole ministry. It's like, was it a fiasco for the whole ministry? It seems like the event itself was a pretty good success. There was just like, and the campgrounds seem to have been massive.
Right.
Like you had like, I guess 4 Death Eaters, maybe a little more, causing some ruckus in one section of the camp, and someone else cast the Dark Mark. So those are like scary things that happen, but I'm not sure it like makes the entire event a fiasco.
Yeah,
maybe.
It seems like Percy is like trying to like wind through like a very narrow opening here where it's sort of like he needs to both be like, Mr. Crouch is of course still a fantastic wizard. I mean, after all, he's promoted me.
Yes.
And it's like, you know, if you are the assistant to Crouch and Crouch is like losing his grip, then your position is no longer important.
Yeah.
So it's almost like he needs to be like, like both sort of like, yes, no, he is still great, but also some things are askew.
Yeah, right.
Some things didn't go well.
It's like maybe he has to build up in his mind that the fiasco was like greater than it possibly, way bigger than it was, because that's the only way it makes sense for Mr. Crouch to not be there.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
Like it would have caused him to be like so unwell.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then he does like kind of a very condescending thing towards Winky and says Mr. Crouch suffered a huge personal shock with the misbehavior of that household of his, Blinky, or whatever she was called.
Yeah. Like they continue to justify like the firing of Winky throughout the book, which really doesn't make a ton of sense. Like Mr. Crouch is mad that Winky lost his son for a second, but they recovered him, and like his biggest fear is that someone will figure out the secret that he broke his son out of jail. But like Winky knows the secret, so why dismiss her at all?
It's a good point. It's a good point. But the thing I was going to say though about it is that like Percy will go on to say, I think he's found a definite drop in his home comfort since she left, and so it's like the fact that like Winky has departed is like sort of a clever way to make it seemed like Barty Crouch Sr.'s life could be like a lot more challenging.
Right.
All of a sudden.
Right.
Well, like, so it's kind of like, yes, like maybe that's what he's struggling with. Like he doesn't have like his like help anymore.
Right.
You know, but like even that doesn't exactly indicate somebody who's got like what would be the term for like a Dungeons and Dragons campaign, like where your constitution.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like Crouch has got a very high constitution.
Right.
If he loses Winky and like his life like dissolves.
Yeah.
But it seems like that's largely what's going on. But then of course he applauds himself and he's like, I'm just glad he knew he had someone he could rely on to take his place.
Yes, someone who definitely recognizes that he is sick and not under the Imperious curse. Of course. Yes. I love this. Harry wanted to ask very much whether Mr. Crouch had stopped calling Percy Weatherby yet.
Resisted the temptation.
Which, don't forget, Mr. Crouch knows over 200 different languages, but can't remember his personal assistant's name. Weatherby. Yeah. Like that. So, but we had a theory about that recently, that like the reason he doesn't want to pay too much attention to Percy is because Percy reminds him too much of his own son.
Yes, like a little bit like overeager, because we only have a small handful of students who we know to have received 12 OWLs, and that would be Barty Crouch Jr., Percy, and Bill.
Yeah.
So it does. Yeah, you're absolutely right, though. It's like, it seems like for someone as sharp as him, you're not forgetting this person's name. You're keeping them at arm's length on purpose.
Exactly. But then Dumbledore decides to shift the conversation away here and order his dinner, and gets possibly the most dignified thing he could with pork chops. I don't know why I think it's so funny that he orders pork chops, or that they're even serving pork chops, which is a perfectly normal dish to have, but it just sounds very funny that Dumbledore's ordering it.
It's not a terribly unusual like thing to have, but there is something that seems like inherently like baked potato about it, where it's like it just seems so non-extravagant.
Right.
You know, like it would even feel like common for him to like eat the cuisine of like maybe like one of the visiting schools.
Right.
You know, to like have like a very like French meal to you know, sort of be like, yes, of course, Maxime, I'm eating your culinary
bouillabaisse.
Bouillabaisse.
And it just erupts through the plate.
Oh, darn it, I should have ordered a bowl.
I should have ordered a bowl.
The number of different ways we can make bouillabaisse. Hilarious.
Yeah, I know. Oh, man. And then let's see. Now this is one of those things where like you probably didn't realize it, but we haven't heard Crumb talk at all. So far, he's just been standing in the corners looking surly at everything.
Yes.
Yes, but now he is talking, and with quite a bit of enthusiasm. He says, we have just 4 floors, and the fires are lit for only magical purposes. Which is that's the line I was talking about earlier, that the fires are lit only for magical purposes. Like, why? Why wouldn't you just have them lit? I don't understand.
They must be somewhere that doesn't have a natural store of wood.
But you don't even need wood for like magic wizard fires, you know?
I'm grasping at straws here. Something they're definitely not doing for fire starter.
I know. But anyway, and then this is when he starts talking about the castle. Says, but then some of you are flying every day over the lakes and the mountains. So this is like a good like background explanation for maybe why Crumb is so good at Quidditch. And I love that like he he loves just the act of going out and flying like all day, every day.
Yes.
And that is what he really likes. And it's like, oh, of course he does, because he's a Quidditch player.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. It definitely seems like this is almost like where he is not as comfortable on land, but on the broomstick, he feels so at home. And it sounds like the grounds are so large that they can just go and spend plenty of time doing exactly that. And it's yielded such tremendous results in terms of how good he is then at Quidditch.
I guess it would make sense too why Bulgaria in general is so good at Quidditch.
It's a good point. I mean, because that's the other thing too, is that you have to wonder whether or not Durmstrang is in the nation of Bulgaria, or if like he is just Bulgarian and went to Durmstrang, because otherwise you could at least start to zero in on a rough approximation of where Durmstrang would be. You would know it's in a country.
Right.
But that doesn't necessarily seem to be explicit.
Yeah, no, not necessarily. But it does kind of feel like, this is like why Canada's so good at hockey. It's like, yeah, because they have access to frozen lakes all the time.
Yes, yeah. There's lots of reason to be on skates.
Yeah.
Yep, that's an absolutely good point. But this is where, we get the line where Karkaroff chimes in. It's like, now, Victor. Let's see here. Don't giving away anything else now, or your charming friend will know exactly where to find us.
Yeah, you're right. That is what he's concerned about, that people will know where to find him.
Yeah, he's not worried about the school.
Yeah, he's not worried about Hermione. He's worried about the Death Eaters.
Yes, and I think Dumbledore might even be reading right through him here, because Dumbledore smiled, his eyes twinkling. Igor, all the secrecy. One would almost think you didn't want visitors.
Yeah. Well, Dumbledore.
It's like, I don't.
Yeah, I do not.
They will kill me.
Yeah.
You were there.
Yes, are we not right to be proud of that? We alone know our school's secrets and the right to protect them. And then this is where Dumbledore, okay, do you think he is describing the room of requirement here?
I 100% think he is.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And this is one of those things where I think there's a small, anachronistic mistake. Well, there's many, but in Secrets of Dumbledore, the Fantastic Beasts movie, where I believe they go to the room of requirement to go through whatever that portally transporty thing is. And I don't think Dumbledore knows about the room of requirement. Because it seems effectively, and I think even when they get into the room of requirement, they even say it might yield exactly what you need. So if you need to go to the bathroom, it might be, say, a restroom.
Yeah.
And so that's basically exactly what he's describing here, is that he's on his way to the bathroom and ends up finding a beautifully proportioned room that he had never seen before, containing a really rather magnificent collection of chamber pots.
Yes. But see, it sounds like he doesn't understand. But then the next page, it said he's going to say his reasons for why it's maybe it's only accessible at 5:30 in the morning, or maybe at the quarter moon, or when the seeker has an exceptionally full bladder, which if it's the room of requirement, it's the last one. But then it's it says Harry snorted into his plate of goulash. Percy frowned, but Harry could have sworn Dumbledore had given him a very small wink. So it's that the small wink makes it okay, is the wink Dumbledore saying did you hear me? There's a room that can give you things. Is that him giving Harry a hint that the room exists?
It's a good thought.
Or is it a wink that is just yes, I'm trying to be a little embarrassing.
Okay,
I'm trying to embarrass Percy.
Let me amend myself. I think he knows.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think even that, because then it would be a little nod to Harry, sort of hint, here's another secret thing that you could know about that could eventually come in handy. But the other thing I like about it is that when Tom Riddle arrives to ask Dumbledore for a job, he goes and hides the diadem in the room of requirement, believing that he was the only person to ever have discovered its existence.
Right. And
I love the extreme arrogance that he's just so wrong, and that Dumbledore absolutely knows about it.
Right. Yeah.
So that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Okay. So that would be amending my own little personal headcanon. The other thing I thought was kind of fun here, and this is me just absolutely reaching, just to be absolutely clear, but it says, or it may only appear at the quarter moon, or when the seeker.
The seeker.
Is he speaking in third person?
Does being in third person?
And it's was Dumbledore a little bit of a seeker himself?
Or maybe this is another hint to Harry.
Ooh.
The seeker.
Yes, it's Harry, the seeker.
The seeker. Wink.
Wink, wink.
Wink, you're in your
Yeah.
bathroom.
Just interesting phrasing. That's
Yeah.
all.
Yeah, there it is. Then we get to hear a little of what's her butt, Fleur Delacour's conversation.
Oh, what's her butt?
Oh, what's her butt Delacour over there, talking to Roger Davies, who is just sort of gawking at her. And he says, we have none of this ugly hammer in the halls. And if a poltergeist ever entered into Beauxbaton, it would be expelled like that. And she slapped her hand onto the table. This is inaccurate for what it's worth. Peeves has tried to been expelled from the castle before, and while some poltergeists you can get rid of, Peeves is like the most notorious one in all of Britain's history.
Yeah.
Apparently, having been there basically since the start of the school.
As he should be. He's part of the infrastructure.
Absolutely part of the infrastructure. But there was an attempt to get rid of him at one point with like this giant unbreakable glass bell jar and a bunch of like reinforcing spells on it, and they like captured him inside of it, and he immediately broke it and just like stole all the I think there's like he stole a bunch of like fireworks and like started blasting them off throughout the school.
Yes.
So they, even with their best effort to get rid of Peeves, he just like which sounded like significant magical effort to get rid of him, it was a laughable obstacle to him.
He persists.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's actually a funny one. There was like a Pokemon Go-esque version that was like Harry Potter-ified back in the day called Wizards Unite.
Yes.
And it was such a deep cut reference, but if you were to run into Peeves and then use like the spell to like capture him or whatever, it would put him in a glass jar.
Yeah.
Like that was like the animation you got.
Yeah.
And it was like, wow, Wizards Unite going into the archives to pull out like a little piece of canon there. So kind of a fun one. But anyway, then Harry looks around and sees Hagrid sitting at one of the other staff tables, who was back in his horrible Harry Brown suit and gazing up at the top table. Harry saw him give a small wave and looking around saw Madame Maxine return it, her opals glittering in the candlelight.
Ooh. And then this is another little like Easter egg thing here. It says Hermione was trying to teach Crumb to say her name properly because he's saying Hermione. This entire conversation is in here for the benefit of the readers who by book 4 still didn't quite know how to say Hermione.
Yes.
So she is sounding it out syllable by syllable, not for Crumb, but for you, the reader.
For you, the reader.
Hermione.
Yeah. Hermione. Yeah.
Yes.
And just for fun record keeping, we used to call her Hermione in the early days. And I think that, which honestly is just ridiculous. I think that it was, this is like one of those things when Dad was reading it to us. I think he must have been like switching the I and the O and getting like that sound. And it just sort of like maybe mistakenly a little bit.
Yes.
Cause otherwise it would be pretty obviously not Hermione.
Yeah.
But I do just think it's funny that that's like we had called her that for so long.
For a while.
Yeah. I also suspect that if you're like just in Britain where Hermione is like a slightly more common name, maybe you just know.
Maybe.
But in America, it's pretty uncommon.
Yeah, definitely. People did not know at all how to say Hermione. I think our dad also said perfix instead of prefix.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That happened. Yeah. And it's so funny looking back on it because they would seem like such innocuous mistakes. And probably from his perspective, he's just reading us another book, which we read lots of books, like it wasn't like we didn't know the absolute significance of what we were being read in those moments. Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of funny. It's like, like a little mistake. It's like, well, kind of like who cares? What will this affect in time to come?
Oh my gosh.
Our whole career nowadays.
Do you know the first time I read the Chronicles of Narnia in like 7th grade, I had a couple of these mistakes on like very important words in the story.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. So like even Narnia for whatever reason. And like, I got several books in and like whenever my brain would see the word Narnia, it would just like eliminate the second N. So I would just call it Naria.
Wow.
Yeah. So like I went through like half the series just thinking of it as Naria.
Chronicles of Narnia.
The Chronicles of Narnia. Like whatever. It's a made up word anyway. And then the other really bad one was Aslan. I was adding like an extra loop to the N on the end, was calling him Aslam. And like I remember, I think I was like writing like a paper about it for like my teacher because that was one of the books I was reading in class, and she like corrected it by just like it's Aslan, and I was like, what? And I was like, no, it's not. And I looked at the pages and I was like, but that's like it's pretty. I was like so embarrassed to have gotten like because. You just feel so stupid afterwards.
I mean, genuinely, I remember the same thing with this book series where Dad was reading it to us. So like I was just hearing what I was hearing. Instead of Albus Dumbledore, I was hearing Alvis.
Oh.
So I was always creating this like Elvis-like persona around Dumbledore, which is so inaccurate.
Yeah. That's pretty funny. Elvis Dumbledore. Although actually in the French version, Tom Riddle's name is Elvis.
It is indeed.
Yeah.
So there's that. It's not completely off base.
Yeah.
Anyway, so finally that's all for Hermione. So then Hermione is not terribly preoccupied that Crumb gets it right, and she just says, close enough. She said,
Close enough.
Catching Harry's eye and grinning. Let's see here. And then the Weird Sisters are making their way out. They've got a set of drums, several guitars, a lute, a cello, and some bagpipes were set upon it, which sounds like quite the lineup.
It does. You know how the high schoolers love bagpipe music at their balls.
Yes, it's notoriously popular.
Yeah, very popular, very good. But they're dressed, they're extremely hairy. I love that their robes have been artfully ripped and torn.
Yes.
It's like, you know what? Certain things about rock just transcend, muggles and magic and things. A magic beyond what we teach here, you might say.
A magic, yes. This is something, though, that I think is really funny about like rockers, is that I have to imagine the torn clothes in the earliest of iterations were genuine, but at some point in time, they're doing it on purpose.
Right.
So these guys you see up on stage looking all effortless and cool and like, yeah, look at our ripped clothes. It's like there was a day where they sat down and did that.
Right.
Like that's no mistake.
They got it. Yes.
Yeah. Just a little thing to keep in the back of your mind next time you're at a concert.
Yes. But so now the dancing begins, and Harry doesn't quite know what to do. But Parvati seizes his hand, places one arm on her waist, and was holding the other tight in hers. And Harry says, it wasn't as bad as it could have been, which I do remember. It's like, it's such a scary thing to like go dance with a girl or anyone for the first time. And then once it's happening, you're like, oh, it's really not that bad.
Hey, it's like,
sure, I can do this.
I'm actually kind of having fun.
I can just kind of like rotate in a circle here. This isn't that bad. All right. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Good stuff.
Yep.
Yep.
Then we got Neville and Ginny were dancing nearby. He could see Ginny wincing frequently as Neville trod on her toes.
Poor Ginny.
Well, although this is kind of a funny one because I feel like in the movies they completely take this plot and like flip it upside down, and like Neville is like practicing his dancing and he like stays out super late.
Yeah.
And like, I think he's actually like quite the good date.
Yeah.
Which I sort of love for Neville because sometimes this happens in the real world as well. Like you would have people who you wouldn't expect to be like light on their feet, and then they end up like being like they can like totally rip up the dance floor.
Yeah.
So anyway,
then we get Mad-Eye Moody doing an extremely ungainly two-step with Professor Sinestra, who gets very little page time. But I'm kind of surprised that Mad-Eye joins in at all.
Same here. Yeah. Maybe this is Barty Crouch Jr. just being like, you know what? It's been a minute. You know what? Back in my day, I could cut a rug, I'm going to go show him what's up. Sinestra. The setup here, of course, though, is the nice sock spotter.
Yes.
Moody growled as he passed, his magical eye staring through Harry's robes. Oh, yeah, Dobby the house elf knitted them for me, said Harry, grinning.
Harry's wearing the socks.
To the ball.
To the ball.
As much as he thought all the other gifts were like much more satisfactory than Dobby's socks, he still wore them. He wore them that very night.
I know. I do like that he did that. Although this ends up being a very oddly important minor exchange between Moody and Harry, because it is because Harry says this that Moody knows to stage a conversation with McGonagall in front of Dobby about Gillyweed so that Harry can complete the second task.
Precisely.
Yes.
Yep. And he will actually, Barty Crouch Jr., when he comes to later, will explain this exactly. Like, this is the moment. That's not observation. That's not like taking leaps. Like this. That's canonical.
Yes.
How it works.
Yes. Then Parvati points out that says he is so creepy. I don't think that I should be allowed. Which I think Parvati is probably quite correct here.
I was like reasonable position to have.
Reasonable
absolutely.
Position.
Yeah, because I mean the previous phrase was his magical eye staring through Harry's robes. It's like that is not something teachers should possess the ability to do.
Nope.
Let's see here. So then the first song ends, and I think at this point in time, Harry is just basically like, okay, I have fulfilled my obligation, so let's sit down. So he starts to be a bad date just alongside Ron.
Oh, I know. I love it. Her Parvati says, oh, but this is a really good one. It says, no, I don't like it. Harry lied, which means he does like the song.
Yes, and he lies twice in the same chapter.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Harold James Potter, the chosen one.
I know.
Lying to avoid dancing.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yep. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Then
Ron has not asked Padma to dance at all, which means had she not been swept away, she would have been stuck sitting next to Ron doing literally nothing all night. because Ron has no interest at dancing, sitting there with her arms, legs crossed, one foot jiggling in time to the music. Like, dude, Ron, you got to dance some. You are like, what'd you come to this dance for at all? Why'd you even want to come?
Why'd you want to come? Yeah.
Why'd you want to come?
Just to be there, just to find out who Hermione went with. I mean, you could have found the next day anyway.
Exactly.
But yeah, so Harry sits down. How's it going? Ron was glaring at Hermione and Crumb, who were dancing nearby. Padma was sitting, just as you just said. Every now and then she threw a disgruntled look at Ron, who was completely ignoring her.
Like, I could totally see that, just like, I'm here.
I know.
But Hermione comes to sit down. Victor's just gone off for some drinks, and Ron is not having it. Victor hasn't asked you to call him Vicky yet.
What's up with you? Like, Hermione is shocked that he's responding this way.
I know.
Like, that means at least on some level in Hermione's mind, she went thinking like, Ron's going to think this is awesome.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, even that though, it's like maybe in her mind, she's convinced herself that like Ron is going to think this is like really cool, like make him like her more or something. Like,
right.
I went with Victor Crumb, the guy you're so obsessed with. Can you believe it?
Right.
We can be friends with him now.
Yes. I've got an in.
Yeah.
Tickets whenever I want them.
Can you imagine if she was just like so excited, like on behalf, like what if the real reason she wanted to go was like because now she can like introduce Ron to Victor Crumb? Maybe that is what it was, you know?
Total misfire.
Not at all what happens. Totally blows up in her face. So, I love that Ron says, if you don't know, I'm not going to tell you for like, I don't know, 2 seconds or so.
Hermione stared at him, then Harry, who shrugged.
Oh.
Harry is so, whenever they're arguing, Harry is so unhelpful.
I know. He tries to help in this one.
He
eventually.
Does. He chimes in. He's from Durmstrang, spat Ron. He's competing against Harry, against Hogwarts. You're fraternizing with the enemy. That's what you're doing.
I love this. Ron was obviously casting around for words strong enough to describe Hermione's crime. Ron's method is to just repeat one word until he gets there, not like Harry, who's like, you're fraternizing with the enemy. Hermione's mouth fell open. Don't be so stupid.
Yes, yeah. Who's got a model of him up in their dormitory? To which I was like, checkmate, Ron. Checkmate.
I know. This is slam dunk.
Yeah.
And then Ron, though, very good at just ignoring all the really good points everyone else is going to make because he has no defense at all. It's like, I suppose he asked you to come with him when you were both in the library. And she's like, I don't like the way she says this. She's like, he'd been coming to the library every day to try and talk to me, but he hadn't been able to pluck up the courage. Pluck up the courage. I don't like the word pluck. Pluck up the courage.
So this also means that Crumb, not very plucky.
Not very plucky.
No.
Yeah. Do you think he'd be a little braver?
The man is lacking in pluck.
Do you know what though? He's been doing this for a long time. Like, he's having the same problem like Harry had asking out Cho, you know? It's like he faced down the dragon, but asking Cho to the ball, pretty difficult. And it's like, I just won the Quidditch, or I just lost the Quidditch World Cup. I just defeated the dragon. There's this girl at the library. I mean, not necessarily surrounded by a crowd of friends, but like by Harry Potter most of the time. Like, geez.
That's pretty difficult to get
Pretty
past.
difficult.
Yeah. Let's see here. Then Ron is sort of like, clearly he's just like Karkaroff's student. He knows who you hang around with. He's just trying to get closer to Harry.
Yeah, they're absolutely. Is Parvati still here at this point? Has she gotten up and left the table yet?
Or is she just witnessing all this?
Yeah. No. She already left. She already left with the boy from Roboton. Yeah, I was like, this would be such an extra wrinkle to if Parvati was like witnessing this entire fight.
Right.
Yeah. So let's see. Then, like Ron, like nothing is going to deter him from being upset about this because really what he is jealous, not mad.
Right.
Yes. Garen, yeah. He says the only reason he would have asked you is to get information, and this is a real, genuine slap in the face because it's like what he's effectively said is he doesn't like you or find you interesting at all. He's just using you.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which obviously, if you've already had Hermione's night, this is so not true. And this is just sounds like Ron being like, it's basically what Ron's saying is no one would find you interesting enough to ask you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Myself included.
That's not great. That's not great. Yeah. So basically, like, he's just trying to get you to help out with the egg. It's like, I never help more out that egg. Like, let's see here. I want Harry to win the tournament. Harry knows that, don't you, Harry?
Yes. Harry, like, keep me out of it.
Right.
But then, she says the whole tournament's supposed to be about getting to know foreign wizards, making friends with them. And Ron is like, no, it isn't. It's about winning. And it's like, well. maybe not so much.
Right.
Now they're starting to attack Declension, and then Ron, like Harry, to his credit, does it like Ron. I haven't got a problem with any of this. Like it's okay. Like so, good try, but again, Ron is ignoring it. He is not to be deterred. Oh, Padma's still been here for all of this. Oh gosh, I didn't realize Parvati got up, but Padma's just sitting here watching this argument. Like chimes in, not really reading the situation. If I'm being honest, there, Padma.
Yeah. Are you going to ask me to dance at all? No. It's like, yeah, I think that was clear.
Yeah, fine. And she got off to join Parvati and one of the Beauxbaton boys, who conjured up one of his friends so fast, Harry could have sworn he zoomed in there with a summoning charm.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. And then out of nowhere, Crumb shows up. And you would normally think that for Ron, I mean, it's Ron, Harry, and Crumb in this moment. Like this is like best case scenario. Remember when he wanted to kip on a camp bed so that Crumb could sleep in the dormitory?
If only he had come with her to the table. That might have been a little better too. Because he could have been like, oh, hello, you are friends of Hirma Nini or whatever.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
It would have gone so much better.
Could have.
But yeah. Then Ron just ends up being a total jerk because he's like, where's Hermione? And he's like, no idea. Lost her, have you? And then Crumb was looking surly again. It's like, I can imagine just sort of being like, he's a fish out of water in the situation. Like he's kind of like, okay, probably even because Harry is like the person he like is worried about.
Yeah.
When he's right there and he's like, well, if you see her, tell her I have drinks.
Yeah.
And he
slouched off.
I just wrote, poor guy.
I know. And then, oh gosh, Percy's timing is so bad here. Made friends with Victor Crumb, have you, Ron?
That's the whole point,
I know. He just says all the exact wrong things. Like everything Hermione just said. That's the whole point. International magical cooperation.
Right. Yep.
Oh, dear. That's not what Ron wants to hear. So now Percy takes Padma's vacant seat. And Ludo Bagman comes over, kisses McGonagall's hand to make his way back through the crowds, at which point Fred and George accosted him. Huge hint here that what Fred and George are up to is stuff to do with Ludo Bagman.
Yes. Absolutely. Yep. What do they think they're doing? Annoying senior ministry members, Percy hissed, watching Fred and George suspiciously. Yeah. No respect.
Yeah.
But Ludo, honestly, I feel like he rolls with what has just happened so quickly.
Yeah.
Because he knows he's like being approached for something he is super screwed up on. And like the moment that he sits down, he's already built like a backstory.
He's a very fast liar.
Yes. I hope my brothers weren't bothering you, Mr. Bagman, said Percy at once. What? Oh, no, not at all. No, they were just telling me a bit more about those fake wands of theirs, wondering if I could advise them on the marketing. I promised to put them in touch with some helpful contacts of mine at Zonko's Shoke Shop. It's like... He like walked across the room and like had this locked.
I know, ready. Like he was ready to go. And then Percy didn't look happy about this at all, which is funny to me because he just congratulated Ron on making contacts and connections with other wizards. And now it's like Fred and George are bothering someone at the ministry, though. I will not stand for it.
What's hilarious, though, is the very next line. It says, Percy didn't look happy about this at all, and Harry was prepared to bet that he would be rushing to tell Mrs. Weasley. And it's like, I was like, good thing Ludo's right there.
I know, how much you want to put on that? How much you want to say?
These odds? What do you think the odds are that Percy's going to go tell his mom about the situation?
I'll give you good odds on that. Really good.
Really good, yeah. What do you think? 100 galleons?
100 galleons? Let's do it. Let's put it in writing, okay? Yeah. You give me the money right now.
Yeah, and I'll give you the money when we discover what happens next.
Yes. You have a time limit on this, or yeah.
Right, yeah. Let's see here. How do you feel the tournament's going, Mr. Bagman? Our department's quite satisfied. The hitch with the Goblet of Fire. He glanced to Harry. It was a little unfortunate, of course, but
as if it's Harry's fault. Percy is being such a giant like wrench at this table, which is to say tool.
Yes.
He is just like, I cannot stand the smarm of him on this evening. Like, that hitch with the Goblet of Fire was a bit unfortunate. Yeah, we know what I'm talking about.
That kid.
Oh my gosh. And then it gets even worse. And he says, oh, I'm sure Mr. Couch will be up in about no time, said Percy importantly. But in the meantime, I'm more than willing to take up the slack. Of course, it's not all attending balls. Oh no, I've had to deal with all sorts of things that have cropped up in his absence. You heard Ali Bashir was caught smuggling in a consignment of flying carpets into the country. The airy laugh gets me.
You executed it perfectly.
Thank you.
I think you just gave yourself a vote in my book for being Percy in the reboot. But what I do think is funny is that Ali Bashir is actually something that is brought up during the Quidditch World Cup.
Yes, this is nice continuity.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Specifically about flying carpets.
Indeed.
And Arthur was like, if I've told him once, I've told him 100 times.
Yes.
That they're considered Muggle artifacts or whatever.
Muggle artifacts, not like broomsticks.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on now.
Inherently magical, just like hair.
But anyway, Ron and Harry decide they're going to remove themselves from the table. They're like, yeah, we're going to get more drinks, Percy. See ya.
See ya.
Yeah, and they head out into the Rose Garden, the maze in the Rose Garden. You suppose this is a hint?
Oh, could be. Could be. Like a little bit of like,
a little
hey,
tiny hedge maze.
You guys paying attention?
You guys paying attention
Do
over
you
here?
see what's going on?
Yeah, that'd be amazing if it was like the exact layout, just like smaller.
Would you say it would be amazing?
I would say it would be amazing. Yeah.
Get it? Because maze is in the middle of amazing.
Yeah, I got it. And who do they find there, Ben? The spy.
The spy.
Don't see what there is to fuss about, Igor. Igor, probably. Yeah.
It's definitely Igor.
He says, Severus, you cannot pretend this isn't happening. So this is Karkaroff and Snape talking about the dark mark getting darker and darker on their forearm. It's been getting clearer for months. I'm becoming seriously concerned. I can't deny it. Then flee. Which he does. He does do.
Yes, he does.
Eventually, as soon as the dark mark actually burns, he flees. Probably to Durmstrang, where maybe the Death Eaters don't know where he is.
Possibly.
Yes.
Snape and Karkaroff came around the corner. Snape had his wand out and was blasting rose bushes apart. This is a really like kind of vital conversation to be happening where literally anybody could just overhear you.
I know.
Which people currently are. We get a little bit of trivia again, and we brought this up earlier, but 10 points from Ravenclaw Fawcett and 10 points from Hufflepuff 2 Stebbins.
Stebbins and Fawcett. Oh, I think we've had this question.
I believe we have. The
Stebbins
thing
and
about
Fawcett.
Stebbins comes up one other time, and Snape actually went to school with a Stebbins.
Oh, did he?
And they are present during the scene where they're taking their own OWLs. And Flitwick is like, that means you do, Stebbins.
Oh, okay.
So possibly this Stebbins' mother?
Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the right age range.
Yeah. Let's see here. So then Snape runs into Harry and Ron and is just like, what are you two doing? And Ron's just like, we're walking.
Yeah.
Like what possible problem can you have with us being out here?
Yeah.
That's the point of this courtyard
That's
space.
the point of this courtyard space. You're blasting holes through it.
Yeah.
Which Harry will try and blast a hole through the maze himself later on. So this may be not really foreshadowing so much, but it does happen again.
That's a good point.
Two nickels, am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Says, Ron, we're walking, not against law. Keep walking then. Yeah, we were gonna.
It's like, nothing about this is brand new to us.
Definitely don't want to stand here and talk to you.
Right. We'll be on our way.
Yeah.
Let's see here. But then we do kind of get like a little bit of a hint that Snape and Karkaroff are on the first name basis, which certainly is a little bit suspicious, more towards Snape than Karkaroff at this point in time.
Well, like they know that Karkaroff is a Death Eater. I guess they don't know that Snape was, but like figure it out, you guys.
Yeah,
come on.
seems pretty obvious.
Connect them. I guess they don't know about the dark marks either just yet.
Also true. We haven't been fully introduced to those yet.
Yeah.
But then we get the run in, obviously with Hagrid and Madame Maxine, and it's oddly uncomfortable in a lot of ways.
It is the worst. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. The moment I saw you, I knew. Oh boy. This like Harry even recognizes it. This didn't sound like the sort of scene they ought to walk in on somehow. And by somehow he means in any case.
Yes, agree.
Yes.
Exactly. Yep. I mean, and to be fair, then they look around. And he's trying to look for like a way out, and sure enough, Fleur Delacour and Roger Davies are standing half concealed in a rose bush nearby.
Yeah. What do you think they're doing? You think they're snogging?
I don't know. Maybe Fleur is just over there being like, listen, I only asked you to make Cedric jealous.
Like, she's like, she's also left the dance floor. She's like, I don't want to dance with you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like, where's
dancing. Dumb, isn't it? That's probably what it is.
Right.
But apparently this is enough for Ron not to want to be seen at all and be he'd rather be trapped here listening to Hagrid and Madame Maxime than risk walking past Fleur.
Right. But it does say Ron's eyes widening in horror at the sight of Fleur, shook his head vigorously and pulled Harry deeper into the shadows behind the reindeer. So going back to our chapter art, it is 100% confirmed Harry and Ron.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, so
and then Madame Maxime hasn't caught on quite yet. She's still enjoying this line of flirting, or what she presumes to be flirting coming from Hagrid is, what did you know, Hagrid? A purr in her low voice.
Yeah. Like, anyone else's spine just shiver?
Yes. Let's see. So Harry's trying to ignore it. It says, instead, he tried to interest himself in a beetle crawling along the stone reindeer's back. The beetle is, of course, Rita Skeeter.
It is indeed. That's how she's getting the scoop. And then basically, it kind of cuts back to Hagrid, who's just like, I knew you were like me. Was it your mother or your father?
I don't know what you mean, Hagrid.
Then Hagrid gives us, to be fair, he just gives us a little exposition about himself. What's going on. We get sort of like the unusual relationship that is between his
giantess and his extra small father.
Yes. By the time I was 6, I could lift him and put him up on the dresser. Used to make him laugh.
Yeah.
It's like,
great.
Oh, boy.
Boy, I don't want to understand how you came to be at all.
Nope. Yep.
Not so much.
Let's just not think about that ever again.
Let's not think about it. Yep. Of course, we find out that Hagrid, similar to Harry, was an orphan shortly after he got to Hogwarts. And Dumbledore was also very kind to Hagrid, which was great. But then Hagrid he might have been able to save it. Still at this point. But now he's like, what about you? And then Madame Maxime got to her feet and she's like, it is chilly.
It is all of a sudden, isn't it?
Yeah. He's like, she's really picking up what he's putting down now. And she's like, I'm going to walk away before you officially offend me right now. And boy, Hagrid's just like,
he's missing it.
I know. I love the line. It's like, Harry could have told Hagrid it was best not to answer. This is Harry, who, like, even Harry isn't too thick to realize this situation. Who's very bad at reading women otherwise.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. But I would make the strong argument here that I think Madame Maxine is the one who is being incredibly rude.
Well, absolutely she is, because Hagrid is correct.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He is correct, and basically he has just admitted himself to being half giant.
Yes.
And
he's being very vulnerable.
He's being very vulnerable. And her literal next thing is that based on his suggestion that she shares this quality with him is, I have never been more insulted in my life. Half giant? Me? I have big bones. And it's like he just said he was half giant.
Said that means, yes, that you consider it that it would be the greatest insult of your life, meaning that you are now turning that around at Hagrid, saying this is a giant insult to you.
What a terrible quality to have about yourself. Yeah.
Exactly.
So it's not good on her part. I think it's worse. I mean, Hagrid's, he's certainly not reading it well, but I think it's coming from a place of innocence. So
yes. Well, but you're right though. He's being vulnerable, and I think he's expecting her to return the favor. And it sounds like Hagrid has needed someone to talk to about this sort of stuff.
It would be hard to have harbored this effectively all on your own, because even his best friends Harry, Ron, and Hermione also don't know.
Yeah, they don't know. And once the scoop gets out, he's actively been concealing this.
Yeah,
he knows what the stigma would be.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So that's very isolating. That causes for a rather lonesome existence for somebody who always brings positivity to the table. So
yeah,
that's a really tough moment for Hagrid, who then I think does he stood up straight away, not back to the castle, but off into the dark grounds in the direction of his cabin.
Oh, so sad. It's so sad, just wandering through the dark, all lonesome, probably crying. But Ron has taken the information and he is like, oh my, wait, what did he just say about himself? No.
Yeah.
But I love Harry's response. And he's just like, what? So what difference does it make? And this is classic Harry. It's whenever he encounters these situations where he doesn't know the background on anything, he arrives at the correct conclusion.
He does. Yeah. It's exactly like when he meets Dobby for the first time and he asks him to sit down. It's
right.
It doesn't occur to Harry to enact prejudice in these situations. He doesn't have any preconceived notions, and his just regular demeanor is what comes out, which is just kind and polite.
Right.
And so you end up having, so Harry's sort of I don't understand why this would be a problem. It's we know Hagrid. We know Hagrid's not dangerous.
Right. Who cares?
So who cares?
Yeah.
Exactly.
And Ron does agree with him. And he's like, no, of course Hagrid's amazing, and anyone who knows him won't care.
Right.
The problem is people who don't know him will care.
Exactly. Yep. So he goes inside to explain that. When they do return to the Great Hall, though, we do get this one line. This is the thing we brought up earlier. Parvati and Padma were now sitting at a distant table with a whole crowd of Beauxbaton boys.
Yeah.
And Hermione was once more dancing with Crumb. But so the whole crowd of Beauxbaton boys, like, to me, this has got to be like a table full,
right,
of people.
That it is what it sounds like. And I mean, like at most, I think we said there can be 8 of them.
Right.
If it's just the people who came on, but which I mean would qualify as a whole crowd.
It would qualify as a whole crowd,
I suppose, but it just means that literally none of the Beauxbaton boys are out on the floor
at all.
And that there were only 4 Beauxbaton girls. And I don't know, in my mind it's 6 and 6, but
it does seem like it would be like that. Yeah.
I guess if you had a crowd of 6 girls around you, you'd probably feel like this is quite a crowd.
To be fair, I would absolutely feel that way.
Yeah.
That is a very good point. But I think it also helps explain why there are so many tables. And also it would be like, way less fun to be the attending schools if you didn't get to do any of the festivities because you just simply weren't there.
Right. Yeah.
Let's see here. So then Ron goes on to explain to Harry because he's just basically, what's the problem with giants? And he's like, well, they're not very nice.
Look, he does the same thing again, like where he's trying to search for the word they're not very nice.
He's not saying
He's not saying He does the repeat a word.
Yep.
He has a different vocal. Man, that is attention to detail.
Are we going to end up making a whole video about a vocal crutch?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I mean, that seems maybe we can't get there. Maybe a short.
The most magical of them all.
The most magical Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let's see here. So Harry just continues to be like, who cares? There's nothing wrong with Hagrid. I know there isn't, but blimey, no wonder he keeps it quiet. I always thought he got in the bad of a way. Wow. I always thought he got in the way of a bad engorgement charm when he was a kid or something. Didn't like to mention it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, that's interesting. Like, I think even as soon as we got introduced to the concept of giants, I think I always thought Hagrid was like a half giant.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's like, it's interesting that there could have been other theories that like he like swallowed Skelegro or like he got hit with a bad engorgement charm and it's just like extra big for reasons.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, and it makes sense too, but they're really just, it must be a very small community of people that would fall into this particular column.
Indeed.
So,
yeah.
Let's see here. So we learn a little bit more about how the giants are like kind of abroad. They hide out in mountains mostly. This is going to come back up in Order of the Phoenix because that's where Madame Maxine and Hagrid are going to go to get them or try to get them.
Yep.
But yeah, Harry is sort of like, well, if Hagrid's a half giant, then she definitely is. Like big bones. The only thing that's got bigger bones than her is a dinosaur.
Yeah. It's funny to hear them talk about dinosaurs because things like that don't come up very often in the wizarding world.
They don't. Yeah. It doesn't feel like, it almost feels like Ron would be like, what's a dinosaur?
What's a dinosaur? No, but like, this is like, I think if you read about the Patronuses, like it is possible to have Patronuses of extinct animals.
Oh.
Like there are like
saber-toothed tigers.
There is like
mammoths.
a woolly mammoth one. Yeah. That is known. It's like, I think it's possible to have like a T-Rex, Patronus or something.
That'd be so cool.
It's so unlikely because your personality would be so unlikely to be tied to something that doesn't exist anymore, but not impossible, I suppose.
Impossible. We said we were going to try to go shorter on this one.
We did not.
We did not. We're at an hour.
Cresting 2 hours.
Yes, indeed. Anyway, so let's see here. So basically, we're getting really to the end of the chapter, though, is the most important thing. Harry tried not to watch Cho and Cedric too much. Like he's kind of dealing with his own jealousy. Finally, we reach midnight. They're on their way.
I feel like he could have asked Cho for a dance pretty successfully.
Oh, I definitely think so.
Yeah.
Like, do you mind if I cut in for a dance? Like,
yeah, 100%. Yeah, right. Exactly.
He's beyond mortified at this point in time.
I think so, probably. Yeah.
Hard to come back to.
Too bad. You know what Cho should have done? She should have gone and asked Harry.
That's exactly it.
That'd have been the polite thing to do.
That would have.
Not really.
Also would have worked, though.
You know whose fault this is? Cho?
Well, let's blame her.
Yeah.
No, it's not. But anyway, so then finally the dance is over. They're at the entrance hall. And of course, of all people to be yelling for Harry, it was Cedric Diggory.
Yeah.
And Harry can see Cho waiting for him in the entrance hall below. And she's like, yeah, he said Harry coldly as Cedric ran up the stairs towards him. Yeah. And it's like, you can only imagine here, it's like Cedric, who is just so kind-hearted all the time and certainly doesn't know that he has been out with the girl that Harry would love to be with. And he's trying to do Harry an absolute solid here. So he's like, listen, I owe you one for telling me about the dragons. You know the golden egg. Does yours wail when you open it? Yeah, said Harry. Wouldn't it be funny if Harry was like, no? Like it does something, it says something different entirely. He'd be like, oh, this might not help at all.
Right.
Well, take a bath, okay? What? Take a bath. And Cedric does it too.
Cedric does it too.
But he's in the maze too.
Do you think he had to deal with the Sphinx as well?
Maybe he could have.
He could. It sounds like he could have.
Yeah. Do you see this vocal crutch here, Jay?
I do.
He absolutely could have.
He really could have.
Yeah.
And maybe he did. I will say this though. It is I will say it is a smidge arrogant for Cedric to assume Harry has not figured out the egg. You know, there is that. It's like imagine he gives him this hint. He's like, "We'll take a bath," and Harry's like, "Yeah," that sings the song.
Yeah,
you know
that would have been awesome.
That would have been great.
And Cedric would have been like,
crap, I still owe you.
Kid's a fourth year and he's running laps around me.
Yeah,
not yet said, but he will.
Yeah.
Sorry. Tell you what, Cedric said. Use the prefix bathroom, 4th floor. To the left of that statue of Boris the Bewildered, which is a piece of trivia that I will always fail on.
Boris the Bewildered.
If you ask me, I will say a fruit bowl and I will say the password's Pine Fresh, and I know that it's the kitchens, and I will still get it wrong. I'm sorry for now and for always.
Boris the Bewildered, 5th floor, Pine Fresh.
Pine Fresh. Let's see here. So,
what is a good night?
Yeah. He grinned at Harry and hurried back down the stairs. And Harry, then it doesn't actually say this, but I'm pretty sure he flips him the bird.
I think he did. Yeah, I saw. It's an invisible ink for sure. Right there.
Yeah, right there.
That would be hilarious if they were like invisible messages in the books. Oh my gosh,
that would be so great.
That would be great. I don't know how much work that would be on like a publishing company, but if you just like worked in invisible ink into your story,
yes,
that'd be so fun.
We gotta go get some lemons.
Yeah. We took lemons to every page of Harry Potter.
Guess what we found?
Nothing. Yeah. We have nice smelling books.
Yes, indeed. Yep. So we make it back to the Gryffindor common room where Harry had to yell fairy lights before he woke up the fat lady and her friend Violet, who were snoozing in the picture, which I'm like, everybody's coming back. There's no way in the world they're sleeping right now. But either way, now Ron and Hermione are just having a blazing row, standing 10 feet apart. They were bellowing at each other, each Scarlet in the face, which honestly, like in the scheme of having like a school dance, this happens to someone every time, everywhere.
Oh gosh.
Somewhere.
Does this happen to you?
No, not to me.
Okay.
Not to me. But I mean, yeah, it's like there's so much like politics going on.
Yeah,
there's jealousy,
there's
everywhere.
feelings and drama, and
nobody knows how to deal with anything yet. Next time there's a ball, ask me before someone else does, and not as a last resort.
Boom.
Yeah, she nailed it right there.
Ron mouths sallously like a goldfish out of water.
Completely missing the point.
Yeah. Look, he's doing it again. Well, he sputtered. Well.
Yeah, there we go. He's not even using hers at all.
No, well, he has it the whole time. He keeps doing the repeating thing.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Harry didn't say anything. He liked being back on speaking terms with Ron too much to speak his mind right now, but he somehow thought that Hermione had gotten the point much better than Ron had.
Yeah.
And that,
no doubt.
at over 2 hours, brings us to the end of this week's short episode of Chapter 23.
It does. And we have a review.
I was going to say, do you have a review for us?
I sure do, Ben. This is from Cortonius.
Cortonius
says, love the podcast. I binge it all the time, but I always wondered, what if the Dementor sucked out Harry's soul but left the piece of Voldemort's?
Oh man. That's a good question.
I feel like you have a real, like, it'd be the same as if Tom Riddle had successfully gotten Ginny, like killed Ginny.
Yeah.
I think, right?
I think that you're right. I think that what you would have is a piece of Horcrux that was capable of animating someone else.
Yes.
Effectively. Because, like, I mean, it's pretty much what we have going on with like Voldemort Prime, which is what we always refer to as like the central piece of his soul that enacts all of his behaviors and everything. Like occupying Quirrell, for example. Like if somehow like Quirrell's soul had been sucked out, then all of a sudden Voldemort would just be singly inside of
his body.
And I don't see any reason why that wouldn't turn him into just Voldemort.
Just Voldemort. Yeah. Effectively, he's just Voldemort. Now this is an interesting twist, Ben, because like Harry wouldn't really be Harry anymore because his soul would be gone, but his body would still be like Harry Potter, the living person, would still be alive.
Yep.
Right. So he would still be the chosen one. Right. And then the prophecy is like the one with the power to defeat the Dark Lord approaches. So like normally our thought, like if Tom Riddle comes back, like what does he do? Does he try and like reunite other pieces of soul? Or does he just become Voldemort?
Right.
Or whatever. And I think what we've said before is that we think like that piece of Horcrux is not Voldemort Prime. It is not the Prime Voldemort. So that piece of soul should still to go try and find his actual self
Right.
to try and restore Voldemort Prime back to his body.
Okay.
But if because this one's Harry, and because Voldemort will have marked him, and because one must die at the hands of the other, then I think that version of Voldemort would be seeking out Voldemort Prime to try and destroy him.
Yeah.
To be the Voldemort Prime.
To be the Voldemort Prime. That's a very interesting point. The other curiosity I was going to say was almost like to the tune of like Lily's sacrifice lives inside of Harry's blood.
Oh.
And so then you kind of like a unique problem or situation, which, I mean, it is what Voldemort Prime ends up doing in the graveyard. It's taking Harry's own blood inside of him. And then you've got Lily's sacrifice living inside of Voldemort. And in this particular situation, you would have Lily's sacrifice living inside of Voldemort. But then what does that do? Does that like...
okay. Yeah, let's see.
Do you see what I'm saying?
It is a tricky situation we have here.
Is there any world where the purity of Lily's sacrifice inside of Harry would, if only hosting the piece of Voldemort's soul, that it would devour it? Like destroy it?
Oh, well, that's an interesting question. I don't know. I don't think so, because it doesn't happen anyway.
It doesn't happen anyway, but it's because like, well, I guess that's a good point, because like Harry, there's no reason why it wouldn't just attack. I guess it just goes to show like how interwoven, how intertwined do the souls end up being.
I think so, yeah.
Like it might be like, instead of thinking of it as like a tumor that could be sliced away, it's like it's more like a soup or something.
Yeah,
it's like
it's soul soup,
Yeah, it's like everything is like merged, and now it's like irrevocably placed together until you go about destroying it, magically,
right?
In any other capacity. Because I mean, you would even wonder, like, Dementors are natural allies of Voldemort. So if Voldemort is occupying Quirrell's body, it's almost like you might like wonder, like, why doesn't Voldemort just take Quirrell to a Dementor and off Quirrell?
Right. I think because then the body would like die under the pressure of Voldemort's presence inside of him.
That's probably a good point too.
Because that's why he's drinking the unicorn blood, because that's already happening.
Yeah.
Even with Quirrell's soul intact.
That's okay. Good point. Okay.
So there's that. I think I'm trying to think like if Harry is just like is now like Voldemort with only Voldemort's soul in there, and he's acting to try and kill Voldemort Prime or be Voldemort Prime, he's still going to have to deal with Voldemort Prime. So like how he would still need, it's such a problem for him, because he would need, like, Voldemort Prime would still need to get a body back.
Would Voldemort know about all the Horcruxes?
Voldemort would.
So here's what I think would happen is, like, the prophecy probably could still be enacted, because Voldemort could go and start trying to destroy the things that save Voldemort Prime, because Voldemort would believe he was supposed to be the real Harry. And in doing so, it would eliminate all of Prime's safety nets, and then could potentially defeat Prime genuinely.
No, he couldn't, because he would be the anchor.
He would be the anchor. Right, exactly. But the thing would be, like, if he was the last remaining anchor, and then Voldemort dies, then Voldemort's own death would end up being the thing that would destroy Voldemort.
That's true.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's calling for circumstances unforeseen. Like we would have to create new canon for any of that to make sense.
Yeah.
But the idea would basically be like, if this Voldemort character is set out on destroying Voldemort Prime, which the prophecy would almost dictate he would.
Yeah.
Then what it would come down to, if it only came down to Voldemort Prime versus Voldemort, then I guess one way or another, neither can live while the other survive. So I guess either one could live, but either one would also ensure the destruction of the other. Right.
Yeah, like Voldemort could defeat him and then just be himself and mortal.
Yes, exactly. Yes. So if he defeats Voldemort, he is defeating his last tie to immortality.
Yeah, but actually Voldemort wouldn't really be able to if he came back using his blood, he would not be, then he would be at least able to, then he'd be able to attack him. If he came back by other means using anyone else's blood, then Voldemort Prime could not kill Voldemort because Lily's protection would still be in place.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So then Voldemort he would appear in his mind, I'm sure in his own arrogance, to defeat Voldemort Prime and be the Voldemort. But then without Voldemort Prime, no, this wasn't. He can't kill Voldemort Prime.
Well, he could
because he's the anchor, so he has to be killed. Right?
Okay. So he has to be killed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think then Voldemort Prime defeats Voldemort is really what it comes down to, because the prophecy doesn't not say that could happen.
Right.
Like,
Voldemort could win.
Voldemort could win, but then he's mortal.
Yeah. Okay.
Which would then also tee someone else up for success.
Right. Yeah, to defeat Voldemort.
Right.
Yeah. At that point, the prophecy has been fulfilled, and then new things can happen.
Yeah. Then Voldemort is just defenseless, basically.
Yes.
Shy of his extraordinary power. But,
right. That.
Okay.
Well, there we go. That was an interesting one.
That was an interesting one. Great question that led us down like a whole path of how does it all work?
Soul math, am I right?
Yeah.
It's a weird one.
It's a weird one.
Yep.
But yeah, I think that brings us to the end of today's episode.
That is going to do it at a nice 2 hours and 11 minutes by my look down at the clock. But otherwise, join us next week for Chapter 24, Rita Skeeter's Scoop, here on Through the Griffin Door. Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the riddles inside Goblet of Fire, Chapter 24, Rita Skeeter's Scoop.
All right. I feel like you had like a little bit extra joy in your voice today.
I mean, it's always a good day when we're recording Gryffindor, Ben.
It's always a good time. And Rita Skeeter's Scoop. Here's an interesting chapter, I think. It feels a little bit. It can maybe vaguely remind me of like Malfoy's whole what am I trying to go for here? Literature architecture. That's what I'm going for.
Literature architecture.
Architecture.
Like architecture of the story itself.
Architecture of the story itself. It's like you have now gone effectively from what? You've got the first task, the unexpected task, the Yule Ball, and then it's like you almost, for the sake of it, can't have the next chapter be
something too exciting.
The second task.
Right. Yeah. It's like there needs to be like a little dip in the action here.
That's exactly.
While we catch up with everyone.
That's exactly it. And it's like, I think that as time has gone on, like, you know, we talked a lot about in Prisoner of Azkaban, how like Draco's, the whole point of him and really all he's doing, the whole book is just complaining about his injury with Buckbeak and everything to do with hippogriffs. And it's like, he's not really doing anything to the point where it's like almost non-believable.
Right.
And so I think that this is actually like good literary architecture, because what we're going to get in this chapter is more building on the case against Rita Skeeter. We get to touch on some of those like peripheral characters who I feel like we haven't seen for just like a second, like with Ludo Bagman. We get more Barty Crouch. We get a little bit of Bertha Jorkins, brought back to the equation. So it's like we're taking a minute to catch our breath after a lot of like really action-packed stuff happens. And it's almost like we're taking integral pieces of the story and kind of bringing them back to your attention.
Exactly. And at the same time, offering you some big foreshadowing, literally in the form of the giants who will start showing up in the next book.
Yep.
And you get to learn a little bit about Hagrid's backstory. So it's like, it's a good, just like, okay. I know we're like most of the way or like over halfway through the fourth book now, but there is still some world building to be done.
Yeah. And it's funny too, because it even reminds me a little bit of like a typical television TV show, like Slate, where usually what you have happen right around like the holidays, like December era, is going to be the end of the first half of the season, and you'll have like a mid-season finale.
Yeah.
And so I feel like mid-season finale with this one was probably the Yule Ball.
Exactly.
And now we're kind of like picking back up, and it's like, okay, let's lay some more groundwork for more plot to come.
Right. Yeah. We got to relay the groundwork. Here's where everyone is. Here's where you should be why you should be suspicious of everyone. Here's
who
why
you're
you
supposed to
should,
be
yeah,
suspicious
like
of.
Rita Skeeter is terrible.
Yep.
Yep.
The other thing that we're going to get in this chapter is lots of really good like little bits of trivia. So I'll be sure to point those
there's
out.
so many.
Yes.
Yeah.
As we go, Bladvac.
Bladvac.
Yeah, which is going to mean pickaxe.
Pickaxe.
And gobbledygook.
And gobbledygook. Yeah.
Gobbledygook. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, good save there on the pronunciation. Okay, so chapter art, as per always, we've got to take a quick gander at that. And here what we're getting is a photograph of a young Hagrid with his kind of smaller statured father sitting on his shoulder.
He's sitting on his shoulder, but like the way his leg is drawn, I always feel like it just makes it look like Hagrid's dad is standing behind him rather than sitting on his shoulder.
It does, yeah, because in the photo, Hagrid is wearing overalls, and one of the pant legs it almost looks very much just like the other strap.
It does.
Of his overalls, but it's actually his father's like legs.
Yes, and it does not help that then on the other side, Hagrid's holding like a broom or something in his hand, which makes it look like the overalls have like a double layer to them.
Yeah.
Which then on the reverse side, it's his leg, but it looks like, oh, these are just like weird overalls.
Exactly. This depiction is always a bit odd for me, and it could just be because like it's hard to imagine Hagrid as like the young boy that he obviously once was.
Yeah.
Because, you know, like we just know him as this like big, hairy, grizzly, long beard, long hair, you know, kind of like rough and tough man, at least from an aesthetic standpoint. And this is just sort of like a very like boyish face.
Yeah.
But the scale, I think, is still, I'm like, I feel like the scale is still a little radical per this depiction.
Right.
Like his dad looks like real small relative to.
I know. Because he's not his full height yet. He's like, you know, what, I don't know, 7 or 8 feet here, maybe.
Yeah, I think he's like 11. So, you know, like if you were to imagine like your height as a 6th grader relative to your height as like a full grown human, it's like, think about that percentile difference. You know?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So I feel like you're probably like 60 to 70% of the way there or something.
Right. Yes.
You know, I don't know. I guess he's so wide too. That's the other thing. It's not just that he's tall. He's also really wide.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, just it's kind of interesting. And I mean, honestly, it's the kind of thing that I feel like if we were never given Hagrid's backstory at all, it's the kind of thing that fans would be like, where did Hagrid come from? Like, tell us the story. And then you get the story and you're like, it's complicated to imagine. It is.
It is, right?
Bit,
yeah.
But I'm still glad we have it.
Absolutely.
More information about one of my favorite characters. So anyway, will you want to kick off with our usual?
Absolutely. All right. So this chapter starts off. Everybody got up late on Boxing Day, and then the dragons arrived. Everyone's having a bit of a lie-in. Oh no,
dragons! Oh, what an absolutely what a terrible way to kick off December 26th.
I know, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Oh boy.
The Gryffindor common room was much quieter than it had been lately. Many yawns punctuating the lazy conversations, because of course you got to remember that everybody is now waking up from what was otherwise a rather late night per Hogwarts standards.
Yeah, the dance went to midnight.
Yeah. So everybody's a little. They got the eepies for sure.
Oh, and I mean, if I know anything about school dances, is that like the end of the dance is not really like the end of the night. You know?
That's the thing. Yeah. I mean, you've got to imagine that there's like some brand new romances that sort of blossomed from this particular occasion that, you know, took it back to the common rooms where, you know, further discussion probably was
discussion.
Had.
You know, where's the after Yule party?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Imagine the Oscars and then make it wizardy.
And then where's the after Yule party? You know.
I'm asleep by that point.
Exactly.
Sure.
I know. Yeah. Some people are like, we got to keep it going.
Keep
you know,
it, I mean,
we're heading back to the burrow. We're getting out of here entirely.
we're leaving.
We're leaving. Yeah.
Yes. Dad's got a garage full of Muggle stuff.
Exactly.
Want to go see it?
You want to go see? It's going to be amazing.
There's a flying Ford Anglia in the forest somewhere. It's ours.
Yeah. We're going to go find it. We're going forward hunting.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Anyway, so then we get the line that I think we alluded to in last chapter about Hermione, but it says Hermione's hair was bushy again. She confessed to Harry that she had used liberal amounts of Sleek Easy's hair potion on it for the ball.
Yep.
It's just kind of funny because this is literally where like Harry's own wealth came from is the Sleek Easy hair potion.
I don't even think he's aware of it.
It does not seem to register to him at all, which I am surprised by because like Harry's disheveled hair is like an active characteristic of his appearance.
I know, yeah.
Like, and we know he has all this money, and Sleek Easies has been introduced into the equation. So it's like, I don't know if like retroactively the decision was sort of like, what would be kind of like a funny thing for him? It's like,
I think that's exactly what happened, or or like just no one ever tells him why he has money, or like, but that seems like someone would have.
It seems like somebody would like, you know, the Potters prior to being who they were, you know, at the fall of the Dark Lord, that's probably what they were known for.
I know. It's like, you know, I imagine if Harry goes down to Gringotts with Hagrid on that first time and he opens the vault and it's like, whoa.
Yeah, it's like
what did my parents do?
Right,
exactly.
right.
I feel like that'd be the first thing. Like, what were their? He's never asked what were their jobs.
What were their jobs? Yeah.
Yeah. What'd they do? How'd they make so much money? Yeah, that has not been a consideration of his. He's just like, yeah, I've just got it. So,
yeah. Well, I mean, of course, then the other really funny thing about the Sleek Easy's hair potion is that like it does hail back to that line from Lockhart where he's like, you know, rid the world of evil and design my own a set of hair care products or whatever.
Right.
And
it's like Harry's already done both of those things.
Exactly. So anyway, at least someone's living Lockhart's dream, even if it's not Lockhart.
Exactly. And then I love the whole like Ron and Hermione dynamic here. It says Ron and Hermione seem to have reached an unspoken agreement not to discuss their argument, which is like, it's such a thing that you do. It's like you have this big fight, but then it's like you can't keep fighting and you are forced to still be around each other. So it's just sort of like, we're just gonna have to let it go. But I also feel like it really works. It says they're being quite friendly to each other, though oddly formal. And it's like, because underneath it all, even though they were fighting, what they actually said to each other, when they both sort of, I feel like a few hours later can reflect upon, it's like what they actually said to each other was, I like you.
Right. Exactly. Yes. It's like, ask me to the ball before someone else does, and not just the last resort.
Right. Yeah.
And it's like what Hermione is basically saying is like, I would have gone with you.
I would have gone with you.
Like you understand that, right? Like,
right.
But yeah, so you're absolutely right. I think that's well phrased. It's good observation of how people do behave in real life as well. I think this is like something that is relatable. Let's see here. Hermione then is getting filled in on everything that happened, because this of course is the other thing, is that like on numerous occasions, I feel like Ron and Hermione fighting is like a good way to like almost allow for a little bit like less complicated storytelling.
Yeah.
You know, that's necessary because it's like one more person you just don't have to like include in everything. You know, so it's sort of like, okay, now I can just have like Harry and Hermione go practice summoning spells. You know, that'll be fine. Yeah, that'll be good. And then Ron he's elsewhere.
Right.
But now is like one of those occasions where there's very important lore that Harry and Ron have learned at the Yule Ball that they obviously want to fill Hermione in on. And that is, of course, the news that Hagrid is a half giant, to which she doesn't find all of that shocking at all.
Yeah. I mean, she sort of like, well, I thought he must be, she said, shrugging. I knew he couldn't be pure giant because they're about 20 feet tall. So that's just like good, like laying the groundwork for when we will meet some of the giants in the next book.
That's right. Yes.
Right there. But then she says, but honestly, all this hysteria about giants, that can't be all horrible. It's the same sort of prejudice people have toward werewolves. It's just bigotry, isn't it? And it's like, I guess she's right. But they are pretty aggressive. And when she meets Grop, she is not very excited about it.
Yeah. I think that she's maybe got like a little bit of like a I don't know how to best describe it here, but textbook response to it versus like the real world response to it.
Right.
Maybe. Yeah. But it's like, I don't know. I mean, we've seen it because this is the thing. Like bigotry inside of the wizarding world is a huge problem in every direction. I mean, like, you know, obviously like Lupin is a completely great person who's going to take all the necessary steps to ensure that he's not around somebody during the full moon. And there exists the Wolfsbane potion, and there's all sorts of stuff you can do. I'm almost surprised that she doesn't compare it more to house elves. In this
I know. That seems much more comparable to house elves.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. But anyway, let's see here. Then what do we got?
She says, it was time now to think of the homework they neglected during the first week of the holidays. When I'm like, on December 26th, is it? Because you're all waking up from a midnight party. Like, I don't feel like when I'm waking up after like homecoming, I'm like, better get to my homework.
It's like, first things first.
Well, it's time to get here. So yeah, good for them, I guess. But now Harry is having the anxiety starting to set in about the second task. February the 24th looked a lot closer from this side of Christmas, which I would say I've been feeling quite personally myself this week, as I am running, as we were recording this, a triathlon tomorrow.
Yeah, you're closing in on like 16 hours away from go time.
I remember we got back from Disney and I was like, this is basically when I need to start training. And I'm like, I've got forever. I've got like all the way until like May or whatever. And now it's sort of like, it is tomorrow morning. You know? Like
it is upon us at this point.
Yeah. It can feel so far away and you get so much time. And now I'm like, have I prepared enough? Am I going to make it? I don't know. So, I mean, I'm sure I'm going to make it.
You're going to do great.
I think it's going to be fine. Yeah.
Total faith.
Yep.
Let's see here.
So let's see. I do like to hear, he doesn't just like put it off though. He doesn't like get the feeling like, oh, I should start figuring it out and then like kind of avoid the problem. It does say like he started taking the egg out of his trunk every time he went into the dormitory, opening it, listening intently, hoping it would make some sense. He's asking it questions. He's trying to shout over it. Like he is trying things. He's like, he's not doing nothing with it.
Yeah. No, he's definitely like giving it like his best effort to attempt to figure something out. Like, you know, maybe this time something will dial in. One of the things I had to go and look up though, because it says he's trained to think what the sound reminded him of. This is when he opens the egg, apart from 30 musical saws. And I was like, I don't know what a musical saw is, other than like in my mind, I was sort of thinking about like violins or something, kind of having like the bow that you use to like scrape it back and forth. And so now I'm genuinely not sure, but I went down a total click hole in this particular situation and discovered that there are in fact people out there who literally play music on saws.
Oh, like what you use to cut wood with,
like a hand saw.
Okay.
So like, you know, the video that I stumbled across was like how to play a musical saw for beginners, and it was a woman who was holding like, she's like, this is a Stanley saw. So like Stanley is like a hardware brand you could just buy like at any big box store, you know, and it's a, you know, whatever. She would hold the saw like between her legs and then bend the blade and then use a violin bow to like with rosin on it.
Wow.
To literally like make this incredibly eerie sound off of the blade. And so part of me was almost like, I can absolutely see
on the sharp edges?
No, not on the sharp.
Okay.
So you would point the sharp, like the pointy bits, like at yourself, and then you would run the blade across the smooth part facing away from you.
Okay.
And it makes like a very like, imagine like a you know, like a 50s or 60s sound of like an alien ship landing. It's a very like
like, weird.
It's got a really bizarre noise to it, and so like. Then, if I'm taking Harry's description here with 30 musical saws, I'm like, I could absolutely see where if you put 30 of these together, it would sound like utter nonsense,
right? Because
it is absolutely like a sound that seems more for like a what is it, Foley artist?
Okay, yeah.
You know, for like people who like
making sound effects,
sound effects for like TV shows and movies and stuff. But I was like, otherwise when I typed in musical saw, it's not like something obvious came up. So maybe somebody out there is like, oh my gosh, you guys are so. You're missing the obvious.
You're missing it, yeah.
Because I feel like it can't possibly be about literally playing physical hand saws, but that's what these people were doing.
That's
very weird.
Sounds. I mean, makes sense. Makes sense to me. I mean, I don't know. I think you're right. I was thinking some sort of like violin situation, which I guess it's at least using the bow.
That's true. Yes. You are still taking like a more typical instrument in that way.
Yeah. Let's see. I do think he's like, I like his attitude towards Cedric now is like he was friends with, because this is exactly how it goes. Is like, that guy's going out with that girl I like. He's the worst. I hate him.
Yes. Yep. Especially because Cedric has been nothing other than friendly the entire time we've known him.
Yeah.
But yeah. So Harry had not forgotten the hint that Cedric had given him, but his less than friendly feelings for Cedric now just meant that he was not keen to take his help at all if he could avoid it.
This is like, yeah. Harry feels like he would have been a lot more explicit if he really wanted to help, to which I'm like, yeah, but for real. He could, like, you know, it very easily could have just been like, open it underwater, or we have to go into the lake, or you know, mermaids. Yeah.
I know. It does. And I mean, I can't tell if like Cedric is just trying to be like super like low key, like hint, take it to a bath, and like it'll make sense once you're there.
Right. Can you imagine if he just took a bath and he didn't put it under the water and it was just like, well, that didn't help.
now I just smell all perfumed and I'm mad.
I know. Cedric.
It reminds me of Fairly Odd Parents when the dad is always like, Dinkelberg.
Diggory. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
It works really good.
Speaking of after Yule Ball activities, it sounds like Cedric and Cho certainly had some amount of them because they are now officially dating.
Dating, yeah. They're just like holding hands down the corridors and, spending all their time together. Yep. So a much better outcome than he had with Parvati, I suppose.
Yeah,
which we will hear a little bit more about later in the chapter. For sure that.
Let's see here. The snow is upon the grounds. The greenhouse windows were covered in condensation so thick they couldn't see out of them herbology. Nobody was looking forward to care of magical creatures much in this weather. Though, as Ron had said, the Scroots would probably warm them up nicely either by chasing them or blasting off so forcefully that Habin's cabin would catch fire.
Yeah, what do you think the Scroots are actually doing right now?
I have no idea. It almost seems like the kind of thing like where whatever kind of like reptilian creatures that they may or may not be, maybe they're like in some version of like a hibernation type state. Like
maybe
they're all just kind of like stilly, like groggily, like
yeah. It seems like they haven't exactly found what they eat yet, and they almost seem better just like left to themselves.
It does seem like that's the case. Yes, yeah. You don't really need to take care of them. They take care of them.
They got it. Yeah. What do you think they're growing in the greenhouses here in the middle of the winter?
Oh, that's a good question too.
Yeah. Like, because I guess this is the kind of thing where it's like, well, I wonder what kind of magical plants bloom in the winter. And it's like, it doesn't matter. They can just make it warm in the greenhouse all the time. Yeah.
No big deal.
Because magic.
Right. Yes, we can easily achieve that. It's a good question. Are there any plants that we specifically would know about in the wizarding world that seem like they would be like winter adjacent?
I don't know.
Okay.
Nothing comes to mind like off the top of my head.
Okay. All right. We'll have to ponder on that some more.
Yes. The winter bloom.
Yes. Right. Yeah. Right. Anyway, but then as we do make it down to care of magical creatures, we discover that Hagrid is in fact not there, and we are introduced to Professor Grubbly Plank.
Yeah, Jim Dale has decided to give this person, Professor Grubbly Plank, the most like, I don't even know how to describe their voice.
It's gurgly.
It's like gurgly.
I almost had like a little Donald.
You had a little Donald. Can you do a Donald Duck voice?
No, I can make like the
yeah, just add words in there.
But I don't know how to make the words because I'm putting too much effort into
the words. Yeah. I don't know how to do it either. Our grandpa can do it, and I've always been very jealous of this ability.
I know. Maybe one day I'll get it.
Yeah, I'm always like, one day I'm going to impress him. I'm going to be like, look, I can talk like Donald. He's not going to care. He's going to be like, oh, cool.
I've done that my whole life.
That was
pretty good.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe we're getting there.
Yeah.
Maybe it sounds better in the microphone. I can never tell. Like if I'm not hearing it as other people are hearing it, it just sounds like I'm making a bunch of like spit noises.
Speaking of spit noises, Grubbly Plank. Yeah. So basically, you've got a situation here too, and I think it's kind of funny because it is clearly the case that Grubbly Plank has been a former professor at Hogwarts in some capacity, and is under no assumption that like must have had more of like a generally professional relationship with the students versus like Harry's unique relationship with Hagrid. Because I feel like he's showing up and being like, where's Hagrid? And she's like, he is indisposed, she said shortly. And basically like, as far as she is concerned, she's like, it's none of your business. If he's not here, he's not here. I'm here instead. And Harry is not going to take this lying down. He's like, what's wrong with Hagrid? Hurrying to catch up with Professor Grubbly Plank. Never you mind, she said as she she said as though he was being nosy.
Yeah, which he is.
Which he is, but I mean, they're like BFFs. It's like, if you don't understand, he literally like rescued me as a baby from like the burning wreckage of like Voldemort's demise. So like,
you know, I do kind of care what happens to him. And then of course the Slytherins are there. How do they always find out like, okay, so yeah, Draco and the rest of the Slytherin were joining the class. All of them look gleeful. None of them look surprised to see Professor Grubbly Plank. And it's like, how do they always know before the Gryffindors? Like, but the answer is that they just read the newspaper every day.
Yeah.
But to me, even that is comical because it like Draco just doesn't seem like someone who is like busting out the newspaper every morning. Like, Crab Goyle, hold on, I'll be in the corner in the armchair reading the paper today. I need to catch up on the current events.
The current events.
I want you to do the crossword. Like, I just can't imagine Draco is just like reading the full paper every single day.
You're right. It does carry like a kind of diligence that seems more coded towards Hermione, but I suppose there's also like maybe like a Wall Street bro kind of like like situation.
Checking my wizard stocks.
Right. Yes. I mean, not no with Draco.
I mean, yeah, I guess there could be something to that. I don't know if wizards have like a stock market or something.
Also, I think in this particular situation, it is very clearly the case that Draco is kind of like on the in with Rita Skeeter.
He's featured in the article, so maybe he's looking for that reason. But it doesn't seem to matter. Whenever anything comes out, he knows about it immediately.
He's on it. He's on his current events.
I think he's taken owls like beneath the lake in the Slytherin common room, waking up early, sitting down in the leather armchair, having some, hot coffee delivered to him and just sipping on it before the rest of the Slytherins are even up.
Listen, Jay, in order to be as much of a jerk as Draco is for like the first 6 years of this entire book series, it's like it takes work.
It takes work, exactly. Not every second of his day is spent like harassing. At some point, he's just by himself.
Yes, exactly.
Like, what's he doing then? What's he doing for fun with his friends? He's got to be doing something.
The crossword.
The crossword. He's spending most of his day down there.
Yeah. Wordle.
Yeah, he's doing the Wordle. I think there is a Harry Potter Wordle.
Is there?
Out there. Yeah. It has like a clever name that I cannot think of right now. But
okay.
Anyway, yeah, that's what Draco's doing. You know it. You heard it here first.
That's right. Right. Okay, so then Professor Grubbly Plank leads them around to the paddock where leads them around where the huge paddock is, where the Beauxbaton horses were standing, huddled against the cold, and toward a tree on the edge of the forest where a large and beautiful unicorn was tethered.
Well, but first of all, the Beauxbaton horses are shivering, which to me means that they are not getting that whiskey right now.
Oh, that's right.
I mean, who's feeding these horses while Hagrid is indisposed for 2 weeks?
That's a very good point.
I don't know who's feeding them, but I think Hagrid kept the whiskey for himself. So it sounds like he's having like a 2-week bender in there.
Oh gosh, that would be so much whiskey.
It's a lot. It's a lot. And, that's why Dumbledore's. We're gonna find Dumbledore down there. He's like, you know what? I think and then he gets down there and he's like, oh, it's all gone. Okay,
it's all right.
It is Hagrid. Breakfast tomorrow, 8:30. Whatever.
You're right. Poor Dumbledore missing out on yet another drink. Oh man. Let's see here though. We do learn a little bit about the lore around unicorns, and it sounds like they are more accepting of females as far as who they are willing to like get close to them. Boys keep back, barked Professor Grubbly Plank, throwing out an arm and catching Harry hard in the chest. Yeah. I'm sort of like,
I think she does. You think that's on purpose?
That's what I was wondering too.
Like, yeah, maybe she's just bluffing here. It's just like, all right, I gotta get rid of this kid.
Yeah, right.
Boys, stay back.
Wham.
They don't like boys. Yeah. All right.
That's write that down.
That's how animals work.
Yeah.
I guess that's how the unicorns work, though.
Must be.
I love the description that the unicorn was so brightly white it made the snow look gray. Like that is so that's shining white.
It is. But there's like something I like understand so well about that visual too.
Yes,
I feel like I've seen that before, but I don't know like how or when or where. But.
I know. Like I cannot believe that unicorns don't come back into the story in some other way at some point.
Yeah.
Like the main thing unicorns do is have their blood be drank, have their tail hairs be in wands, and restore Voldemort to his gross body.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Harry doesn't have a relationship or an interaction with a living unicorn outside of this moment.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. It seems like at some point in time, the Battle of Hogwarts, Luna should have come stampeding in, riding a unicorn bareback with a bow and arrow or something.
Yeah, what the heck?
It's wow.
Yeah,
now,
Luna.
That is cool.
That is cool. That would have been awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. The cavalry.
Right. Yeah. What does she ride? Side saddle?
You ride side saddle. Yeah.
Yeah. When she's riding the Thestrals.
Right.
So yeah, I think she could do it. She's clearly getting in some equestrian training somewhere.
She's ridden horses before. Clearly.
Clearly.
Yeah.
All right, let's see here. So then we're trying to figure out. Harry and Ron are chatting, and they're trying to figure out what's wrong with Hagrid, and they're sort of supposing like could it have been one of the Scroots, because I suppose those were getting bigger and more dangerous by the day. But then, of course, as always, Malfoy overhears it, and he's like, "Oh, he hasn't been attacked, Potter. If that's what you're thinking, no, he's just too ashamed to show his big ugly face."
Yeah, nice. Good Draco.
Oh, thanks.
Solid,
Yeah,
solid.
I appreciate it.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, he says, hate to break it to you, Potter. I doubt he means that. Yeah.
Same.
Yeah.
I think he's excited to break
He's
it to him.
so excited. I bet he ran down here. Where's Harry? Where's Harry?
He's going to hate this.
He's going to hate it. Hold on. Play it cool. Play it cool. He hasn't been hurt, Potter, if that's what you're thinking.
That's him like holding back his glee.
Oh, Dumbledore's giant mistake. Oh boy, what a great headline! You know,
I know, yeah.
It has a double meaning on giant.
Excellent wordplay.
Wow.
I see what they, because it's also suggesting the size of the mistake, not just a mistake about a giant.
Exactly.
Yes. It's clever.
So clever, Rita.
Well done.
I know. I like how the article starts out by just slamming Moody and Dumbledore instead of Hagrid as well.
I know.
Yeah.
Yep, it's true. And it's kind of funny because like she goes on and on about Moody, and it's like, gosh, if you only knew the actual truth.
But this is clever writing too, because this is further sowing doubt like in your mind about like who Moody is. Like you are like, oh yeah, Mad Eye Moody, the notoriously jinx happy ex-or. It's like, oh well, if Rita Skeeter doesn't like him, then he clearly must be awesome.
Exactly.
You know, and
yes.
it's just like it is well done that he's nowhere around this situation, and you're still getting the information that like, nah, Moody's awesome. You know, he's not jinx happy. He's just vigilant.
Yeah, constant vigilance.
Exactly. So, at this point, it's more and more sowing doubt, you know? You don't see it coming.
Yep. Then we get the Rubius Hagrid, who admits to being expelled from Hogwarts in his third year, has enjoyed the position of gamekeeper at the school ever since. A job secured for him by Dumbledore. This is always kind of one of those things, and we've brought it up plenty of times in the past, but it is just kind of shocking that Dumbledore was able to get away with this particular appointment, because it seems like he would meet resistance, because it was basically like, we got to shut down the school unless we can figure out what's going on with this whole Chamber of Secrets situation. It's like, hey, it was that guy. Well, why don't we give him the keys to everything?
Right. I know. Very, very odd. Also, it's crazy to me that it says he admitted to being expelled from Hogwarts in his third year, but somehow she doesn't know the circumstances that like was expelled for murdering someone.
Oh yeah, true.
You know, and then she also doesn't mention that he spent like time in Azkaban 2 years ago.
Right.
Like all things, but she will have done at least enough research to figure out the identity of his mother, Fridwulfa.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
like that's surprising to me. She because Hagrid doesn't say who his mom is. She has done a little bit of extra research to figure that out, but somehow didn't know that Hagrid went to Azkaban or killed a girl, allegedly. Things that obviously are irrelevant because he didn't kill Myrtle and he was wrongly sent to Azkaban, but are 1,000,000% things Rita would bring up.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah. Anything that's going to make her case look stronger. But on that note, then we get the quote here, lines from Malfoy and Crabbe, and it says, "I was attacked by a hippogriff, and my friend Vincent Crabbe got a bad bite off a flobberworm," says Draco Malfoy, a fourth-year student. "We all hate Hagrid, but we're too scared to say anything." And
I circled that and I was like, that's almost all you say.
Yeah, right. Yes. This comes up constantly,
Frequently.
Draco. I don't know who you're kidding.
Yeah.
But also like the inclusion of like the bad bite off of a flobberworm. It's like the attack by a hippogriff, sure, like that could be like one thing. Like that may have even just like made the news anyway. Like people could see the potential threat in something as large as a hippogriff. But then like having the bad bite off a flobberworm, it's almost as if like you're just assuming the general public doesn't know that flobberworms aren't dangerous.
I know, right? Like, I mean, if you read that in a regular newspaper and it's like, yeah, and I got bit by a worm, you'd be like, no, what?
It's like, that's not really a thing.
Not really a thing. They don't bite or have teeth or anything.
Exactly.
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, all right. Like it feels like you're just like kind of defeating your own case a little bit. And also it just seems kind of insulting to the general knowledge of like the wizarding populace, but whatever.
Yeah. Yep.
Let's see here. Hagrid has no intention of ceasing his campaign of intimidation. However, in conversation with a Daily Prophet reporter last month, he admitted to
not herself.
Right. Yes. Yeah. He admitted breeding creatures he has dubbed blast-ended scroots, highly dangerous crosses between manticores and fire crabs.
Yeah. That I'm like, Hagrid, why would you say that?
I know. It's definitely like one of those things. But this is the first time that we, the audience, have been told this piece of information.
True. Yes.
And it's where we know that's where blast-ended scroots come from is this particular thing. The next bit is sort of like one of those things where I have always operated under the belief that like, and it will suggest this a little bit, but that like what Hagrid has done is like very illegal. But really what it says is that the creation of new breeds of magical creatures is of course an activity usually closely observed by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. And so it's like, I feel like what that's saying is that like this is the kind of thing that like when it's done is usually done under like this observation, but it doesn't necessarily make it seem like it's just explicitly illegal.
Well, I guess you're right. It does not say that. It says, it isn't. But the next sentence is Hagrid, however, considers himself to be above such petty restrictions, which makes it sound like there are restrictions around it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like maybe he just like skated past the red tape is sort of like the way.
I mean, it's like if you do it in your backyard, I mean, what are they going to do? You know?
Yeah, exactly. And if your backyard happens to be a school, then whatever.
Well, you do whatever. I mean, it does seem true that he did not care.
There's that. Yes,
yeah.
And I could even hear Hagrid saying like, "I was just having some fun."
Yeah,
like
I'm just putting stuff in a box, see what happens.
Yeah, no big deal.
Yeah.
But
you seen these two different creatures? I didn't think they were going to make something.
Right. But then he says before hastily changing the subject, which I'm like, I don't believe that. I don't believe that he hastily changed the subject away from Scroots at all.
Yeah.
I feel like he was like, do you want to hear more?
Everyone's been trying to get him to change the subject away from Scroots all year. And he's been like, nah, we're going to walk them.
Yes.
Oh man, yeah, but then this is where you get into it. It says, well, as though that were not enough, the Daily Prophet has now unearthed evidence that Hagrid is not, as he's always pretended, a pure blood wizard. Which has he pretended that?
I literally wrote that with like a little question mark next to it because I was like, I don't feel like this. Like Hagrid seems like he identifies a little bit like as an outcast. Like,
yeah,
I mean, I guess he's gonna say that to Harry in this chapter, and maybe that's where I'm getting that sentiment from.
Yeah,
but like, yeah, it's. Especially pure blood. I mean, that's such like a limited, finite number of people.
Right, exactly. Although pure blood wizard, that helps our case that if Hagrid is pretending to be pure blood, that helps our case that he was in Slytherin.
That's a good point.
But then it's that we get on to his mother. We can exclusively reveal is none other than the giantess Fridwulfa, to which I'm like, you don't really name your source for this, so I guess we'll just take your word for it.
I guess so, yeah. But Fridwulfa is one of those pieces of trivia because I don't think it comes up again.
I'm not sure it does. And it says whose whereabouts are currently unknown, although the answer to that is that she's dead.
Yeah,
right.
That is correct. Yep. Let's see here. Then it goes on to say a little bit about how giants were known to having like joined the ranks of He Who Must Not Be Named and were responsible for some of the worst mass Muggle killings during his reign of terror.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
right?
That's true. And I think that this is like another piece though, where like that also sort of further suggests that like Tom Riddle would have been attempting to recruit Hagrid
exactly
as a fellow student because like he recruits the giants. And so while he's at school, like before he has access to, the capital G giants, he might be picking Hagrid in a very similar capacity to how like Draco, for example, has like Crabbe and Goyle as sort of like the almost like physical muscle of intimidation, not like the magical intimidation.
Yeah, I can totally see that as well. Or even, I mean, I can imagine he would want to put him to the exact same use that Dumbledore does and like, have him be the envoy that goes to the giants and convinces them. It's like, this is definitely the best person to do it.
Exactly. And all this, because I feel like we haven't fully clarified, it's sort of the name that like we're led to believe through like additional writing on Pottermore and stuff that Hagrid is supposed to be in Gryffindor, but we have always sort of challenged it and sort of asserted that we believe that there's a strong possibility that he was actually in Slytherin, which seems shocking based on everything you know about him more in the present and his allegiance to Harry and all the rest. But there are a lot of things that seem to point towards that Slytherin lineage. Yeah.
Yep. Let's see. Rita goes on to say, Fridwulfa's son appears to have inherited her brutal nature, of which there are no signs of.
Yep.
She has. It's like she says that, but it's like she has not listed a brutal thing he has done yet. you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, I guess other than like breeding the Scroots.
Yeah, but that's not like, a brutal nature.
No, you're right. You're
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Let's see. And then in a bizarre twist, Hagrid is reputed to have developed a close friendship with the boy who brought about you-know-who's fall from power, thereby driving Hagrid's own mother, like the rest of you-know-who's supporters, into hiding. Perhaps Harry Potter is unaware of the unpleasant truth about his large friend. Well, I guess he was unaware of it, but he also does not care. And then manages to throw Dumbledore under the bus again, just for no reason. But Albus Dumbledore surely has a duty to ensure that Harry Potter, along with his fellow students, is warned about the dangers of associating with part giants. Responsibility she has clearly put on her own shoulders.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
Yes.
But the thing is, though, is that like Rita, like don't like feign like you're actually looking out for people. This is for the clicks, and you know it.
Oh, it's absolutely for the clicks. I mean, I think she tells Hermione next year that's like the profit exists to sell itself, you silly girl. Or
it's literally called the Prophet.
Yeah, the prophet. Yes, the prophet or the prophet. Exactly. But it's a good name. Really good name.
That actually is a really good name, and I've never made that connection before, and I don't even know that that's really like the intended purpose, but it does seem like it gets there in the end.
By the end, for sure, it's there.
They're going for the daily PROFIT.
Yes, exactly. And then, of course, all Harry and Ron are just like, how did she find out? Which we do know. We saw in the very last chapter, the beetle climbing on the reindeer at the Yule Ball. That is how she found out. She's just eavesdropping on conversations. But you guys know that, obviously.
Yep, of course.
Yep. And then, Harry is just so angry about this. He is all riled up. What's this rubbish about him getting a bad bite of a flabberwort? They haven't even got teeth. Crab is sniggering, which is sounds we hear from Crab, which we've not, he doesn't say anything until book 7.
Yeah. We don't get a lot of speaking lines from old Crab and Goyle.
Nope, not at all.
Let's see here. But then, Malfoy is basically convinced that at long last he has finally brought about an end to the teaching career of one Hagrid, half giant. And there was me thinking he just swallowed a bottle of Skelegro when he was young. None of the mummies and daddies are going to like this at all. They'll be worried to eat their kids. Ha, ha. And then,
anyway, hand me that give me that paper back now, Potter. I haven't finished the crossword.
That's
I want to get to the Sudoku by lunch.
That's right. I got plenty of the games left to knock out first.
Yeah.
Harry's about to retort with goodness knows what, when, of course, as per always, this is the moment that Grubbly Plank decides to pay attention and interject and say, "Are you paying attention over there?"
Yeah.
It's always the worst timing. I feel like it's always like Malfoy will say something absolutely horrific, and then Harry will go to retort, and then McGonagall or Snape or someone will walk around the corner and it'll be like, come on.
I know.
You guys could have just been here 1 second sooner.
1 second earlier. I know. And then also, like, Draco's reasoning's so dumb. He's like, none of the mommies and daddies are going to like this. They'll be worried to eat their kids. And it's like, as if he hasn't been there for 50 years.
That's exactly right.
Has there been any incidents?
Right.
No.
How many children have been eaten in the 50 years?
Exactly.
As far as we know, none.
As far as we know, none. Not even the ones the basilisk kills.
Yeah.
Which Hagrid didn't even do.
Which he didn't even do, despite all of the peacocking on behalf of the basilisk being like, rip,
so
tear,
hungry.
Yeah, it's like
are you?
You don't need any. You end up freezing a whole bunch of victims and then do nothing about it. You just leave them there,
saving them for later.
Yeah.
Probably got a freezer. Yeah, got a cellar down here.
That's right. Yeah,
got a chest freezer. It's full of dead bodies.
A Yeti cooler. I can always keep stocked with ice.
He's got but it's like a Yeti, like a magical Yeti cooler.
A magical Yeti cooler.
Yeah, that kind of Yeti.
Right. Oh man,
boy, we never get to meet a Yeti in the Harry Potter books, which is a bummer because apparently Gilderoy Lockhart encountered one.
Oh well, I mean somebody did.
Someone, yes, that's what I mean. Someone did that he stole the story from, right?
Yes.
Year with a Yeti?
Yes.
Someone spent a whole year with one.
A whole year.
Yeah.
And we get none of that?
We get none of that? We get no Yeti action in these books? Pff, for shame. That's what Crumb should have been talking about. It's like, we have Yetis, of course.
Of course.
Yeah. I don't know if that was a very good Russian accent.
I know. I was like, I'm pretty sure we just went like Irish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. We are flying every day. No, I don't know if I did it again. Man.
It's okay. All right. Let's see here.
Nini. That's more okay. So then afterwards, all the like Hermione and basically everyone's like, you know what though? Like that was a really good class. Actually, Professor Grubbly Plank, pretty amazing. Pretty much slaps.
Yes, absolutely. Like, and that, I think who ends up saying it was Parvati says
yeah.
like, that's more what I thought care of magical creatures would be like. Proper creatures like unicorns, not monsters. And it's like, I think that the feedback that the other students are giving, it's like, we all love Hagrid, of course, but it's like, they're not wrong either. Like, Hagrid has had them basically learning about one creature that he himself doesn't know much about at all.
Oh, I know. So far, the whole class has pretty much been hippogriffs on day 1.
Yep.
Flobberworms for most of a year.
Yep.
Like one class with nifflers, I think. No, not even yet. No,
Not
we
even
haven't
yet.
done the
Yeah,
niffler.
nifflers are coming.
Flobberworms. And then we launched right into Scroots, and they've been doing Scroots the whole year.
Right.
So they learned about like 3 things. Flobberworms, which there's basically nothing to learn about. Hippogriffs, which they did for 1 day.
Yeah.
And now this. So it's like, yeah, that makes sense.
I can definitely see, why these guys are a bit frustrated with what their teaching has been like versus what they got on this particular occasion.
Yeah.
Of course, Harry is super angry because he's like, Hagrid's missing, and so he's like, what about Hagrid? And then Parvati's like, what about him? In a hard voice, he can still be gamekeeper, can't he? And it's like, ooh. Harsh, Parvati, harsh. Ooh. But Parvati had been very cold towards Harry ever since the ball. He supposed that he ought to have paid her a bit more attention, and she seemed to have a good time all the same.
But she seemed to have a good time.
But she seemed to have a good time all the same. She was certainly telling anyone who would listen that she had made arrangements to meet up from the boy from Bobaton's in Hogsmeade on the next weekend trip.
Right. See, so this, I think all of that to me is proof that like Parvati like had like an actual crush on Harry. Like when McGonagall tells him about the ball, both her and Lavender are like, they immediately turn to Harry. And then she, like, imagine that if you're Parvati and it's like, oh my gosh, like Harry actually, he asked me. Yeah. No way. I can't believe it. That's so exciting. Like your crush asked you and then you get there and he's like, see ya. Like, because she had a lot of fun. So why is she mad at Harry?
Right.
You know?
Exactly. Like everything still worked out great for Parvati.
Everything still worked out fine. So there's no reason to be mad at Harry.
That's right.
Unless it's like, it didn't work out. It didn't work out as well as it could have because she liked Harry and he didn't return it. So
yeah. But then Hermione's right there really with Parvati, and she's like, that was a really good lesson. I didn't know half the things Professor Goblet told us about Una. Look at this, Harry snarled, and he shoved the Daily Prophet article under Hermione's nose.
Who even cares about unicorns?
Hermione's mouth fell open as she read. Her reaction was exactly the same as Ron's. How did that horrible Skeeter woman find out? You don't think Hagrid told her?
No. I mean, he told her the literal animals he used to create a new breed, but...
But not this particular detail, which Harry then rightly points out that he never even told us, did he? I reckon she was so mad that he wouldn't give her loads of horrible stuff about me. She went ferreting around to get him back.
How stupid is that's such dumb reasoning if this is the real reason if you're Rita Skeeter, it's like, oh, I went to Hagrid's class. I started asking questions, found out he was friends with Harry, asked him for an interview. He said yes, and then didn't say mean things about Harry. And it's like, so now I'm going to take him down. And it's like, what, like that doesn't even follow.
It doesn't really track. All I can figure is that her being out in the gardens during the Yule Ball was just sniffing around for any story, and it happened to be about Hagrid.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then she just starts painting the narrative with everything else that she's collected so far.
Yeah. And then I think this is funny. It says maybe she heard her. Or Ron says we'd have seen her in the garden. It's like you did.
You literally were looking at it.
Yeah, man. Yep. And then it says Hagrid said Dumbledore banned her, and it's like she was banned when she was at Hagrid, so like she clearly doesn't care.
Right.
Yeah. And then let's see. I love how Harry says maybe she's got an invisibility cloak, ladling chicken casserole onto his plate, which I'm like, wow, surprisingly non-plain food.
Look, good for you, Harry.
Look at you expanding.
He's like, I'm tired of baked potatoes.
Tired of baked potatoes and toast and porridge.
Yeah. Sort of things you do though, isn't it? To hide in the bushes, listening to people, and it's like literally, yes.
Literally, great instincts, Harry.
Absolutely, indeed.
Of course, Hermione can't help herself. Just like you and Ron did. It's like, wow, we were trying to.
We didn't have any choice.
Fleur was standing right there. What was I supposed to do?
Walk past her?
Walk past somebody? I don't think so, Hermione. You're being unreasonable.
I was stuck. Right.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Yeah. So then they end up having the conversation like that they're going to go see Hagrid. It says like this evening after divination, tell him we want him back. You do want him back. He shot Hermione. I well, I'm not going to pretend it didn't make a nice change. It's like,
I know. She's like, I'm holding my ground here. Like that was like, I cared. Like it was a much better lesson.
yes.
Which, good for Hermione, I guess. And then she does at least concede. She does want Hagrid back. Of course I do.
Yes.
Let's see. And then they go down and they try to get him to answer the door, which he does not do, which is kind of surprising because they hammer on it for 10 minutes. And it's like, he is really not taking guests right now, which is like, you'd think for Harry, like they even announce who it is. So,
Right.
I mean, this is where I think he's like pretty much on the bender, like he's just in there like drinking himself to sleep,
You think he's passed out?
I think maybe. I
Oh.
don't feel like he would ignore a Harry, Ron, and Hermione like this.
It does seem surprising, but even here in a little bit when he does open the door, it's actually not even Hagrid that does it. It's Dumbledore.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
But then even like Harry's response is he surely doesn't think we'd care about him being half giant. And it's like, I mean, if he's just ignoring them and he's like conscious in there and actively not, it's like the self-hate goes pretty deep here.
Yes.
In this particular situation. Because it says, but it seemed that Hagrid did care. They didn't see a sign of him all week. And it's going to be longer than that. It's going to be like, like at least 2 weeks or so. I think.
yeah. The really important thing I think to keep in mind though is that it's like, it's not the shame of being like, outed as a half giant that I think is really killing him. I think really what's happening is it's like kind of the heartbreak over Madame Maxine's response, because like I feel like that's what really cut him the deepest. Like he finally found somebody who could potentially like give him a kind of companionship that he has not been able to discover. And he's what, like 64 years old.
Yeah. 64,
So,
yeah.
it's like, it's a long life to kind of live in a measure of solitude.
Yeah.
Like, this was like his first glimmer at the potential to have, I don't even know if like normalcy is the right word, but like just to have someone there who cares. And Madame Maxime so far has seemed to not
to like reciprocate. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think what he really is like proper heartbroken, because like when we do finally talk to him, it seems like he really gets fixated on like the big bones comment.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Then it goes on to say Malfoy was gloating at every possible moment that Hagrid had in return. It's like as if you had anything to do with it. Like, I mean, I guess you like gave a line in the interview, but that's not what people are upset about. Like it's the half giant thing.
I think that Malfoy's trying real hard here. It's like, sure, you're a school champion and got past the dragon and you're tied for first place in the Triwizard tournament and everything. But I have 2 speaking lines in a Rita Skeeter article. So we're basically on the same page.
We're basically on the same. Yeah, you notice how Harry doesn't like rise to the occasion. And, like, I guess it's like Malfoy's been making fun of Harry for the article about him for like all year, and like Harry like delivers one retort and he's like, your line was stupid, it didn't even make sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And then he drops it.
And then he drops it.
Yeah.
Yes. Because Harry is not just like unbelievably petty like Draco is.
Yeah.
He just needs a better hobby other than apparently all the games in the newspaper.
And just reading the newspaper back to front. He says, missing the elephant man, to which I'm like, dude, chill.
Come on.
Dude, so mean.
Park it.
And then it says there was a Hogsmeade visit halfway through January. That's how you know that it's been like 2 weeks into the year.
Because we started the chapter on Boxing Day.
And they had like a week to get their like homework done before the new term started. So Hermione was very surprised that Harry was going to go, which I'm like, are you? Like, it's like he still has 5 weeks to go until the tournament. Like, I think he's good.
It is kind of interesting too, because like I think this is another area where kind of like that like literary architecture I was talking about like at the beginning of the chapter, like this is he is going to lie about his position on the egg 3 times in this chapter.
Yeah.
He's going to do it first to Hermione and then to Ludo Bagman and then to Hagrid.
Yeah.
And the one with Hagrid is going to be the one that like finally is like, okay, this is too much.
Right.
Like, it's like, I kind of wanted Hermione to get off my back. Ludo is making me uncomfortable for other weird reasons. But like Hagrid believes in me.
Right.
And it's like, so I do think that like, it's almost like we're going for like 3 ticks on this particular point, because that's going to finally be the measure that motivates him to do something.
Right. He needs like a reason to like take Cedric's hint.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Other than just being like, all right, I'm coming around on it. So,
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the case that we're building here. So, but in the meantime, this is what Harry says to Hermione. He says, I've got a pretty good idea of what it's about now. And Hermione's like, have you really? Looking impressed. Well done.
Yeah.
And in this particular case, it gives his insides a guilty squirm, but he ignored them. He still had the 5 weeks to go, whatever. Whereas if he went to Hogsmeade, he might run into Hagrid and have a chance to persuade him to come back.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Good luck with that. I do. Yeah, I love it now when they're walking to Hogsmeade. It says they saw Victor Crumb emerge onto the deck, dressed in nothing but swim trunks. He was very skinny indeed, but apparently a lot tougher than he looked. He climbed up to the side of the ship, stretched out his arms, and dived right into the lake. So what's happening here is that Crumb has already figured out the egg, and he is now practicing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. I think that's exactly what you have going on. And this little piece of dialogue I think is also kind of interesting, like because Harry's like, he's mad. It must be freezing. It's January, and I'm like, the task takes place in February, and I bet it's not a whole lot warmer.
It seems like it's much colder where they are than it is like where we're from.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. And I can tell you right now that if you get in the water in January or February, even where we live, where it's more mild tempered, or more mild temperatures, it will suck the air clean out of you.
It will. Yeah.
But then Hermione responds, it's a lot colder where he comes from. I suppose it feels quite warm to him. And I'm like,
doubt it.
No, it doesn't.
Cold water is cold no matter what, man.
Yes. Because there's also the additional fact that water freezes at 32 degrees.
Yeah.
And so it's like if it's liquid water, then it's slightly above
freezing.
Yeah. But like that is true no matter where you are.
Exactly.
So maybe he has to punch a hole in the ice, but it's not like the water underneath the ice is that much colder. Like you can't have 15-degree water.
Right. Yeah. Because you just have ice.
You just have ice.
Exactly. What else was I mean, it's like, and if you like, I know you've done some like cold plunge tank stuff.
Yes.
Personally. But like, as I understand it, even to people who have like cold tanks and do like ice baths like every day with like freezing or nearly freezing water, like it is, even if you do it every day, it is like still painful to get in every day.
It is still painful. Yeah. It's like, I mean, it doesn't matter how many times I do it. I have to talk myself into doing it every time.
Right.
And then in addition, Crumb is swimming in it, which I know this sounds crazy, but like if you think of like the weather wind chill, it's like that is like cold air being made even colder because it's being blown across you and therefore like taking the heat from your body as it goes by. So what's even worse about cold water is when you're in cold water and moving.
Yeah.
Because then you're not building like a thin layer of like warmth around you from your own body heat.
Right.
It's just being all dispersed. So
yeah.
Anyway, that's probably more information than anybody wants to know about Crumb going for a swim. But it stood out to me.
Let's see. And then there's Ron though saying, yeah, but there's still the giant squid. Not sounding anxious, sounding hopeful. So it's like, yeah. There's still the giant squid. Yeah. Oh, man. If it's not the cold, it'll be the tentacles.
The tentacle. That's right. Yeah. That's right. But then Hermione chimes in. And I thought this was like maybe a little bit brave, just given the thin ice, as it were, that these two have been on. But he's really nice, she said. He's not at all like you'd think, coming from Durmstrang. He likes it much better here. He told me. And this does track, I feel like, with the few murmurs of conversation we've heard from Crumb or even the Durmstrang students when they first arrived. They're just sort of like looking around the Great Hall with like eyes of wonder.
Yeah. But it sounds like he's not at all like you'd think coming from Durmstrang. It's like, that's a little prejudice on Hermione's part.
That's also true.
It's just sort of like, those Durmstrang guys, look out.
They're all bad except for this one.
All bad except for this one, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. But then we also find out that Ron has ripped the arm off of his Bulgarian Quidditch Crumb action figure.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah. His favorite toy.
His favorite. This is like one of those things that I feel like could be like way over, like dramatized in like the series. Is like Harry almost like picking up like a pillow off the floor and just like super zooming in on this like little arm just like laying on the ground.
Yeah,
it's like, oh gosh.
Oh
boy.
Poor Crumb's hand. Maybe still holding the snitch.
Yeah. Oh, that would be so funny.
Right.
Yes, that's how you know exactly who it is.
Yeah. Let's see. Then they head, but it's pretty easy to figure out that Hagrid is nowhere to be seen because he's very easy to spot and he's just not there. But eventually they head to the Three Broomsticks where he's also not there. And Harry's like, oh, I may as well have just stayed behind and listened to that egg wailing after all. And I'm like, well, but I mean, like, but butterbeer, dude. Sounds pretty amazing.
Every time I have the opportunity to get some butterbeer, I'm usually pretty happy about it.
And I'm also pretty sure that yours, the fictional version, tastes even better than like the regular versions I have,
Although I will say that we went through and we bought like all of the sweets that were available off like the HarryPotter.com shopping cart.
Yeah.
And we made a whole SuperCarlinBrothers video about it. And the glass bottled butterbeers that we ordered were far and away our favorite.
Oh, those were good.
It's way better than like what you can get like at Universal. So if you've never had one of those before, highly recommend it.
Indeed.
Yeah, super good. Anyway, so while they're at the Three Broomsticks, though, getting their butterbeers, while we're speaking of it, we also spot Ludo Bagman over in the corner, surrounded by a bunch of goblins.
I know. Oh, well, before that, Hermione says, doesn't he ever go into the office? Hermione whispered suddenly, look, and she finds Ludo Bagman, to which I'm like, Hermione, it's Saturday. Why would he be at the office? I know. And then Harry's going to be like, it was indeed odd. Harry thought that Bagman was here at the Three Broomsticks on a weekend. There was no Triwizard event. Like, as if this isn't the only wizard village that exists. Like, the man's allowed to go get a drink.
Exactly.
Yes. Like travel's not hard. Travel's not hard.
Apparition.
Just apparition. There, and we know he can do it. He apparated at the World Cup,
right?
It is not weird for sports legend Ludo Bagman to be at the most famous bar in the most famous town getting a drink on the weekend.
Exactly.
There's nothing weird about this. Okay,
no.
It's weird that he's talking to the goblins, and he is there. Like, he is a shady person, but your suspicions around this are stupid.
The setup for it, yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah. Yes, you're absolutely right. But yeah, so there was no Triwizard event, and therefore no judging to be done. So clearly we're throwing some super heavy red herring bait out there. And it does say that he watched Bagman in the mirror. He was looking strained again, quite as strained as he had that night in the forest before the dark mark had appeared.
That's like trying to connect the dots for you.
That's exactly right, because it's been a while since that particular scene in the forest where just after the dark mark is cast, you run into Ludo Bagman looking kind of in a state of panic. And of course, what was happening to then is basically the same thing that's happening now, which is that he has like sort of been fraudulent in his gambling activities.
Yeah.
And he's kind of afraid of the people who are after him. But,
because before they run into Bagman, they like walk past a group of goblins who are counting their gold.
That's
right.
right.
In the fullness of time, we realize that what's happened is Bagman lost the bet, used the leprechaun gold, paid the goblins, and then like booked it before they realized it was fake, ran into them, and then everything started going down.
And then everything, exactly. So anyway, but as ever, we're going to see that Ludo can bounce right on back super quick.
Dude, very fast on his feet, right until he's not.
Right until he's not.
Yeah.
Yes. Anyway, so yeah, then he's Ludo spots Harry over by the bar and stands up. In a moment, he heard him say to the goblins, he heads towards Harry with a boyish grin back on his face. And to which I just wrote, like, this man has some resilience.
He does.
I'm just shocked. Harry, he said, how are you? Been hoping to run into you. Everything going all right? Fine, thanks, said Harry.
Yeah.
Wonder if I could have a quick private word, Harry, said Bagman eagerly. You couldn't give us a moment, you two, could you? Okay, said Ron. And he and Hermione went off to find a table. Let's see here. Yeah, so the just keep coming back.
Well, that's
up.
Ron this time. Last chapter, he was all double wording things.
He was all double wording.
Now he's back. Now he's things.
He's erring
picking
things.
up from Harry.
There's going to be a whole bunch of ers.
There are a lot of ers. I could not believe it. I'm like, this is so intentional once you're aware of it.
It absolutely is. Yeah. So, and again, in case you didn't listen to last week's episode, basically, during the third task, Harry's going to encounter the Sphinx, which is going to give him a riddle to which the answer is spider. And the way that it's broken down is basically like the first little piece is like I forget the clue for a spy.
A spy, yeah.
But the answer is spy.
The answer is spy. Yeah.
The middle is the middle of middle, which would be a D, and that's how you get the S, like spy D. And then the last is like a verbal crutch.
Right. It's like the sound often said on the search for a hard to find word or something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Harry, like while he's thinking, he's like
is the word, but he's been doing it the whole book.
And they're just absolutely everywhere. Yeah. So now we can't not spot them.
Yeah.
So We just gotta circle them every time we do. Let's see here. Bagman led Harry along the bar to the furthest end from Madame Rosmerta. Well, I just thought I'd come to congratulate you again on your splendid performance against the Horntail, Harry, said Bagman. Really superb.
Right.
To which, yeah, Harry sort of like, you could have told me that in front of Ron and Hermione, so that's clearly not what you want.
Clearly not. But of course, what he actually wants is he's being cornered by the goblins because they want him to pay the money and he doesn't have the money. And he's saying, don't worry, I'll get out of this because I'm going to either give you even more money and bet on Harry to win the Triwizard Tournament. But he's planning on winning that bet by helping Harry cheat. So he's trying to give him help.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Yes. But yeah, then Bagman is pretty candid sort of about what his experience has been like with the goblins, shy of the actual problem.
Right.
Which I think is to like pretty much throw you off the scent there because it's just like absolute nightmare. It's like being back with the Bulgarians at the Quidditch World Cup, which we remember that whole situation as well, where like the one Bulgarian prime minister like actually speaks English the whole time and Fudge is so annoyed because he's like, you speak English?
Yeah.
You've had been like miming things all day. And he's like, well, it was very funny.
It was very funny.
So we have some precedent for this. But it says, but at least they use but at least they use sign language another human could recognize. This lot keep gabbling in gobbledygook, and I only know one word of gobbledygook. Bladvac.
Bladvac.
It means pickaxe. I don't like to use it in case they think I'm threatening them.
Like, why would that be the only word you know?
It's so true. It's
I know.
Like, Ludo, what expeditions have you been on where like you're going ice climbing or something like that? And you've got a goblin tour guide who's like, now this is a Bladvac.
How is he getting into such deep gambling problem with these goblins if all I can say to them is Bladvac?
That's a good point.
You know?
Yeah, that's a very good point.
That's like did you just accidentally accept a bet you didn't understand? Because I feel like you could talk that out.
It does seem
obviously
like
the goblins don't feel that way. They're all like, well, that's a whole lot of Bladvac, okay?
That's a good one. Oh man, what do they want? Said Harry, noticing how the goblins were all watching Bagman very closely. Well, said Bagman, looking suddenly nervous. They're looking for Barty Crouch. It's like, okay, yeah, you came up with that one pretty quickly.
Not a very good lie, though, honestly.
Why are they looking for him here? Said Harry. He's at the ministry in London, isn't he? No, Harry. It's Saturday.
It's Saturday. How often do wizards work? Is this a 7-day work week they got going here?
Could be. 7 is the most powerfully magical number.
I guess, but like it is the weekend, y'all. You're here.
Yeah, right. Yes. Good point. Let's see here. Then Ludo is way too honest about what's going on with someone as high ranking as Barty Crouch. He's like, he sort of stopped coming into work. Young Percy, his assistant, says he's Hill. Been sending instructions in by Owl, but would you mind not mentioning that to anyone, Harry? It's like,
maybe you shouldn't have mentioned it to anyone.
It's a bit of an overshare, but okay.
Yeah.
Even he points out that Rita Skeeter's been poking around everywhere she can. It's like, okay, she's going to find holes with people like you out there.
Oh, I know. But then he says, I'm willing to bet she'd work up Barty's illness into something sinister, or probably say he's gone missing like Bertha Jorkins, which hilariously is the exact truth.
Yes. Exactly. Have you heard anything about Bertha Jorkins? Harry asked.
No.
No, said Bagman, looking trained again. I've got people looking, of course. About time, thought Harry.
Harry's so invested in the Bertha Jorkins case.
When he knows what happened to her.
But he can't remember that he knows.
And that's the thing. So per our books, this is page 446, and he learns about it in chapter 1 on like page 9. That is, again, we sort of talk about the dreamlike state that Harry's coming out of in the first chapter of the series and how he's supposed to forget important details, and we, the audience, are supposed to forget important details.
When Bertha Jorkins came up here, I was like, it happened. It has happened, because I'm like, oh yeah, Bertha Jorkins. Like, I don't care about that.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, but like that's exactly what's happening in the story too.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah. Then we get like a whole bunch of information. She definitely arrived in Albania because she met her second cousin there, which, holy cow, trivia. Like, I would have had, if you had asked me like who was Bertha Jorkins meeting in Albania, I would have said Wormtail before I said her second cousin.
Yeah, right. I know her second cousin, as if, and it's like they cannot figure it out. It's like, she disappeared in Albania, and it's like, but apparently like Albania is like where Voldemort is rumored to be, and like no one else can make this connection.
Right.
It's so annoying, especially because there were just Death Eaters at the World Cup and the Dark Mark at the World Cup, and it's like, guys, Death Eaters, Dark Mark, Albania, Bertha Jorkins. It is not hard.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Start triangulating the data, people.
Start doing it. It says she left her cousin's house to go south to see an aunt. So she's like on a whole family tour. And she seems to vanish without a trace en route. Blowed if I could see where she's got to. She doesn't seem the type to elope, for instance. And she's like, and yet she was kind of charmed by Wormbutt. Down in Albania.
That's a good point.
Right. It's like he is kind of spot on the money with all this stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Do you think Peter proposed that? That's like the way he lured her away.
Like, Bertha. Well, they would have been in school together, right? So they would have been like old classmates because Sirius remembers Bertha.
That's right. She was an idiot.
I know. You can just see Peter shopping out with like, oh, I remember you from school. I had such a crush on you. This sounds crazy. Why don't we elope?
Right here, right now in Albania. I feel like you had a very Family Guy, what is it, Lois Griffin?
Lois Griffin. Yeah.
Oh, Peter.
Yeah. That's how Bertha Jorkins was.
Yeah.
Peter. Come on, let's go for a walk in the woods.
Yeah.
You're dead.
Yeah, that's what happens next.
That's what happened.
Anyway, let's see here. So then Ludo's like, how are you getting on with your golden egg? Not bad, said Harry untruthfully. So this is the second time he's lying about where he currently is. Although Bagman does seem to know that he wasn't being totally honest. And he's like, listen, if I can help at all, I've taken a liking to you. The way you got past the dragon, well, just say the word. And so he's basically just like offering to help him through the process here. And it says, Harry stared up into Bagman's round, rosy face and his wide baby blue eyes, which for some reason reminds me so much of like Lockhart here.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Maybe just like the blue eyes. I don't know.
I guess.
Yeah.
I don't imagine them looking very similar to each other, but
less so. Yeah. I know. But both of them kind of seem like shady, like trying to use Harry for nefarious purposes.
Yeah,
like,
a little bit for sure. Yeah.
So maybe that's a little bit of it. Like the fact that these are adults who are stooping so low as to try to take advantage of like a child, basically.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah.
So let's see. Yeah, he says he basically is trying to offer him help. And it says, I feel very bad about all this. Yeah, you're thrown into the tournament. You didn't volunteer for it. And like, I can't believe he just asks Harry if he wants help and doesn't just like straight up tell him.
Yes.
It's
like, have you tried putting the egg underwater?
Right. It's like, listen, Harry, open the egg underwater. Okay.
Right. Yes. It's like he's way too
willing
willing
to do the bubblehead charm. Yeah.
Right. He is way too willing to require for someone who is actively attempting to cheat. He is like willing to wait to get Harry's consent to actually help him.
I know.
It's like, would it be okay if I helped you? And Harry's like, nope.
It's like that's if your Bagman's like not good enough.
it's like my life kind of depends on this. So bubblehead charm.
Right. Exactly.
Bubblehead charm.
I know.
Look up a bubblehead charm.
I know. Yeah, like I'm Bagman. I'm like, I'm not leaving this conversation without like telling him. And it's like, if I could help, it's like assuming he'll say yes. Like give the presumption that you're leaving it up to him. And he's like, no, it's okay. I got to figure it out. And he's like, good. Have you considered a bubblehead charm when you're under the lake getting the hostages back?
Right. Yes. Yeah.
Like, oh, what?
What does any of that mean? I don't know what any of those things are.
Yeah.
Well, let me explain. Here's how you do the spell. Here's the book it's in. I've hidden all of them. You won't be able to find them. That's definitely the reason.
Yes, right. I've hidden them so Cedric won't figure it out. Won't you have a good lead, Harry?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like, have you offered Cedric help? Harry said. He actually does ask him that, not the other bits. The smallest of frowns creased Bagman's smooth face. No, I haven't, he said.
This is what I'm talking about when he's not fast on his feet. And it's like, this you can't lie about?
Exactly.
Clearly, this is like, Bagman, you just made up a lie on the spot that goblins are looking for Barty Crouch, which is just a giant red herring for the reader. It's such a dumb lie. That's not what they're there for. And now it's like like what you just said. Bagman seemed to know he wasn't being honest. And it's like, he said no, and now he's giving you a way back in. He's like, I want to help you. He's like, well, have you helped Cedric? And it's like, if I say yes, can I help you? Like,
exactly.
Why can't you lie that you helped Cedric? Like,
of course, we all want a Hogwarts victory.
The lines you're drawing in the sand for yourself do not make sense, Bagman.
Yes. exactly.
Yeah.
Just thought I'd offer. Well, thanks, said Harry, but I think I'm nearly there with the egg. Couple more days should crack it.
Even that, if you're Bagman's like, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's just like
that line doesn't make sense.
it's not the kind of thing you like. It's like once you've cracked it, you've cracked it.
Like once you got it, you get it.
That's the whole thing.
It's not like you need to keep. It's not like a math problem or something. It's
well, how about Harry here in this particular situation? It's like, are we really using puns at a time like this? Like cracking.
I know
the eggs. Oh, Harry.
I know.
What a goofy goofer.
Yep. But he says he even says Harry wasn't entirely sure why he was refusing Bagman's help. I'm kind of like that too. I'm like, yeah. Why don't you just say you need help?
Exactly. It's like, but it does say it's like, Bagman was a stranger to him. Accepting his assistance would somehow feel much more like cheating than asking advice from Ron, Hermione, or Sirius.
And when you say it feels much more like cheating, it just straight up would be.
Right. Yes. Yes. I also included or Lupin there at the end.
Yeah.
It's
right.
Like, it's like you could
or Lupin.
You
can always ask Lupin.
Let's not forget about him. He's incredibly smart and knows all sorts of things.
Yeah.
But at this point in time, of course, the other people heavily associated with Ludo are Fred and George, and they turn up.
Yeah.
To which they're like, "Hello, Mr. Bagman," said Fred brightly. "Can we buy you a drink?"
I know. Like, I guess from Harry's point of view, they're just like chums with him because they won the bet at the World Cup.
Exactly. Yeah. And Bagman's like, no. With a disappointed glance at Harry. "No, thank you, boys." Fred and George looked quite as disappointed as Bagman, who was surveying Harry as though he had let him down badly.
I must quite disappointed at Bagman. Like, you didn't try very hard.
That's exactly it. Yeah, it's like once again, just like with Ludo, just being like, "Well, I'm going to help you anyway. You don't really have much of a choice. I'm just going to tell you things you need to know." It's like Fred and George have been trying to get his attention for like literally months now.
Yeah.
It's like, it feels like at this point in time, it's like maybe you also sort of like back him into a corner with the goblins. And
I know.
Like, enemy of my enemy is my friend.
They've already had like the letter where they're like, "I'm telling you, if you put that in writing, it's blackmail,"
right,
or whatever.
Yes.
And it's like, okay, guys, clearly you're at a point here. It's not like you lost a little bit of money. You lost a lot of bit of money. He's right here, and you're like, "Can we buy you a drink?" And he's like, "No." And they're like, "Darn it, we've missed it." And it's like, man, if only it said yes.
Try harder.
I know, exactly. It's just like Ludo needs to be like, "Oh, good. I can't wait to see what you do beneath the lake,"
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Like he needs the help no matter what. In front of George, to be like, "Can we buy you a drink?" "No." We're buying you a drink now."
Exactly.
Wrong answer, sir. Wrong answer.
Anyway, at this point in time, he exits the bar. And then the goblins all slide off of their chairs and exit after him, which is certainly super suspicious.
Yeah, he's like, "I'll be right back. See ya." Can't believe they even let him leave the conversation.
I'm surprised by that as well.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So then Harry goes back to Ron and Hermione, and he's explaining like that Bagman just offered to help him with the golden egg. And Hermione's like, "He shouldn't be doing that," looking very shocked. "He's one of the judges. And anyway, you've already worked on it, haven't you?" Nearly, said Harry. So many ers.
I know. Well, I don't think Dumbledore would like it if he knew Bagman was trying to persuade you to cheat. Like, well, yeah, duh.
Right.
Okay,
Exactly.
Okay. Yes. Thank you for saying a fact.
And then I hope he's trying to help Cedric as much. He's not. I asked.
Yeah, I asked.
Harry's got it covered.
He's got it covered. I thought about the questions, Hermione. Okay,
Yeah.
Who's in charge here, me or you?
Right. Depends on the day. We can all agree on that.
Yeah.
Who cares if Diggory is getting help, said Ron. Harry privately agreed.
Yeah, I love Ron over there. It's like none of this has anything to do with any greater plot. He's just like, who cares? We're rooting for Hermione. We're rooting for Harry. Harry's in charge, not you.
Exactly. Oh, man. But then Hermione points out the goblins that look very friendly. What were they doing here? Looking for Crouch, according to Bagman, said Harry. He did get all the answers. At least there's that.
I know. Looking for Crouch. But like, this is a rare opportunity, a rare situation where Harry's instincts are off. Like, he just swallows that lie, no problem.
He does. Absolutely. Yeah. Yep. Then I like Ron chiming in here because he's basically saying that the goblins were looking for Crouch. And then Ron is like, maybe Percy's poisoning him. Probably thinks that if Crouch snuffs it, he'll be made head of Department of International Magical Cooperation.
Hermione gave Ron a "don't joke about things like that" look, which, to be fair, that does happen. He does die.
Good point.
Let's see. And then this is, I hate this though. It says Crouch can speak loads of different languages though, said Harry. Maybe they need an interpreter, which is just like, this is the thing that like helps helps it make sense to you, the reader. It's like, that could be a reason. But it's like, even before that, Hermione is like, she says, funny, goblins looking for Mr. Crouch. They normally deal with the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. And it's like, maybe they don't need to talk to him about government stuff, first of all.
Right.
Yeah, but also
people are more than their jobs.
People are more than their jobs or their species, which is, it's weird coming from Hermione, who's got, it's like, this is a weird assumption for like the person who founded SPEW, you know?
Right.
That like they have to deal with him for the Department for the Regulation and the Control of Magical Creatures. Like, yeah. And also Harry's assumption here, Crouch can speak loads of different languages. Maybe they need an interpreter. And it's like, surely, Harry, okay, surely the DFTRACOMC have interpreters for goblins, right? Like, if that's their job, they don't need to be calling Barty Crouch, the head of the Department for International, wizarding relationships, to come interpret for them every time they have a goblin.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Oh, it's Ron chiming in saying, worrying about poor ickle goblins now, are you now? Ron asked Hermione, thinking of starting up SPUG or something, Society for the Protection of Ugly Goblins.
Yeah.
Which SPUG, by the way, just another great piece of trivia there, where it's like, if you asked us that one on stage, like what is the goblin named version of SPEW?
Oh, man.
I don't know that I would have it.
Society for the Protection of Ugly Goblins.
Ugly goblins. I can already picture this happening in real life.
Bug. I know. Someone's going to be like, you asked us.
And it's like, I know we did. I'm going to bury my face in the whiteboard. And it's it'll be a whole thing.
Haven't you been listening to what Professor Binns has been telling us about goblin rebellions for 4 years?
Yeah, that's exactly what I wrote too.
Yeah.
It's like, it's literally the only thing that he's told you guys about, as far as we know.
Like, we have all of this like Harry versus Voldemort history, when apparently the rest of wizard history is just goblins.
It's just goblins.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're constantly in feud.
Yeah.
But yeah, she lets us know that that goblins are very clever. They're not like house elves who never stick up for themselves. And we will see this to be true with Griphook as we get a lot further into the story and his assistance in breaking into Gringotts.
Yeah. But then Rita Skeeter comes in dressed like a banana in her banana yellow robes and her shocking pink nails, which I guess she was inspired by Parvati's dress.
I wrote the same thing. I was like, what are the odds that 2 chapters in a row we have shocking pink
I know.
up?
Yeah. I was like, I mean, I guess she was at the ball. She could have seen Parvati.
She could have been like, it's like, man, I'm taking this whole Hagrid situation, but those nails.
I'm gonna paint my nails the color of that dress. Let's go.
I want that.
Yeah. And then she's got her photographer, Bozo, his actual name. Don't forget that. He's there, and they're showing up. Everyone Harry has beef with or suspicions with is just here at the bar conveniently. Right. Good meeting space, I guess, if you're writing the book. Just like, it's a place where everyone could be that Harry might need to have new information about.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Let everybody just sort of let everybody just sort of like emerge into one spot. But yeah, it says that she was accompanied by her paunchy photographer, to which I was just like, I'm sure everyone loves being described as paunchy.
Yeah. Isn't that the name of the burger in Parks and Rec? The Paunch Burger.
The Paunch Burger.
Yeah.
If you're ever in Roanoke, there's a local establishment called Jack Brown's that also sells a Paunch Burger, which is quite good. So.
It is good. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
But so clearly Rita Skeeter also ran into Ludo Bagman outside, and he lied to her as well, telling her that he's showing the goblins around town. What nonsense. What nonsense. He was always a bad liar. It's funny to me, like, she could tell he was lying, right away. But now we think because he tells Rita a different lie than what he told Harry, now you think what he told Harry was the truth.
True.
But actually what he did was tell 2 lies.
He told 2 lies. But like, it's even interesting because he's even brought up the fact that like Rita Skeeter is sniffing around. So it's like, you would even think like, yes, I'm telling you the right thing, but I'm also telling you like, don't go mentioning that to anybody because like Rita Skeeter. Then it's like Rita Skeeter's here, and it's sort of like, oh yeah, well of course I lied to her. I already told you I didn't want her to know the truth. So
exactly.
It's like, yeah. So
it all adds up very nicely to misdirect you, the reader. Right. And then Rita even says like, reckon something's up. Think we should do a bit of digging. And it's like, actually, it's a shame you didn't.
It's true, because it's like, it seems like when she really puts her mind to it, she can pull out a lot of information from seemingly nowhere, including Friedwulfa, the name of Hagrid's own mother, which he didn't disclose at all.
Yeah.
She was able to find. And then when we see the life and lives of Albus Dumbledore, it's like a lot of what she says ends up being true as far as we know.
Yeah, as far as we know. And then it's like, you know what? Like, reporting that the head of the Department of the Magical Games and Sports is like gambling money and is like that is more of a news story than Hagrid's a half giant.
That's exactly
You
right.
know,
Yes.
right?
It's like more people are going to care about that for sure.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I do hate the phrasing of her sentence here. It says like she's talking about like, maybe something's up with Ludo Bagman. And then she's like, okay, disgraced ex-head of magical games and sports, Ludo Bagman. Snappy start to a sentence, bozo. We just need a story to fit it. And I'm just like, yeah, that's how journalism
That's how
works.
it works. Yeah. I just want that to be the sentence. So how can I make it true?
How can I make it true? Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then she spots Harry and she's like, why don't you come and join? And Harry's like, I wouldn't come near you with a 10-foot broomstick. Harry said furiously, what'd you do that to Hagrid for, eh? And then she's like, our readers have the right to know the truth, Harry. I'm merely doing my, who cares if he's half giant, Harry shouted. There's nothing wrong with him.
Yeah.
To which point, like, this is where you can imagine, like in the TV show, there's like a screech silence and like the whole pub goes completely silent. They're just
Right.
like looking at these two. And it's like, uh-oh.
Why is Harry Potter yelling at that banana?
I've had too many butterbeers.
This feels like another great pin is that we just have a banana with pink nails.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. It's like, yeah, I can't wait to get that Rita Skeeter banana pin.
Exactly. Although we did talk to Isabel about the hot Hagrid pin and she was like, oh, I'm so into it.
Yeah, she was excited about it. Yeah. So if you guys are interested, continue to let us know.
Continue to let us know because
the outpour of support for hot Hagrid. I know. We've loved it.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So as Harry is absolutely like just losing his handle here because he's just got steam coming out his ears, she pulls out her, Rita Skeeter that is, pulls out her quick quotes quill. It says, how about give me an interview about the Hagrid you know, Harry, the man behind the muscles. See, she thinks he's hot too.
Exactly. Well, she saw him, with his with his sleeves.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Like, whoa.
Wow, look at that guy.
Look at that guy with like an 8-pack.
Right. She says, would you call him a father substitute? To which I was just sort of like, kind of.
Father figure.
Father figure. Yeah.
Man, she is fast though. She's like, I got it. I have a million slants immediately lined up in my brain.
She is ready to go.
Yep.
There's no doubt.
But then Hermione just decides to insert herself into the situation. You horrible woman! You don't think you don't care. Do anything for a store, and anyone will do. Even Ludo Bagman. Like, what do you care about? What do you care about Ludo Bagman? Hermione?
As far as we know, Ludo Bagman isn't a good guy.
Yeah, I know. What have you? Now you're like on his side,
right?
Yeah, you were literally just complaining about him not being at work, if I recall,
and for cheating, and for not helping Cedric.
Yes, exactly.
You had all the questions.
So even Ludo Bagman. Yes.
Right. Then she's like, sit down, you silly little girl.
Which is apparently the very worst sentence she could have said to Hermione.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because Hermione is going to not forget it.
She is not. Yes. Look, that's what she says later on the page. She says, I'll show her. Silly little girl am I. Oh, I'll get her back for this.
First Harry, then Hagrid. You don't want to go upsetting Rita Skeeter, said Ron nervously. Yeah. I'm serious, Hermione. She'll dig something up on you. And it's like, once again, Ron is right.
Ron is right, but also it's complete nonsense on Rita's part. Like, we'll get to that in a sec. She also tells them like, I know things about Ludo Bagman that would make your hair curl, not that it needs it. And it's like, what she knows about him is that he accidentally fed info to the Death Eaters. That's the information that would apparently make Hermione's hair curl.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like we will eventually see exactly what you're talking about, and it's not that nefarious. He's just kind of dumb.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
like I don't know what information you think is going to be so crazy.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and vile.
Right.
But then Ron is right. You want to go upsetting, said Ron nervously. I'm serious, Hermione. She'll dig something up on you. But like it is so ridiculous to because Rita does do this, but like her reasoning here is that a 14-year-old girl yelled at her.
Right.
You know?
And she's like, well, may as well slander her in the newspaper.
I know. It's like, what?
Right.
What?
It would be like literally if like any mean comment that we received ever, we made an entire video singling out this one person.
Yeah, that's exactly what it would
and
be
like. Whoa, they really used like all of their effort to zero in on that guy.
Oh, that's exactly, yes. That's what would happen. And then what would really happen, the truth of that is that we would just look like the bad guys.
We absolutely, it's the wrong thing to do.
Yes.
All the way. Yes, of course. Way too aggressive of a response. So, but Rita Skeeter is not exactly the most rational person ever. And she's just in it for a story. And apparently the readers in the wizarding populace are just, I don't know. It's like, sometimes it's just like, it's like, guys, maybe as like an entire group of people, we just need to like up our game and be like slightly better people.
Slightly better. I mean, that's the thing. At the end of the day, it's like there is a lot of prejudice in the wizarding world.
There is. Yes. Unfortunately. It's a very good point.
Yes.
Either which way, I think that this is like sort of the thing that does it. And they're like, Hagrid isn't hiding anymore. Never should have let this excuse for a human being upset him. Come on.
So they're excuse for a human being.
Yeah. Which is also kind of funny because she's not 100% human being.
I know. She's like part beetle.
Part beetle.
Part bug.
Maybe cockroach if we're, being really, really cruel about it. Anyway, so they find their way up to Hagrid's cabin. The curtains were still drawn. They could hear Fang barking inside as they approached. Hagrid, Hermione shouted, pounding on his front door. Hagrid, that's enough. We know you're in there. Nobody cares if your mama is a giantess, Hagrid. You can't let that foul Skeeter woman do this to you. Hagrid, get out here. You're just being... And then the door opens. Yeah. And I'm like, just being what?
Just being what now?
How are you going to end that sentence?
How are we going to end that? Yeah. Just being what? I absolutely love Dumbledore in this next scene.
It's peak Dumbledore.
Dude, he is on fire.
Yes, he is going to absolutely crush it.
even when he says to Hermione here, he says, "Good afternoon." He's like, we wanted to see Hagrid. And he's like, "Yes, I surmised as much." Funny enough, Hermione, I figured that out.
I figured it out.
I got there.
Why don't you come in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they enter into the cabin. Fang launched himself upon Harry the moment that he entered. Fang has taken quite the liking to Harry.
I know. I feel like this, if you're remaking the show, needs to be like a running gag, is that every time Harry goes to Hagrid's, the dog just straight tackles him off the screen.
Right. It's just like, well, there goes Harry again.
Yeah.
These are the moments where I feel like, not in general, I don't think that like a cartoon version of Harry Potter is necessarily what we need, but these are the moments where I feel like if it was, you could do that so hilariously and so over the top.
Like, Fang, no!
Yeah. It's like, well, there goes Harry again.
Yep.
Hagrid was sitting at his table, this time in apparently more than his shirt sleeves, like the last time. There were 2 large mugs of tea, to Dumbledore's absolute displeasure.
I know. He's like, you gotta have a 2-week bender. Can't spare any of that whiskey for Dumbledore over here.
It's like the horses out there are shivering. You're in here passed out.
Right.
I have no drink.
Yeah. Foiled again.
He looked a real mess. This is Hagrid, not Dumbledore.
Yeah.
His face was blotchy, his eyes swollen, and he got to the other extreme where his hair, as far as his hair was concerned, far from trying to make it behave, it now looked like a wig of tangled wire.
Yeah, this sounds like a 2-week bender to me, man.
It does. You're
right.
I mean, when you point it out, it's hard to miss.
I know exactly. More tea, I think," said Dumbledore. Let's see, and then it's he draws out his wand, twiddles it, and a revolving tea tray appeared in midair along with a plate of cakes. Remember that. Dumbledore summoned the cakes.
Yes.
Yeah. Dumbledore magicked the tray onto the table, which is, I feel like, a bit of a crutch word, to say magicked.
Oh, yes. Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Can you just say that? I guess you did, but all right.
Yeah. You could give us the spell, but whatever.
Yeah.
Did you by any chance hear what Miss Granger was shouting, Hagrid? Hermione went slightly pink, but Dumbledore smiled at her and continued, Hermione, Harry, and Ron still seem to want to know you, judging by the way they were attempting to break down the door.
Of course we still want to know you, which I love this. Harry just like, yeah, Harry, good job.
Right.
Yeah, but you don't think anything that's Skeeter cow. Sorry, Professor, he had to quickly, I think it's funny that he's like has to apologize to Dumbledore for calling Rita Skeeter that Skeeter cow. Like that wasn't even that bad.
It's like,
but Dumbledore, I have temporarily gone deaf and haven't any idea what you said, Harry, twiddling his thumbs, staring at the ceiling.
Right, said Harry sheepishly. I just meant, Hagrid, how could you think that we care what that woman wrote about you? 2 fat tears leaked out of Hagrid's beetle black eyes and fell slowly into his tangled beard. Living proof of what I've been telling you, Hagrid, said Dumbledore.
Deafness is gone.
Yeah, he's back.
He's back.
I have shown you the letters from countless parents who remember you from their own days here, telling me in no uncertain terms that if I sacked you today, they would have something to say about it.
Well, that's encouraging.
It is actually so sweet because it does mean that like so many former students were like, yo, no.
Yeah.
We know Hagrid.
What on earth are you talking about?
So here we go. This is actually like one of those things where it's like one way or another, even if the prophet's selling a lot of articles, a lot of people are reading it and being like, this is not good. Like,
right.
No. We know. We went to school with him. We know him.
Right. Yeah.
So as much as, maybe the population could probably stand to like raise a few pegs, it seems like at least a lot of people got their positions in the right place.
Exactly. And then Hagrid, of course, does the thing that all internet creators do. And he's like, not all of them. Not all of them want me to stay. Not every single comment was positive.
Dude, the next line says, really, Hagrid, if you're holding out for universal popularity, I'm afraid you will be in this cabin for a very long time. And I literally wrote I wrote the sentence, this line has helped me as a content creator so much.
Yeah.
And it's so true. It's like, it doesn't matter. It's like, I know
sage wisdom.
Yes. It's like, I know obviously if you're listening right now, it's probably because you enjoy the show, hopefully. But there's no doubt that inevitably there's always someone who doesn't. And it's always easy to listen to them be mad and loud about it, which is also why Tour is so great, because you get to go and be in a room full of people who are all just like happy and excited to be there. And it was such a good time.
It is so good, which if you didn't know, Through the Griffin Door is going on tour in September to the Midwest.
Yes, starting September 16th, I believe.
Yeah.
We have a whole myriad of dates. All the links to that in the descriptions down below. And I will say the Midwest has been like asking for us to come there for a long time. And apparently they meant it, because tickets are going very fast.
Very fast. Yeah.
We sold out of VIP tickets in the first like 48 hours. We had to add like more, and those have again started to sell out. So if you want to be there, we hope to see you there. It'll be so much fun. But anyway, now on with the chapter.
Yes. Anyway, Dumbledore is continuing to be on fire. Harry says, Hagrid, look what I've got for relatives. Look at the Dursleys. And Dumbledore says, an excellent point. It wasn't okay to call Rita Skeeter a cow, but it's okay to be like, look at Harry's relatives. I mean, they're the worst.
They're the worst.
Yeah.
And then he's like, my own brother Aberforth was prosecuted for practicing inappropriate charms on a goat. To which you're like, what?
What? You kind of brought that up out of nowhere.
Let's reel this back.
Hold on. More information, because
Come
that's a really
Big
confusing
Fudge.
line. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Inappropriate charms on a goat. What on earth was what was Aberforth doing to the goats?
None of this about Aberforth really makes a whole lot of sense, because it says it was all over the papers, but did Aberforth hide? No, he did not. He held his head high and went about his business as usual. Of course, I'm not entirely sure that he can read, so that may not have been bravery.
I feel like Dumbledore is just like having himself a brotherly dig at Aberforth, who is nowhere near the situation.
Yes.
Like to people who don't know him.
Right. And it's like, as soon as we learn more about Aberforth, it's like, he can definitely read.
Right. Yeah.
Like,
he can definitely read.
Yeah. He's not that eccentric.
Yeah.
Let's see here. But yeah, then we get the please come back. We really miss you. And Dumbledore basically is just like, I refuse to accept your resignation. I expect you back to work on Monday. You will join me for breakfast at 8:30 in the Great Hall. No excuses. Good afternoon.
Yeah. Like, that's it. This conversation's over. You're being dumb. See you on Monday.
To be fair, Dumbledore does maintain this. I feel like sometimes even like with Harry, when he gets into like Half-Blood Prince, where they're going to be going through like all of their lessons, and Dumbledore does a great job of like maintaining patience and like being willing to like answer Harry's questions. But like if Harry asks some questions he's already answered, he's like, I've already answered that. If you're not ready to move on, then maybe we need to choose a different day to meet. But like, I'm prepared to teach you other things. We're not revisiting the same problem.
Right.
And so it's like, he does seem like Dumbledore has like he's willing to be patient until he's sort of like, we've covered this. Like,
yeah,
I've told you, let's move on.
He also see Dumbledore like cut through with everything much more than what was it? Than Ludo Bagman was doing earlier, where they're like, he's like being very flimsy about offering Harry help for the golden egg. Whereas or how Fred and George were with Ludo Bagman, where they're like, can we buy you a drink? No? Darn.
Right.
And it's like, can I offer you help? No? Darn, what do I do now? Dumbledore's, Hagrid's like, I'm resigning. And Dumbledore's like, you're not resigning. That's ridiculous. I'll see you at work on Monday. He's like, no, I'm resigning. Like, 8:30, Hagrid. Good afternoon.
Good boy, Fang.
Yeah. All right. So then he stops to give him some scratches on the way out.
That's right.
Yeah.
Then you get one of those classic lines from Hagrid. It was like, great man, Dumbledore. Great man.
Yeah. Ron not listening. Yeah, he is. Can I have one of these cakes, Hagrid?
Help yourself, said Hagrid, wiping his eyes on the back of his hand.
Help yourself. Remember, though, Dumbledore made the cakes, okay?
Yeah,
not yours to give away, Hagrid. All right.
Probably why Ron wants them.
Probably, I know. Yeah, we're not normally accepting cake. He's like, oh my God, I'm going to have good food at Hagrid's for once.
I have no idea, but I realized that in my head, I imagine the cakes as like the Little Debbie zebra cakes.
Oh.
there's not really any description that would lead me to believe that that's what they look like, but I'm imagining like unpackaged and like a stack of like 12 of them making like a little pyramid type thing.
Oh, nice. That sounds pretty lovely.
That's what I picture.
Yeah. Okay. I guess I've never put like the little zebra cake stripes or like the hexagon shape, but I imagine like kind of like that, but like round.
Oh.
Like very, very tiny birthday cakes.
Little birthday cakes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Happy birthday.
Like one layer hockey puck size cakes is what I'm imagining.
I can follow that.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm in that hockey puck zip code as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Just hexagonal.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Hagrid is going to do just the world's biggest 180 from here on out. Help yourself. Oh, he's right, of course. You're all right. I've been stupid. My old dad would have been ashamed of the way I've been behaving. It says like, never shown me a picture of my old dad. So this is where he pulls out the picture from the chapter art, which is pretty cool.
Yep.
Then you get to see young Hagrid, hardly older than 11, which is just adorable. It says, but at least he never saw me expelled, died in my second year. That's so sad if you're Hagrid, who grew up without a mom, and then you go to school for a year. And that first year must have been so great. But then he goes to school the second year, and his dad dies, and that's terrible. And it says, Dumbledore is the one who stuck up for me after Dad went. And I'm like, I don't know if that's like a British phrasing, like he like stood up for you, or when you say stuck up for you, do you mean like he took you in or something? Like where did he live between the second and third year there, right?
It's an interesting, it's an interesting set of phrasing. Let me just make sure I got this right, because it says, died, see, in my second year. Dumbledore was the one who stuck up for me after Dad went, got me the gamekeeper job. Trusts people, he does. Gives them second chances.
Right.
Is he saying that like that's what happened after his third year?
I mean, because he said he died during the second year. So then it would be like, I'm trying to picture how he's saying it's like, Dumbledore was the one who stuck up after me after Dad went, got me the gamekeeper job. Like, I'm like, is he saying, or is he just like listing the things that Dumbledore has done for him? Like he stood up for me after my dad went, he got me the gamekeeper job.
I think
trust people.
That's it. Yeah,
right. So I think there is like a summer between his second and third year, you know, where we don't know what happened to Hagrid there. But like, his first year must have been like the best year of his life. The second, his dad died. The third, he's accused of murder, and then he's expelled for the rest of his life. But at least he gets to live at Hogwarts and be the gamekeeper.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. And it is kind of funny too, because it's also like that phrasing of like gives him second chances. That's what sets him apart from other heads. It's like if he gave Hagrid a second chance, and it's like just don't mess up again. It also means that Hagrid hasn't messed up, at least not in any like obvious way.
Right.
For 50 plus years. So
exactly.
It's a pretty good repertoire there.
Yep.
He'll accept anyone at Hogwarts as long as they've got the talent.
Very Hufflepuff.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Yep,
Yeah.
Very Hufflepuff.
Yep. But then he gets to talking about Madame Maxime here. He says they just I'm sorry. It goes from one page to the other. There's some who'd always hold it against you. There's some who'd even pretend they just had big bones rather than stand up and say, I am what I am. I'm not ashamed. Never be ashamed, my old dad used to say. There's some who hold it against you, but they're not worth bothering with. And he was right. I've been an idiot. I'm not bothering with her no more. I promise you that. Which it's like he's coming out and saying like, my dad always used to say this, as if he hasn't been like moping around for 2 weeks. You know?
I know. But I mean, I feel like this is him like sort of like coming to like maybe it's like the confidence that he's like, you know, garnering by way of having like his friends sort of back at his side. Like it's like, okay. These people do like me. But this is the part, because it does seem like he gets really stuck on the big bones aspect of it, because he says like, I promise you that big bones, I'll give her big bones.
Wink.
Like, and it almost seems like it's like he started like processing the trauma in real time, and he was talking to them, and then he gets to the end of it, and it's like they don't know, like as far as Hagrid is concerned, they have no idea why he's bringing up big bones or who her is.
Right.
You know, it's sort of like clearly this is what's been like eating at him.
Yeah. Although I don't feel like it's like super hard to like piece together what
Certainly not.
Yeah, who he's talking about or anything.
Right.
And this is where Hagrid says, you know what, Harry? You know what I'd love? I'd love for you to win. It'd show them all. You don't have to be pure blood to do it. And I'm like, but that's not real. I mean, I guess when he's saying pure blood, what he means is just like magical, like, or have two wizard parents or, right?
I guess so. I mean, because like Harry's mom is like you know, Muggle born,
right?
So Harry by all definitions, at least as far as we have in the series, is just a half blood,
right?
You know,
yeah.
Right? But I guess so. I guess he's relating to Harry in that capacity.
I guess so, yeah. But it's like his is more like a difference of like species rather than it is like. I mean, I guess unless pureblood wizards really believe like Muggles are like a different species.
I guess that's true.
I mean, well, I don't know. Maybe they do. Maybe that's how they treat them. I don't know. That makes it. It's like I'm like saying it, and I'm like that makes it feel like worse. But then I'm like, no, but they are the worst. So that probably is it.
What they think. Yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in any case, you don't have to be pureblood to do it. Does that mean Cedric is pureblood, do you think?
I don't know. I was literally just trying to remember if Diggory is on the list of the Sacred 28, but I don't think it is. I don't think it is either.
Yeah, because otherwise Cedric winning would show the same thing.
It definitely would. But
right.
I mean, but you know that Hagrid's got a soft spot for Harry.
Well, obviously, yeah.
And then Hagrid does finally ask, "How you doing with that hag?" And Harry says, "Great, really great." Hagrid's miserable face broke into a wide, watery smile. "That's my boy. You show him. Harry, you show him. Beat them all." And it's just like, I highlighted and underlined that. I was just like, oh, shoot.
I know.
It's like, man.
He said, "That's my boy."
I know.
Like,
no. But and then Harry realizes it. It says, lying to Hagrid wasn't quite like lying to anyone else. Harry went back to the castle later that afternoon with Ron and Hermione, unable to banish the image of the happy expression on Hagrid's whiskery face as he imagined Harry winning the tournament. The incomprehensible egg weighed more heavily than ever on Harry's conscience that evening, and by the time he had gone into bed, he had made up his mind. It was time to shelve his pride and see if Cedric's hint was worth anything.
For Hagrid!
For Hagrid! I know. That's when I highlighted it, and I was like, attaboy.
There you go.
Don't let pride get in the way of things.
Exactly.
Boom, bam. But that does bring us to the end of chapter 24. And Jay, as always, got to ask, you got a review for us?
Well, I sure do, Ben. This comes from Dumbledore's Army J.
Oh.
It says,
is it you?
I don't think, no, it wasn't for me.
Okay.
It says, "Hey, brother, I love the podcast. I watch it every week. I have a question. Could Winky have been the one more murder that Voldemort and Wormtail were discussing at the beginning of book 4? Maybe her getting fired actually saved her life. I would love to hear your thoughts."
Ooh.
So they're saying like one more person and then our path is clear. Our path to Harry Potter is clear.
That's
or
interesting.
One more murder.
That's interesting. The thing I mean, one more murder. I was gonna say, yeah, if it was one more person, it's like
they wouldn't consider her a person.
I was gonna say it's like, oh, look how like progressive they're being.
I know.
Referring to
wow.
herself as a person. That's what you should do, and I feel like the rest of the crew does very well. But interesting. So what we know has happened at this point in time is Barty Crouch Jr. Well, do we know?
They have gotten the information from Bertha Jorkins that Barty Crouch Jr. is being held hostage at his father's house.
Okay.
So it could be that they're talking about Barty Crouch Sr.
Right. Yes. Yeah. I feel like it's Barty Crouch Sr. Maybe that would be the other.
Right. But they obviously have the opportunity to murder him, and they don't.
That's a good point,
they just keep him under the Imperious Curse, because I guess the plan is to just like have him keep going to work because they want the Triwizard Tournament to, go off as planned.
Right.
Without there being like, oh my God, he was murdered. So in that case, I guess it could be Winky. It's like one more murder and our path to Harry Potter is clear. Like we got to get because otherwise like they'll know like, okay, we got to get to the house. We got to subdue Barty Crouch Sr. and then we have to kill the elf because she might go for help or something.
Right.
Yeah.
It's curious. The thing that would give me like a little bit of pause is if we actually go back to Hokey, who is the house elf that works for
Hepzibah Smith.
Hepzibah Smith. She is not. She survives at least long enough to be questioned.
Yeah, that is true because but Voldemort frames her for the murder.
Right. Okay. So it would be worse for her to be dead because then that would just lead to more questions. So instead, leaving her alive and making her responsible for the death of Hepzibah Smith by poisoning her hot chocolate.
Yeah.
Is that, yeah. Okay. So I was trying to think if something similar was going to be involved there, where it was almost like a classic situation of Voldemort thinking house elves are so far beneath him, he doesn't see them as like a liability.
Right.
But the other thing is that I also feel like he would see house elves as so dispensable,
yeah.
that it would just sort of be like, even if Winky is fired, that you would just be like, still, you're the one living creature who knows, like, it's not worth the risk. And it's like, no skin off my back to kill a house elf would be the position of Voldemort or the Death Eaters.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But then, like, it's not like they're trying to hunt down Winky or anything afterwards. They're not like, oh, yeah, crap, the house elf's not here. You know, unless they think, like, because she was fired that she's no longer a liability. Like, we know that he's willing to just sacrifice a house elf to, like, you know, like, that's what he thinks he did with Creature.
True. Yeah.
You know?
And then Creature is able to get away.
Yeah.
Because Master called for him.
Yeah, Master called for him. Exactly. So I don't know. It is possible they're talking about Winky and they're like, yeah, we need to, but then it makes it seem like it's such a more important, like, even calling it like murder sounds like almost giving house elves like a higher level of status or something.
Right. It's such a level of like almost, it's like the most twisted kind of respect.
Right.
You know, that they would regard it as murder and not something more like horrible, like extermination or something.
Yeah.
Like that,
or like just the one more kill or something.
Exactly. Yeah.
But it could be Winky to that end where they go to spring Barty Crouch Jr. They put Barty Crouch Sr. under the Imperious Curse and we're planning to kill Winky. But it's like, does that fit the rest of the sentence? Like, then our path to Harry Potter is clear. It's like, is that all they needed to go straight? Was they get Barty Crouch Jr. back? Right? Like,
I mean, they're speaking in rather significant shorthand because the path to Harry Potter is still so heavily convoluted. Yeah. It's like there's so many things that have to go well. And that's what Barty Crouch Jr. himself says after Under Veritaserum at the end of Goblet of Fire. He's like, you know, it was very difficult to do all these things, to like play both sides of the equation, to lead you through without arousing suspicion and stuff like that. So it's not like a clear path, but it's not beyond the shadow of the doubt for them to phrase it in that capacity. I could see a world where they were planning to show up and just basically like eliminate all risks at once. Like, you can't kill Barty Crouch Sr. because that would raise serious alarms because as such a high-ranking official. I mean, Bertha Jorkins is not high-ranking and still raises attention.
Alarms, yeah.
So that would be much more significant. So I could see them. Yeah. And then the other thing too is that house elves have their own unique brand of magic. So it's like after Winky is sacked, it's possible they just can't find her. But if they could, they would kill her.
Right. Well, and she's at Hogwarts anyway.
So, where they can't get to her.
Where they really can't get to her. So it's like, we can't spend too many resources on this because all we have is Voldemort and Wormtail.
Exactly.
Well, I say you can't get to her. Barty Crouch Jr.'s there.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, he probably could easily do it.
Yeah.
But then again, that's probably like a situation where it's like, how much attention are they even paying to?
Oh, I doubt he knows she's there.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, it's kind of like the old classic, like, why does Obi-Wan not remember like R2-D2? But it's like, you have to remember that like living in that universe, there's droids everywhere. So probably maybe it's the case that droids are not like as significant per your memory.
Yeah, especially if he's been living for like 20 years by himself in the desert.
Right.
Yeah.
Right,
like
yes.
maybe R2 has like not like locked into his brain. Although then if like you like watch Clone Wars, he's like such a character and stuff. And it's like, yeah, it feels like you should have remembered.
It seems okay.
I don't like Obi-Wan should have remembered R2.
Maybe that one's just a plot hole.
Yeah. Or like Darth Vader should remember. Like Darth Vader should remember R2-D2.
Or C-3PO.
Yeah. Or C-3PO big time. Well, 3PO he leaves when he's like a kid.
That's true.
Right?
He built him.
Yeah, but he built him. But he doesn't have like the armor on and stuff. Does 3PO come with them in the Phantom Menace?
God, I can't remember. Maybe we should do a Star Wars podcast next.
Yeah, right. Now this is podcasting.
Yeah, there we go. Let us know. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for tuning into this week's episode of Through the Griffin Door.
Yes, thank you so much as ever. Make sure you join us next week for Chapter 25, The Egg and the Eye, where Harry's gonna take a bath with Moaning Myrtle. It's gonna get wild here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edghill. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.